The hero spots 9 monstrous races closing in, snatches his weapon and braces to strike, then one of the huge beasts lunges, slashing at him with flailing paws. A dragon-headed creature lunges up behind the young man and clamps a massive arm over him, then leans in like it's inspecting a specimen, claiming it's Drago level 512 and asking about his condition, before the dragon-like warrior slams it with a crushing blow. Sasha, the level 308 elf, snarls her displeasure, then snaps at Light for rushing in while monsters creep up behind him and she braces herself, ready to jump into the fight. Deep in the Abyss dungeon, 4 terrifying powerhouses ruled the dark. One of them was Diablo, a demon clocking in at level 419, and right beside him stood Dwarf Neano at level 301. At the dungeon entrance stood a level 152 centaur, and right beside him the dark elf Shin hit level 304. Then they warned, "Stay out of here alone. This place is deadly." A Garo Beastman, level 151, stood ahead of the crew and declared that the fighting was their job, then told everyone else to get out of the way while they rushed into battle, his face set with pure, battle-ready confidence. Light, level 15, weapon clenched in both hands, got asked what he understood about all this, and he straight up confirmed it, even as he admitted one brutal truth. Among the 9 races, humans were seen as the weakest. Right before the heroes tore open a massive gap straight into the Abyss dungeon, the armored woman grabbed my attention and warned me this place is the cruelest and hardest there is. She even pointed out that one single hit would have been enough to kill him. Light regretfully admitted it was pointless and quickly apologized. Then Sasha, demanding to check his wounds, stepped up, and the beast man watching them noticed something important. She was always kind to him. The armored girl snapped back hard at them, pouring out excuses on the spot, saying she only cared about the Gathering of Races squad's reputation, because losing a member could wreck their name, even as she insisted she didn't personally feel a thing about him. Light threw out a shaky apology for how useless it was, and for the endless chaos it kept spawning. Then the rest of the squad started teasing the armored girl, sneering that she was fake and that she only clicked with him because of something off, and when she heard it, her temper snapped into fierce, outraged retaliation. One squad member said he's into the tea that Light makes, and that's all the proof we need. Then he went on to brag that humans are the weakest race in the world, but his crew of mixed races wouldn't buy it for a second. These folks treat everyone the same, even a 12-year-old kid who can barely do anything. "I'm thrilled to join this squad," he said it with a grin, and you could tell he meant every word. Then the team pressed deeper into the dungeon, and not long after, they stumbled into a brightly lit room. They pulled up at a spot that felt perfect for them right there, only one entrance to the cave. I asked if they were actually stopping, and I offered to make tea. One guy in the group called him by his first name, and the rest finally dropped down to rest. The squad grabbed Light and told him they decided to throw him out of the group. Light's eyes widened in shock as he scrambled to justify himself, swearing he wouldn't step forward again, but the young man's pleas fell on deaf ears. Beastman said they didn't need him anymore. He couldn't figure out why everyone flipped on him out of nowhere. After all, they'd treated him fine before. One squad member said with a grin that he was happy to dump the extra weight. Another snapped that being stuck in the same space as that person felt awful, and the rest nodded along like it was all the same truth. One of the group members shot back, wondering if it was only Light or if everyone who got what was going on was just clueless. The armored girl snapped that people were idiots and she hated them. Light then pressed, asking whether their kindness was just a fake act meant to drag him into the party. The dragon-like warrior leaned in and said that, unlike other humans, Light gives them a far better gift, and those words felt like the exact reason the young man was accepted into the group in the first place. Light never said what unlimited gacha really meant, but he warned that at age 10 the odds of snagging a special gift are insanely low, and somehow he actually got one, even though back then he had zero clue what unlimited gacha was. Light said the moment you smash the gacha button, a card pops out. Inside is the exact item he just drew, and once you claim it, it turns real and gets used in the world. That's how his gift finally showed its true power. Light said that ever since he got that gift 2 years ago, all he could make were junk, bread crawling with mold, a spoon bent and broken, and everyone in town already knew it was worthless, so he just admitted his power couldn't do anything useful. Dragon-like warrior told Light, "That's why we don't need you anymore," and the kid spun around, stunned by every word. The seniors swore Light had a mysterious power, so they hauled him to the Gathering of Races to see it firsthand. They ruled that Light couldn't be a master at all. His power kept failing, so he stayed right where he belonged, just another ordinary human. The armored girl snapped that she'd cooperate for her country and even accept the master's blood, but the idea of marrying a human made her recoil in disgust. The beast man caught how foul he found her sudden friendliness, and she begged me not to bring any of it up again. I blurted out, baffled, asking what they meant, and I even brought up the master in the country. The dragon-like warrior snapped that I'd said way too much. The beastman smiled it off, praising me as a good leader, while everyone else went deadly quiet as they stared me down. The beastmen swore no Light would ever expose their secrets, and the dragon-like warrior nodded, then barked for everything to be swept away before the other adventurers showed up. The young man just stared and asked, deadpan, why they were cleaning. One of the squad members snapped his head toward him, insisting his claim about being expelled was a lie, and swore that even if he wasn't a master, the orders still came straight from his superiors. The squad got the order to wipe out the cause of all this chaos, dead, no questions, so one of them snapped that he was being cast out of this world, told the kid to meet his end, and swung up his weapon to strike. And shock and terror detonated across her face. Terrified, he scrambled for an answer. Did they really want him dead, or was this supposed to be a joke? The beast man lunged in with a vicious snarl, and when it got close, the guy smiled and said it was finally time for a fun hunt. Next thing he knew, he was yanked down hard and pinned to the ground as the strike came in. With tears streaming down his face, he finally understood. Every good person around him was itching to put a blade in his life. The beast man sneered as it closed in, and the young man just kept repeating kill in total disbelief, wondering if they were truly about to end him. He bolted in terror, and the beastman thundered after him. Meanwhile, the armored girl snapped that they never intended to let him go, not even if he tried, because the monsters and the abyss would rip him apart, and the beastman only cackled, saying no ordinary person could ever slip away in a place like this. He bolted to get away, but a spear came flying and slammed into his leg, tearing through flesh. He howled in agony and crumpled to the ground, and now that leg wouldn't let him keep running as the enemies surged closer, closing in fast. The beastman watched the animals howl in terror, then bragged that those screams are exactly why he hunts people, before springing at the youth, desperate for more of those sounds, and someone yelled, "Light," loud enough to shake the air. The beastman smashed a brutal kick into him, and he flew through the air for several meters before crashing down. The youth screamed in agony, scrambling to stand while coughing hard, feeling himself wobble on the edge of fainting as the enemy's relentless assault drained his strength by the second. He screamed in agony on the ground while multiple squad members clamored to jump into the torture, and one of them even said he wanted to experiment with torture magic. Then the young man coughed, fighting to push himself back up. The armored girl reminded him of their plan, blame it all on the monster attack and one squad member's death, then warned that any extra moves would make it way too obvious. One bandmate backed Sasha's take but still admitted he wanted to get back to playing with Light again. Then a girl in formal clothes snapped that it was pointless. The beastman yanked the young guy up and promised he'd end it fast, so the youth wouldn't have to suffer like he should for gratitude, and he even added that he loved playing with him, even though the kid didn't understand a thing. He screamed in pure despair that he refused to die, while the beastman hauled him across the dirt and kept barking for him to end it. Still, the young fighter clung to life with everything he had, but as the truth hit, there was no way out. His body was battered, bruised, and running on empty after the beating. As blood ran and his breath choked, he kept yelling that he wouldn't die, scrambling across the ground, coughing hard, trying again and again to get up, while his hands shook from pure pain and every move stole more of his strength. The dwarf snapped that Light wasn't needed anymore since the youth wasn't a master, then ordered him to be killed, yet the beastman spat that he was stubborn, grinning as he admitted it only makes him want to beat him even harder. Pinned to the dirt, he couldn't stop asking himself why he was being hunted, and what a master even meant. He felt the truth slipping away as he realized he'd die before he ever learned it, while the beastman crept closer, lining up the final strike. He crumpled onto the ground with the whole squad closing in around him, realizing help wasn't coming and escape was dead on arrival, because the gap in power and levels was so huge it might as well have been a cliff. Even as everything went wrong, he fought to stay alive, yelling again and again that he wouldn't die, while the squad yanked him along the dirt and spit that humans were disgusting. Tears and blood soaked him as he lunged forward, gasping that he wanted to live. His fingers clawed into the dirt to pull himself up, and though her eyes burned with fatigue and pain, she didn't flinch. Survival was louder than fear. A magic circle flared under the light, snapping the teleportation trap into action, and the squad blurted, panicked and fierce, that they couldn't let him slip away. I stumbled into the cave, gasping hard, barely able to breathe, and then it hit. He couldn't believe it. He'd been saved. The young man realized he'd actually clawed his way out because that teleportation trap flipped and let him escape, and even though his body was battered and bruised to hell, he was still alive. Breathing hard, he spun his head around, panicking as he tried to place where this teleport dropped him. Then it hit him. He was still trapped inside the dungeon, and what just happened crashed into him so fast his eyes flooded with tears because the danger wasn't over yet. Crushed on the ground and sobbing, he couldn't stop asking why life kept punching him. When he pictured his father, mother, and brother, and even you, he felt the tug of home so hard it hurt, with agony burning his body and tearing at his mind. He clenched his thoughts tight. He couldn't die without seeing his family, couldn't rot in this place, and then he remembered who he really was. Just a farm kid who left home to help them, only for his plans to fail and his money to nearly vanish. Right then an offer hit him like a lifeline: join the squad. The hero sat on the ground, ringed by a bunch of ragtag warriors, and one of them leaned in, stretched out his hand, and swore they'd build an equal world together. He remembered the trust he'd placed in his comrades, how he respected them and thanked them from the heart. Then they turned around and betrayed him. He finally clocked the trap, dragged into a dungeon, mocked and humiliated, then cornered like trash to be killed and tossed aside. He raged at his enemies, furious that they dared try to kill him and betray him, even though he'd stayed loyal to his master then. The warrior's eyes blazed and he roared a threat at his enemies. Then he yanked an arrow straight out of his own eye, promising he'd die 1,000 times over for revenge. He wouldn't sit still and let death take him, and with clenched teeth, pure determination surged through him. The warrior clamped down on the bleeding, tore himself up, and swore he'd strike back at his enemies, then sprint back to his family, even though he knew the dungeon's abyss was pure death. Right in front of him, two hulking monsters with terrifying faces smashed into view, and the man snapped to full alert at their sudden arrival. Monsters surged toward the warrior with jaws gaping, and in that instant he knew it was over, because they'd already caught the scent of his blood, sealing his fate as the whole fight spun out of his control. Two massive, terrifying monsters slammed into view in front of the warrior, and one of them snapped his sharp teeth and smirked with pure evil. Then the screen flashed the details: 1,000-level hellhound. The warrior's blood ran cold when he realized the hellhound in front of him was a 1,000-level monster, towering over him, oozing pure menace, and the shock in his eyes turned to raw, terrified disbelief. The warrior realized that the 1,000-level monster wasn't just a foe, it was a legendary beast, and that thought hit him like lightning. He swore he'd been dropped into the abyss's darkest depths, and the place he landed looked like a massive, yawning chasm. The man finally understood only this cursed place could summon a legendary monster, and the hellhound kept closing in, teeth bared like a warning. The warrior knew he had to flee, but panic stole the map from his mind and his whole body shook with raw fear. That warrior knew deep in his bones that at level 15 he'd never claw his way out of the abyss's deadliest depths, because right ahead lurked a monster with nowhere to run. The warrior could feel it, he wasn't allowed to die yet. The monster snapped open its mouth and lunged in to tear him apart, and the man had nothing, no defense, no flint in hand, not even a clue where it was. So all he had left was raw willpower, burning bright as he forced himself to move. He clutched his focus tight and remembered his gift. Magic symbols and spinning crystals erupted in front of his eyes. This was boundless Gacha, and he was about to unleash it at the exact moment everything would change. With a roar, the warrior slammed his gift to life, ripping open the air to summon anything that could save him, because all he could think about was his family and the revenge he swore he'd finish. A monstrous magic circle ripped open in the air right in front of the monster, its glowing lines blazing into a deadly pattern. Then the creature tensed up and stared, because in the middle, a light ignited and surged brighter by the second. The monster jerked in shock as a magic circle snapped into existence, and inside it, strange objects spun and slid into place like they were being measured for something terrifying, while the warrior just stared, baffled, because he couldn't figure out what was happening in this moment. A blazing beam ripped out of the magic circle and lit up the whole battlefield, and the monster tensed with a shaky growl. One of the creatures lunged forward, snapping into action the moment the energy hit. The warrior stared, stunned, and suddenly, fear sharpened into pure alarm. The monster yanked its jaws wide, ready to swallow the warrior whole, and he knew, with a jolt of terror, this was it. He saw his end coming, the monster's mouth, right before everything went dark. Memories from my life tore across my mind like lightning. Out of nowhere, a voice snapped, blasting the monster for daring to strike its master, and the words hit like a promise of zero mercy, even if the enemy was just a dog. Then a map flashed across the warrior's eyes, stamped with the creature's image, warning that something was about to interrupt everything unfolding. A figure burst out of the blazing light, crackling with wild magic all around, fully armed and itching to strike. Then spears erupted into existence around him, all aimed straight at the enemy, and a brutal surge of energy tore through the air with its arrival. A girl in a maid outfit, her long purple hair flowing, burst out of the magic light, radiating pure confidence as the defeated monster behind her crumbled into disintegrating fragments, her bright presence shining like a victory banner. A girl in a maid outfit dropped in like a storm, shards of shattered magic exploding around her, eyes locked forward with pure grit, while the warrior just sat there on the ground, staring as she strode right up to him in her killer high heels. The warrior froze, staring at the girl who popped out of the magic gacha, her glow washing over everything as she stood there calm and mysterious. Then their sudden meeting smashed right through the danger he was trapped in. A maid-costumed girl launched into a brutal combat move as glowing magic swirled all around her, then snapped down on her heels like a pro, confidence blazing, while broken shards of the spell construct whirled in the air and a crushing aura of power rolled off her. A girl in a maid outfit strutted up to the warrior, and the moment he saw her, surprise hit him like a punch. She marched straight in front of him, dropped to one knee, and pinned her eyes on him like she meant business. The girl stared at the man like she couldn't believe what she was seeing, his confusion, his worn-out look, even the state of his skin, and then she blurted out that she couldn't stand watching his injuries anymore. She stepped in and started treating them herself. He stared in shock as his wounds started knitting shut and the pain vanished. Then he scanned his body like it might change again, while the girl quietly apologized, her words steady and real. The girl spun toward the man and demanded his name, and when his voice spilled out, it sounded like pure music, until the warrior hesitated, blinking in confusion, then introduced himself as Light. The girl kept saying Light's name over and over, voice respectful and gentle, like she was right up close. Then she leaned in and called it a beautiful, noble name, eyes shining with real sincerity. The girl dropped to one knee and swore loyalty to her master, promising to give him every breath of her life, and when her vow hit, the light in the room seemed to pause in surprise because he finally understood the truth. To die for him without hesitation. The girls solemnly pledged their eternal loyalty to her master, their eyes burning with pure determination, while confusion swirled inside her as she tried to uncover who she truly was. Even he stumbled over the words, speaking hesitantly, because he had no idea how to keep going. Light stared in pure confusion, totally lost. Then the girl asked if she could introduce herself. He nodded and she shot back a grateful thank you, before quickly apologizing for not coming clean sooner. She stepped up and declared she was a SUAR rank card, then hit me with her whole name, May, a seeker maid, and when her level flashed, it hit 9999. She explained that a beam of boundless gacha had summoned her as a SUR rank card, and she was already raising her own image on the map, while Light's eyes widened, shocked to find it was all because of his ability. Me vowed like a bird flying free in the sky, she swore her loyalty would grow stronger down on the ground, promising me it would never end, and that she'd stay close to the light even after death, her voice steady as steel. May leaned in and swore that if she stayed close to Light, not a single dungeon monster would ever get a chance to touch his skin, her voice vibrating with pure grit. Light heard her and froze, shock flashing across his face as surprise turned into full-on disbelief. Light refused to believe his limitless gacha had actually pulled May into the world, because in his eyes she only churned out pointless junk. Light could ask her to skip the formalities and let him call her by her first name, and when it mattered, he was so shaken he practically begged to be allowed. A little flustered, Light called the girl by her first name, and May lit up as she thanked him for granting her request. May snapped that Light's limitless gacha was flawless, then demanded permission to test it herself with the ID feature. May told Light that spotting people is one of her abilities, then asked for his okay to use it, so Light blinked in shock when he realized she could do that, and then he gave her the go-ahead. Before she even starts the review, she shoots a quick apology for any awkwardness, then her eyes flare, her identification power kicks in, magical symbols bloom around her pupil, and she dives into the analysis with full focus. May pointed out that anyone weaker than her couldn't make out the fine details, then quietly admitted she can't truly see how deep Light's power goes, and the guy just stared, blown away, while the girl grinned, soaking in his strength. She explains Light's endless gacha gift comes with card ranks from X all the way to outright error, and she also points out that the heft of the magic around you decides the result of gacha. Plus, Light's got a power that lets you use it without limits. Light pressed for answers and May snapped back that magicians pull power from the magic floating in the air. Then the limitless gacha gulped it all down, absorbed it, and spun it into maps. She could tell the surface was starving for magic, so summoning even a sewer-level card felt nearly impossible. Then she turned here and saw the truth. This place was overflowing with magic, and that's exactly why her chances of being summoned here were sky-high. Light admitted he only caught part of her explanation. Then he focused on the big thing. He could still summon May from the bottom of the abyss, and for him, that was the only truth that mattered, with the map showing her image right beside it. May praised Light for storming down to the very lowest floor by himself, hunting the secret behind his endless gacha, and she called it proof that he truly earned a maid's loyalty. She said that choice was the reason her and the others could be summoned when needed, and her words rang with pure respect. Mise admitted she'd love to hype up Light but warned him straight up showing up here without gear at his skill level was a death sentence, because the moment a monster appeared, he'd be in serious danger, and Light leaned in, listening hard to every word. May swore she'd stay beside Light and never let him get hurt, until Light tore her world apart and admitted he was trapped at the bottom of the abyss, not by choice, and that he was confessing the truth to smash her delusion. He didn't look away. She listened as he opened his heart. Light found himself alone at the bottom of the abyss, his heart screaming at the idea of betraying his comrades, and then the tears just broke free, spilling out as raw words that matched the crushing depth of his pain. May wrapped her arms around Light and held him tight, and even when she told him she couldn't truly grasp his pain, sympathy burned in her eyes, and then she listened like she felt every word. May gripped Light's attention and promised that her power would let him punish every traitor. Then she turned to me and demanded an order. "Give it to me," she said, and swore she'd deliver the enemies' heads to her master within the hour, eyes blazing with pure determination. Light lunged in front of May, insisting she couldn't carry out that command. She thanked him for the kindness, then snapped that mercy meant nothing, and still she refused to move, standing right there ready to obey. Light snapped back that he'd never spare his enemies. May jumped in and pressed him on what he truly wanted, and she held her breath while he paused, weighing every word. He admitted he'd trusted them, then they betrayed him, bashed him down to the bottom, and left him nearly dying, and that's why he blamed his own weakness. The maid just listened, silent and still. He vowed, fists clenched, to get stronger and tear revenge from the ones who betrayed him, and from the country that tried to kill him, then leaned in, asking to hear everything, eyes locked on her. She couldn't help but wonder how he thought someone so ordinary could still pull it off. She told him, "Your wish is mine now, so if you want revenge with your own hands, I'm right there to help." She swore he'd get his revenge and dig up the truth he'd been chasing, and he thanked her with a grin. Taking May's advice to heart, he finally saw the truth. If he wanted his plans to survive, he had to build alliances and carve out his own kingdom down here. He slammed the button of his unlimited gacha again, and right in the abyss world's biggest, deadliest dungeon, burst the darkness open with blinding light. And just like that, his revenge story ignited, when the dungeon burst into light and magic cards spun through the air like a curse coming alive. 3 long years crawl by, and deep in the abyss dungeon's darkest depths, 2 maid uniform girls stride side by side, moving in step as they escort someone through the black. Down the corridor, countless maids line up in 2 neat rows, while a man in the center, staff in hand, stalks forward and thanks them one by one for their hard work. A gentle smiling man bows to the crowd, and when they call him master, he soaks up every second of it, while some in the audience brag about how lucky they are and start blurting out weird wishes that leave the neighbors totally stunned. One of the girls asks the master for permission to hush the fairy's noise, but he grins and says it's just a sign of sympathy. Then as he keeps walking, he catches a voice he knows and realizes the speakers are from the training center. Later, he accepts their apology for the rude behavior and tells them everything's fine. The girl grins and swears she can prove it right then by rattling off the multiplication table, and her friend blinks in shock because the cat girl is sitting right beside her. The girl starts blurting out multiplication table examples, but she slips up on an easy one right as the witch watching from the side snaps, calling her an incredible fool, and the cat girl beside her bursts into laughter. Clad in armor, she beams at the guy, calls him by name, and gushes with joy that he's finally come to see her. The girl in the hat taunts him, sneering that he'll never come for someone like Nazuna, and then swears she's ready to bear his heir right on the spot. A girl flashes a sly grin and dares him to follow her to her room, while the other one smirks and rips into him, calling him a virgin like it's the funniest insult in the world. The boy blurts out confused, "What do those words mean?" after the maid fairies say them, and the girl immediately snaps into embarrassed panic at his question. A girl in a catsuit leans in, purring with affection, while another one shoots daggers at him and snaps that he better not stroke her chin. The guy blurts out some huge news to his three companions, but before they can even react, a massive wolf-like beast suddenly stomps into view and steals every last drop of their attention. 3 years ago flashes back in his mind, and when he stumbles onto the hellhound's trail, he still can't stop freezing. The girl spins toward the dog, raging that it's been rude to her, then she declares her death is coming any second. The girl snapped with icy certainty that dogs should be wiped out on the streets and in the records because they'd gone after life itself. The girl shot back cold and furious, saying guilt alone would wipe the enemy off the map right now because he dared to mess with her master. 3 cards flashed in front of the enemy, each showing the strongest allies. Then the heroines themselves tore into existence right afterward, unleashing their battle-ready presence. The hero declared, "With my level 9999 power, I'm going to rise up and become my own opponent." The terrified monster shook like it was about to shatter, and the guy beside it barked at the trio to quit staring, because that monster was scared too. One character said the creature was adorable once you stop freaking out, and the other nodded like, "Fine, I'll forgive it if Light-sama tells me to." One hero figured even a half-strength joke could wipe out the enemies, and the other snapped, "So what do you really mean, Light-sama?" Light told them he'd just gotten a message from May about a new prey capture, then demanded everyone get ready right now. The girls lit up, ready to get to work. One congratulated them on the win and vowed she'd push herself, while the other swallowed her doubts and agreed to prepare anyway. Light said he was counting on his friends, and the girls burst with joy the moment they heard him. Light sucked in a deep breath and said it was finally time to take the first step in their plan and their revenge after 3 long years. In Akara's wolf capital, part of the Beastmen Alliance, Guru rolled in and the residents immediately swarmed him, offering escorts and begging him to spin legendary tales. Garo, who bragged he was the strongest pick to be wolf tribe chief, sat there soaking up the compliments, then gulped his drink down with a smug, satisfied grin. Daru lounged on the sofa with a glass in hand, bragging that the local sake was unbeatable, and the others chimed in that it was legendary, then immediately offered to pour him more. That young beastman lit up and blurted that he wanted to be like an older brother, reminding everyone that Garo was the shelter's standout, the richest and most respected, and the leader even pointed him out as the perfect pick to become the next leader. Garo told him straight up, a beastman isn't just strong, he sharpens his mind and senses, sniffs out what's needed, and gets the job done better than anyone. With a crooked grin, Garo said he couldn't spill the details because the job came straight from the country, but the payoff was huge. He only had to take down 1 child and he'd be paid handsomely. We couldn't stop asking what kind of real assignment they'd have given him if they handed him that much to kill a confused kid. Then they shoved the girl into the abyss, vanished her from sight, agreed she wouldn't make it, and suddenly everyone walked away with a reward. He couldn't stop wondering how a single master got every country to move like that. Then his instincts snapped on. He caught the stench of death and the message hit hard. Meddling one more time could get him killed. He realized that being an orphan who only knew one thing, force, had turned him into a candidate for the next leader, and now he could climb even higher. He was daydreaming about being on top, soaking up the glory and ordering the finest sake. Then a girl stepped in and fired off a question. He was daydreaming about being on top, savoring the moment and calling for the finest sake. Then this girl swooped in and asked him a question. She stared at him with raw despair, pleading as her hands clutched her chest, then turned to me and begged, "Tell me where Light-sama went last, take me there, please." May stepped up and announced, "I'm May, just a servant bound by an oath of eternal loyalty to Light-sama," and the moment the man heard the name Light, his face snapped from calm to pure shock. She might be searching for any trace of Light-sama right now, and when the man understood what she meant, he said that after they came back and still couldn't find Light, she'd labeled him a past member of the United Races. The girl promised she'd pay you a fortune to help her track Light-sama down, even if the odds were against you, and the man was blown away by the sheer amount, because that kind of money could buy a mansion, making it feel insane that people would gamble on a shot in the dark like this. The girl said the whole country had already combed through the records on Light, but nothing turned up. So the man started doubting her identity and shot back that maybe Light was really a nobleman in disguise or someone intentionally acting broke. The beastly warrior thought, if there's really a mistake in this Light business, then the elite dragon bloodline will owe me for it, and he admitted the girl was surprisingly talented, just from a lower origin. The beastly warrior figured that if this whole thing was a trap, he'd still be ready with backups. Then he grinned like the abyss was his playground, claiming he could enjoy himself to his heart's content before selling the girl once he was done. The girl blurted, all fired up, "Are you telling the truth?" And the beast man with that smug grin nodded, then started pushing her forward, smirking at her like she was nothing, as he promised to lead her straight to where the Light was last seen. The girl shot back a warning, "The abyss is the deadliest dungeon and going there solo is suicide," but the man-beast smirked and said, "Light's my ally and I'm just doing what my people asked." The beast man smirked and swore that for the sake of his future rule, he'd round up his men and personally escort her to safety. That beast man with the predator stare licked his lips and swore he'd escort her safely, then hissed something that sounded downright evil. She didn't get it at all, just thanked him with tears streaming down her face. The beast man flashed back to his last victory and couldn't wait for another fight to ignite, his voice going wild as fury surged through his whole body. 12 of them marched straight for the abyss, joined by 10 beastmen, and because their scouts were deadly accurate, the whole route stayed silent, not a single bow ever got drawn. They pushed into the dungeon's middle level, the very spot where Light had been before. Then a monster slammed into them and Light got badly hurt, and before anyone could react, he accidentally triggered a teleport trap and vanished in front of his own comrades. A pack of monsters ringed the girl in a tight wall, cutting off every escape, bragging that they could do whatever they wanted right here. Then they slammed the only exit shut and the whole thing felt hopeless, but she stood her ground, fighting to keep her emotions under control. The injured soldiers admitted they couldn't move fast enough, and that's why their comrade got left unprotected. Then the enemy laughed and spit out, "Weaklings." Right then, someone else snarled that the betrayal happened right here, and that all of it was set up in this filthy, cold, gloomy trap. The werewolf choked on regret, wishing he'd shown up sooner so his companion wouldn't have taken those brutal wounds and bled out so much. What a terrible shame. Then, right then, an unexpected sound snapped his focus. A werewolf clocked the girl yanking back in one sudden move, and he couldn't believe she knew exactly what was happening, so rage burned in his chest as he snarled, "Who are you?" Because he was convinced only the Council of Races and the higher-ups knew. The werewolf burst at the girl with wild rage, hurling accusations and demanding she confess who she worked for. He was convinced she was a spy from another race. The poor girl froze, totally thrown off, and blurted that he'd mistaken her for a traitor. He reminded them that he swore eternal loyalty to the Light and he had no plans to break it. Then he snapped that he wouldn't let anyone mock the Maid's path. His voice turned ice cold as he made it clear. He'd dig up every secret he could, even if it meant blood on the ground. The heroine snapped right then and there that she was ready to act, and the sheer grit in her voice made her opponents recoil, their faces twisting with fear as her words crushed the air between them, turning the moment ice cold and hinting that a disaster-level clash was seconds away. A woman was branded as worthless prey to be sold off, but then the sudden pressure hit and the mighty enemy shook, feeling a terrifying rush of superiority. The monsters trembled with pure terror. One went stone still, convinced he was about to die, until the girl's gaze cut off the attack. The cloaked warrior stabbed a finger toward the werewolf and made it clear his words hit extra hard. Then the werewolf jerked back on pure instinct, muscles tight with dread. The girl flashed a confident smile, while the monster snapped rigid in shocked panic at the warrior popping up behind them. The monster recoiled in pure horror, staring at the mage like this couldn't be real. Then the youth snapped his staff up and unleashed a spell that burst into blinding, scorching light. 3 years after vanishing, the young man shot his hand up with a grin, blared a Garo greeting, and declared he was finally back for revenge, loud enough to shake the air. The beastly opponent with that smug smirk froze in shock that he'd actually survived, then spat that he was pathetic. He mocked the whole idea of revenge, laughed off the talk about level 15, and snarled that humans were fools. The wolf smirked and flat-out confessed he couldn't figure out how the guy was still alive, then said dragging his corpse to the Draconians would earn them their gratitude, and shoot the wolves straight to the top. He sat there staring into the void, wondering why he was even alive in the first place, while the other guy snapped at him for not thinking enough. The beastman nodded to the girl's power, then sneered that they were still outnumbered, claiming he had 10 elite warriors above level 130, and swearing they'd never fall to some weaker nobody. The opponents bragged that they'd studied him inside out, then smirked that he's just an ordinary guy with a freakish gift, survived only because of the girl's help, and demanded everyone admit that proves them right. The cloaked girl strode forward like she owned the night, swearing she'd deface the enemies head-on and take her revenge. Then the monster just cackled, mocking her for thinking she could win, laughing that she was nothing but a weakling who couldn't possibly grasp the terrifying gap in their power. The beastman snapped at his men to seal the exit tight so nobody could bolt, then drove them forward by dangling delicious memories as the prize, and the rest roared to keep the enemy trapped and from slipping away. The beastmen snapped to attention the second the order hit, agreeing they understood. Then one of them stepped forward and called the leader Big Brother Guru, briefing the others fast. Surround the enemy and seal every escape route, no retreat. All of them shouted back at once that they were ready to move. The beastman slammed forward, totally clueless about what was happening, but he kept moving with the plan, because one of them figured this was the fastest path to reach the top and snatch the perfect position. A beastman shot out of the passageway in a blur and slammed into view right in front of the heroes. The cloaked girl and the boy braced themselves while their allies watched, wide-eyed. Then the shocked attacker stumbled, pitched forward and crashed down, throwing the whole group into instant chaos. May stood her ground against her enemies and swore they wouldn't get through. Then the guy barked that she had to seal the exit, handing it to her like a mission, and May nodded, promising she'd do it flawlessly because the maid's honor was on the line. The opponents huddled in pure confusion, staring at their own blown-out focus because they couldn't figure out how their heads got slammed in the first place. One of them finally choked out that he couldn't see a thing. He shrugged and said they still hated humans 3 years in, and then blasted them for being weak. They exploded in outrage, insisting that anyone physically and magically weak couldn't possibly level up, then bragged like crazy about their own tiny strength boost. In this world, your worth gets judged by your level, so that creature bragged about being level 158, sneering that the weak could never hope to keep up. The man figured humans start out with only a few weak abilities and low levels, so when the monsters saw their comrades get their heads cut off, rage exploded everywhere. The monster leader roared for a full team assault, and the warriors burst forward, abandoning their tricks as they hacked and slammed their weapons with ferocious shouts of die. Monsters surged toward the hero and slammed him against the rock, but he unleashed the force inside him, smashing them down and leaving them crippled from the impact. The hero planted his staff in hand and stared down at the wrecked monsters. One of them choked and coughed, barely lifting his head off the ground. The surprised guy blurted, "What's your condition?" But the battered monster, wiped out and bleeding, could barely squeeze the words out, still too hurt to answer. The boy gripped his staff as the wounded monster collapsed right in front of him, groaning and thrashing to rise, only for its strength to slip away. Water frothed and splashed with every vicious twitch, convulsing it on the brink as it coughed in agony, and he just watched, cold and steady, letting it suffer. The battered beastman wheezed, lifted his head inch by inch, and roared through clenched teeth, "Hassam." He shook with fury, fist tight, insisting the one in front of him was just an inferior, and he kept spitting the same accusation over and over, refusing to stop. The beastman roared furious, demanding they never look down on him. Then he lashed out with a sharp swing, fighting back with pure force. He shouted that victory wouldn't come easy, not for anyone, and off to the side an armored boy and a youth just stared, stunned. The beastman snarled that he'd crushed the enemy's will, slammed his fist into the ground, and unleashed a brutal surge, rocks skittering as he screamed for the beast. Then Fenrir burst into view in front of his foes, glowing with raw, unstoppable power. The beastman leaned in and bragged that he'd used a cursed magic ball, one that held a top-tier monster. So when he smashes it open, the creature obeys his every command, and yeah, he can even summon the most unstoppable beasts. He muttered, irritated about how he just dropped a fortune on the enemy. Then he added that the summoned monster would vanish in about an hour, but this time, it'd still be more than enough to handle the job. A giant wolf crashed into view in front of the enemy, snarling so hard it turned courage into panic, and the man grinned like a villain, calling it his trump card. Fenrir, a level 500 monster, then let out a cold, evil laugh. A colossal Fenrir towered beside the man, snarling with raw power and danger. Bystanders gaped, stunned by its strength and beauty, and couldn't believe the guru had a monster like that. One guy snarled that the other would spare his life, then the other just smirked and said a level 500 Fenrir was way too weak to even scratch him. The opponent burst into laughter at the idea that a level 500 creature was weak. then called it crazy and smugly claimed it was doomed, while he was convinced Fenrir could shrug off every attack since it wasn't just another magic item like before, but a special weapon. Fenrir snapped a vicious snarl at him, daring his opponent to beg for mercy like he did 3 years ago, and the boy just stood there in silence, eyes burning with the memory. Fenrir taunted him, barking for him to drop into a crouch and make him laugh, swearing he'd spare his life. Then the animals nearby egged him on, and the poor guy let out a heavy sigh before reluctantly giving in. With a grin, he promised he wouldn't budge, basically dared them to do whatever they wanted, and then he sneered at their trump card, calling it painfully boring. The boy jabbed a finger at the staff, offering to hand it over, and the enraged enemy swore he'd turn him to ashes. Then he roared for the Fire Fenrir to be summoned and ordered him to attack. Fire Fenrir unleashed the monster breath cannon, then the opponent sneered, saying that blast was a guaranteed killing blow packed with the full power of level 500. He strolled out of the smoke without a scratch, then smirked and taunted, "That's all you've got," like he just caught the beastmen flat out exaggerating their power and it totally hacked off the enemy. The beastman's heart sank when his attack bounced off like it hit nothing, no damage, and even magic items couldn't deflect it, so all he could think was that the gap in levels and strength between them was absolute. With a grin, the guy declared, "Now it's my turn to strike," but the beast's band went rigid in shock when they realized how wildly stronger their opponent was. The hero summoned the light and swore he'd show the real Fenrir, because comparing it to some ordinary dog was nothing but disrespect. The guy shoved his fingers up like he was lifting a whole car, stamped with a monster's roar and level 9000. Then he hailed her as the real Fenrir and barked the release command. That map lit up like a blazing flare, and a monstrous beast tore itself out of the glow, while the guys, dead serious, called forth a level 9000 Fenrir founder monster. The mage gripped his staff and unleashed a blinding stream of radiant energy that surged up from the ground, blasting straight into the sky. From a surge of blazing radiant energy, a gigantic wolf-shaped monster tore itself into existence, its entire body burning with a blinding, dazzling white glow. A towering wolf named Fenrir, summoned by the founder himself, snarled an order to wipe out the opponent, then unleashed a bone-chilling breath that turned the enemy into a flash of ice. The frozen enemy was trapped inside a chunky wall of ice, but a nearby warrior slammed through that prison and freed him from captivity. At first, the blast hurled rocks everywhere, smashing the ground beneath them. Then the figures went still, and a monstrous beast loomed right in front of their faces. The guy beamed as he praised the beast, and it lit up like it understood every word. Then the warrior crashed hard to the ground. He calmly admitted he could have pulled it off even without calling the monster, and the enemies instantly saw it, pure, terrifying power in his hands. The enemy just stared, totally baffled, while the guy smirked and declared, loud and sure, that his power was already beyond anything they could even imagine. The young warrior stared ahead with fire in his eyes, clenched in his hands as a glowing sign flickered to life. Then the numbers skyrocketed all the way to 9,999. The beastman stared at the blinding glow in terror. Level 9999 sat right there on the tablet, crystal clear. The hero then proved something huge to his ally. The beastman finally threw in the towel, realizing level 500 meant nothing at all, while the hero and his crew hit their absolute peak. The beastman stared in terror, whispering, "Is light really standing before me?" And the hero just watched, dead silent. For 3 whole years, this kid looked exactly the same, and the other fighters couldn't believe it. Same face, same height, zero change, and when they pressed him, he just smirked and said he'd pulled an immortality bracelet from the gacha that sealed his physical growth completely. The hero finally admitted he wanted to brand his feelings into his memory, despair, grief, and rage included, because those emotions mattered more than anything, and that's exactly what drove him to do what he did. The opponent froze when everything shifted, suddenly realizing this wasn't the same light anymore. It felt like a monster ripped straight from another dimension, and terror hit hard as the beast understood one brutal truth. He was going to die, and that thought devoured his mind. The beast crashed to the ground and total submission hit like a hammer. Then he spilled every rude thing he'd done so far, while the enemy panicked and blurted out apologies, all while sounding wrecked, desperate, and humiliated. The beast spat out excuses and dodged responsibility, claiming some order from the country made it do this. Panicked, the opponent threw himself into pleading for forgiveness, sweat pouring off his face as terror took over. In a full-blown panic, Garud cut loose from his own companions, barking that everyone could do whatever they wanted with them. Then the other beastmen erupted, furious that they'd been played by his promises. Guru lay flat on the ground, his body pinned tight by the youth's foot, and when he finally admitted he'd betrayed Light Sama once before, the kid cut him off mid-sentence. No excuses, no mercy, yelling that he wasn't the same as monsters like him. Garo tried to save himself by dragging up their past, spitting out memories of the meat he'd shared with them on skewers. Then the beast echoed how they'd driven off the employer who'd humiliated Light Sama, his voice coming out as pure pleading, begging for pity. The beast shook with terror, squealing for mercy and shouting Light Sama, even pleading for a way out, any way out, trying to talk his way clear, while the crowd got slammed for being cowards just because they wanted to survive. Light stared it down, icy and unmoving, gripping the staff tight in his hands. Light slammed his requests to a stop and told him, "First, you've got to learn something before you even talk about mercy." Then he pressed him with one sharp question: what did it mean to mention the host? Light snapped a blunt question about who the owner was. Instant panic hit the beast and it blurted that it had no clue. Light then pressed him. Why should the whole country hunt the owner, and why did they try to kill him? The enemy just kept repeating the same excuse. He'd only followed orders from the higher-ups and knew nothing else. The enemy swore they knew absolutely nothing, and not even the beastmen leaders had a clue, then leaned in and explained the truth. Their people had natural advantages over humans, which meant they leveled up at a terrifying pace. The hero shot the others a question: what did they know and what did they think, right as the master admitted he'd been in the loop the whole time. The beastmen started spilling everything about the master, begging for a chance to live, and swore to the hero that they'd lay out every single thing they knew. The maid caught the look on their faces, like they didn't want to let them go, and then she snapped, "Those deceivers are done, they're going to die a painful death." The hero blurted one more question before we move on, and the beast man snapped tense, trembling like crazy. Then he yelped Garo's name in panic, begging for an answer. Fear seized him so hard he shuddered, and immediately agreed to listen. The hero demanded, "Can we win if we fight every nation on the surface right now?" And the moment his voice hit the air, tension snapped tight. The beastman's face flooded with sweat, his courage stalled, and he couldn't even spit out an answer fast enough, like the question itself had thrown him off. The beastman admitted Light's power really was massive, then smirked that the hero would get the upper hand for a little while. Then he finally dropped the next words, and Light leaned in, hanging on every syllable. The beastman basically snapped, "No matter how high your light gets, you're still just one person," and then he hit him with the brutal truth: taking them all down at once is nearly impossible. He realized every country carried a 1,000-year legend of weapons and armor, so even Light could only wipe out 1/3 of the world. Light heard the reply and knew it all lined up with his own thoughts. Then a smile spread across his face, confirming he'd been right. The hero made it clear, "No matter how strong you think you are, everyone hits a wall." Then the beast man went deathly quiet, stunned and lost for words. After that, the young man snapped us back to the moment and said we should keep moving and only come back to this conversation later. The hero slapped down the teleportation card and barked the command. Right then, a glowing circle snapped around them, energy surged through the whole group, and the girls froze, staring in shocked confusion like they had no idea what was happening. The beast man spun his head in panic, clueless where he'd ended up, while the hero marched the prisoners ahead and barked for them to move. Then the terrified opponent just stared in pure horror, eyes wide, fear and despair crushing him. The hero and his companion burst into a massive hall, and row after row of warriors closed in, while the rulers sat up on the throne like they owned the world. Warriors braced in tight ranks, spears held like a wall, while the prisoners stared in terror, completely clueless about what was about to happen. Prisoners stayed on their knees in front of the line of warriors. The hero charged up the palace steps, and the crowd stared at every single move as tension snapped tight across the whole place. The hero pushed higher up the steps, locking eyes with the crowd, prisoners and gawkers alike, and then he barked, "Show me your status boards," while he stood there daring everyone to prove it. The crowd snapped their status boards up for everyone to see. Some hit a jaw-dropping 5,000, while others sat way lower, clearly not on the same level. Everyone around him flashed their stats, and the numbers went absolutely insane, so huge they looked unreal, especially when you remember they were pulled off in just 3 years. Gurus gawked in awe at the glowing status boards lighting up the room, realizing with a jolt that every ounce of effort he'd poured in was only meant to boost his power. The hero spun to Garu, grinning hard, and asked straight up if their army could wipe out every single person living on the surface. Guru screamed in sheer horror when he finally understood what the hero could do. His whole body rattled, his eyes flooded with panic, and in that instant he knew the truth. The thing standing in front of him was pure destruction. The hero felt that hit land perfectly, confidence roaring in his chest, and he swore he'd serve her more fear and suffering after he let her enjoy a little peace first. A city gets swallowed by chaos on screen, streets splinter, buildings crumble, everything drops like toy blocks, and the hero's power to annihilate it all is so unstoppable that not a single soul can stop him. The Beastman staggered in terror and blurted, "Am I looking at a god who can wipe out the world?" The hero stayed cool, then nodded and said it like it was a dream. "Yeah, this sounds good." The hero stared into the void, torn between his gift being a blessing or a curse, and then he chose to move, guided by the hidden truth of this world. The hero wrestled with a brutal choice: grab the gift that showers happiness and wealth, or carry the curse that brings death and despair, so he decided to ask the world. After 3 years buried underground, the hero snapped that it was finally time to step into the light, and he pushed the allies to hunt the truth, burn for revenge, and keep marching forward. She perched at her desk, scribbling in her diary, and wrote that today felt special, because to her, the main character looked absolutely epic. A few days after he crushed Gyro in revenge, the hero tore back to his hometown, and headed straight for the cemetery to pay his respects at his parents' graves. The hero begged for the village formers' help as the place went up in ruins, only to find the chasm was even deeper than they feared, and there was zero teleport out of it. After what felt like forever in the abyss, the guy and his crew finally burst back out. Then they sprinted straight to the village and saw the horrifying wreckage their imprisonment had left behind. The hero and his crew stumbled on the village ruins, shattered, wiped clean, and he snapped, screaming in rage as his mind begged for answers. Why did it end up this way? He tried to dig up the truth by using everyone's power, but the wind ripped the clues away. Then he never even found his brother's body in. He sent people to hunt down clues and track the culprit, clinging to the fierce hope that his brother and Yume were still alive somewhere. He said goodbye to his parents, then headed out to report his business, and the Golden Knight nodded, ready to bolt out right away so he could make it before sunset. The Golden Knight shouted his companion's name and flat out refused to sleep outside on day one, demanding they find a warm, comfortable place to rest. The white-haired girl snapped in anger at the other person, shouting that they should think before they talk, because Late-sama is hurting and he deserves respect, not careless words. The Golden Knight's sighs hits him, and he mutters that these formalities feel awkward and miles away. Then he whips around to Nemum and reminds her she'd never have wanted to think about sleeping outside herself. Nemumu snaps back in anger, insisting she doesn't need to be compared to the others, and boldly declares she'll sleep on grass, dirt, or even trash, anything just to stay with Light-sama. The Golden Knight declares his loyalty like a vow from the heavens. He'll brave raging snowstorms in the mountains or stand his ground against burning magma, because that's the core of his chivalry to his lord. One warrior insisted that, for the Lord's peaceful sleep, nobody should risk the night out in the open. Then the others nodded hard, swearing they'd never camp outside, not with Light-sama's name on the line. One knight snapped that Aradono's loyalty had started to feel a little too intense, and another warned that if you pushed the Lord too hard, he'd get irritated and step back to put distance between you two. Nemumu choked back tears and begged them to believe it. Light-sama would never turn on her. She vowed she'd serve him forever, even if she died and came back only as a spirit. Light grinned and swore he'd never turn on his companions. Then he told Gold to lay off Nemuma. No teasing, not when he could already see she was hurting. Light raised the spotlight on his crew, Assassin Nemuma and Night Gold, both already at level 5000, and with them at his side, he kicked off his grand adventurer plan. Light declared, no hesitation, that it was time to go, and Namu immediately grabbed on. She wasn't about to spend the night out on the streets. Then Gold beamed and shouted that their adventure was finally kicking off, his heart racing like crazy. Light said they still had to gather what they needed on the road, while Nemuma was warned to not screw up in front of her master, and Gold made sure she didn't forget that warning. Light says his next target is Sasha, and Eri is sharpening his revenge right now, because once they finish training, they'll kick off their big scheme called Adventurer. Light realized Garu's power was strong enough to hold off the world itself, but he wasn't dumb enough to kick off a war with zero reason. They chose to hunt down the toughest fighters from every country, because somewhere out there, other owners of wild, unusual powers had to exist, and underestimating the enemy could hand them defeat. The hero admitted there's still a chance other gifted people exist, because he proves it can happen, yet his companions swore only a freak like him could still be out there. They zeroed in on the unknown enemy, warning each other to stay razor-focused and dig for every clue, because when revenge and their goals finally ignite, you can't ignore even the mightiest opponent. The hero's mind snapped back to the ruin of his village. Maybe monsters or bandits did it, but something about the mystery of the master kept nagging at him, linking all the chaos back to that shadowy truth. The hero stood over the graves, realizing they'd tried to end him, and that the village burned because of the master. Fists clenched, he swore he'd turn the whole world into hell. The hero sucked in a shaky breath, staring down at his parents' graves, and swore he'd return, dig up the truth, and unleash revenge so his mom and dad could finally get the retribution they'd been waiting for. The hero snapped on a mask and shoved his crew forward, swearing he'd stay sharp, because anyone with murderous intent in the streets would send ordinary folks running. The companions snapped over fear. One swore there was no tremor, the other insisted the truth would shake loose, while the hero only laughed, pushing him to stop worrying and enjoy what was waiting up top. The heroes burst into the sky, gliding over those lush green plains, and then boom, a rainbow flared across the horizon as they declared, loud and proud, that their real adventure had officially begun. Days after Guru's revenge, the hero tore back to his home village, then rushed to his parents' graves to pay his respects, before he set his sights on what came next. The hero leaned in and said his village is called the Former now because it was wiped out. Then his thoughts snapped back to the very first time he crawled to the surface half a year ago, just before Guru's revenge. After they shattered every restriction, the hero and his crew clawed their way out of the abyss. Then he sprinted straight back to his home village, stunned that 2.5 brutal years had passed while he was trapped. The hero staggered in horror, staring at his village in ruins, and screamed in agony and pure despair. He couldn't wrap his head around how everything had shattered so brutally. The hero threw his allies' power into the hunt for what wrecked the village, but the wind tore away every last clue, leaving only one cruel comfort: his brothers in Yum weren't among the bodies. The hero ordered his people to dig for clues and hunt down the culprits, praying those missing loved ones were still alive somewhere in the world. The hero told us he'd already filled his parents in on his plans, and then the Golden Knight snapped that we had to bolt right now, before sunset, or we'd never find an inn. The Golden Knight boomed that he refused to sleep under open skies, and he made it crystal clear he wanted comfort, especially on that very first day of the trip. She stepped up and demanded he think before he talks, snapped at him for his rude behavior, then hit him with the truth: Light-sama is suffering inside, and made it crystal clear, you'd better speak with respect. One warrior clocked that the formal talk felt weird and far off, so the other let out a huge sigh, faced Numumu, and then added that the girl hated the idea of sleeping outside too. Namu said there's no need to compare anything with the rest, then she insisted it's enough for her to stay close to Lightsummer. Then the girl grinned and swore she'd sleep even on mud. The Golden Knight swore he could endure brutal snowstorms in the mountains and blazing magmas too, and he said it's all fueled by his chivalrous soul, because his golden loyalty fully belongs to the master. The Golden Knight insisted that, if they wanted their masters to sleep in peace, they should never spend the night out in the open, so Namamu backed him up and said they'd better pack up the camp and move for the sake of their light. The Golden Knight admitted that Erie's loyalty had gone way overboard. If she pushes that gentleman too hard, his hostility is bound to flare up. Erie shot back, light would never turn on us. Erie choked back tears and swore that even if she died and turned into nothing but a spirit, her duty wouldn't budge, because she'd still keep serving no matter what. The hero grinned and swore he'd never turn on his comrades, then told Gold to lay off Erie, just don't torment her too hard. Nemamu clocked it instantly. Their master was way too kind. The hero threw his crew into the spotlight, Nemamu the assassin and Gold, the Golden Knight, then explained their roles as his scout and his tank, and together they kicked off his whole adventure plan. The hero leaped at the chance to head out, saying he'd never risk sleeping under open skies on day one. Then Gold felt his heart spark with excitement the moment the journey began. The hero realized they needed answers before the next leg of the journey, and Gold snapped that Nemum better not slip up in front of his master, while the girl nodded fast, promising she wouldn't let this slip from her mind. The hero declared that Sasha is next, and he warned that Erie is gearing up for revenge against her too. Right after their training wraps, they'll kick off the adventurer's plan. After beating the guru, the hero finally felt it. His power was enough to stand against the world itself. Still, he gritted, "I'm not that dumb to start a war for no reason." His companion fired back, reminding him, "That's exactly what you wanted to investigate." He claimed there are rare gifted folks out there like him, and Sputnik nodded hard, warning that if you underestimate the enemy, you can get wiped even in a single battle. The hero warned me that if men like him showed up, we could get crushed, then calmly admitted the odds weren't zero and pointed straight at himself like, "See, I'm the proof." They confess the enemy's identity is still a mystery, so everyone's on guard, because the hero insists you can't move carelessly, since every piece of intel they've gathered could decide their revenge and the whole plan ahead. The hero's village had been wiped out, and straight away he figured it had to be monsters or bandits, but a bad feeling nagged him, so he pinned the chaos on something bigger, the master's interference. The hero couldn't stop asking why they burned the village and slaughtered the people he loved, so he clenched his fist, swore to make the whole world a living nightmare, and decided that if evil ruled anything, he'd burn it down. The hero swore to his parents he'd drag the truth into the light and strike back, then saluted their grave, pulled out a map, and said with zero doubt, "I'm ready to go even farther." The warrior swore he'd stick to his master no matter what, pure loyalty in his bones, and then the Golden Knight snapped a warning, "Don't flash murderous intent out on the streets." The hero nodded, swallowing his rage, and vowed he'd be careful. The Golden Knight said they'd finally enjoy the journey now that they'd stepped onto the surface, and the girl insisted she wasn't scared until they snapped back, saying she was trembling like crazy. And the hero let out a laugh and went, "All right," and joined in. The company marched into the guild building, and the place was buzzing with life, so the hero's eyes lit up as he took it all in, while the girl realized it was way louder and busier inside than outside, and then the Golden Knight stepped forward and offered to handle the registration for them. In the guild, a scream tore through the air. People were furious because the hero wanted a recording from the F rank, like that couldn't possibly be allowed. The girl tried to argue, but the rules didn't bend, and the employee finally confirmed it. The girl blurted that Kurosama couldn't possibly follow their logic, then pushed hard for him to get his own one-of-a-kind SSS rank. Everyone else stared in shock, whispering that her move was totally weird. The guild employees told everyone, "If the rules don't fit you, then leave." Nimumu let out a heavy sigh, and the others burst into laughter until Gold slammed the room quiet with a loud shout. Namumu blurted out to Kurosama in total panic, and the hero snapped into a bow, apologizing for his companion's rude mess. Then he asked for permission to register, and Kurosama stayed calm, agreeing on the spot to start him at rank F. Namumu crumpled to the ground and erupted in furious screams, fueled by pure resentment, while Gold burst out laughing and taunted her for losing control. So Kuro snapped, telling him to stop, and Gold waved it off, saying she didn't need to worry. The hero spotted the sky dimming and offered to track down an inn, then one of the satellites demanded directions. Kuro snapped back that they should savor how their meeting went so well, and everyone nodded, ready to press on. The hero spotted a building labeled Colonel Zin and declared they'd hit the right place, so everyone surged closer, stared at the whole structure, and even the soldiers agreed it looked tidy and well kept. Inside, a girl behind the counter greeted them, and they reported the hotel was honestly decent. The hotel's hostess beamed as she welcomed the guests, thanked them for coming, and greeted each one by name. Instant warmth filled the air, respectful and welcoming from the very first moment. The hero figured, since we're here, we've gotta hit the carnal institution, and the hostess flashed a grin, swearing she'd deliver the best hospitality. Then she laid out 3 requests, and the crew kept talking calmly like nothing could shake them. They demanded the whole upper floor for just 1 month, and they made it clear no staff was allowed to step up there while they were staying. The hero thrust a payment bag into the guard's hands, packed with 300 gold coins, and warned him to come back and speak up if that amount wasn't enough. The hero demanded he accept his gift, shoved it into the host's hands, and said, "Here, take it." The host promised he'd do everything he could to follow the guests' wishes, thanked them, and told them to come with him upstairs. The hero powered up the maps and tore off every restriction. No more sound, no more surveillance, nothing. His allies instantly realized they could finally talk without fear, and the Golden Knight even dropped a fresh clue. Recent payment. The hero leaned in and said, "I pay with real coin from my allies, merchants who back me up," then swore he wouldn't touch forgery in this place. The Golden Knight warned of the danger, and the hero grinned, saying he could even squeeze cash out of a stick he scored from a gacha. The hero grinned, saying he could print as much money as he wanted, but he'd pocket just the bare minimum because he refused to shatter the world's economic balance. Then the girl called him by his first name with respect, and she admitted she finally understood why he was chasing his dream of becoming an adventurer. Even at his peak strength, the hero couldn't shake the truth. Surprises could always hit. He called the girl by her first name, then leaned in and demanded, "So why did you come alone instead of sending your people from the abyss?" The hero snapped at the girl, demanding to know if she was trying to steal his revenge. She stammered and stammered, insisting she had nothing to do with it. The hero couldn't shake the feeling that Nemumu was getting in his way, while the girl trembled with terror and rushed out an apology, confessing she'd overstepped her place. The Golden Knight burst into laughter, saying his master wasn't just watching. He was pushing his own plans forward with his bare hands, and sure, it was dangerous, but he still bragged that the owners got the kind of grit that proves real strength. The Golden Knight burst into loud laughter, soaking up his master's approval like it was pure sunlight, and he crowed that a master like this was exactly what he'd be worthy of. Then the hero let out a heavy, exhausted breath. The hero finally admitted he'd let his emotions run wild, then rushed out an apology and said he'd scared her, only for the girl to shoot back that she didn't care about any of that because she only cared about him. The girl swallowed her pride, admitted she messed up, and begged the hero to let her prove her loyalty again. Confused, he agreed on the spot. Then she pushed for forgiveness and showed him real respect. A kiss on the foot was their way of swearing loyalty to loyal servants, but the hero hated it from the first moment. The whole thing felt awkward, yet no matter how many people begged, they still pushed him to do the ritual. The Golden Knight snorted that it looked like some kind of game, and Nemumu snapped right back, fighting to defend that loyalty on display, then accusing him of disrespecting the whole act. The hero told them tomorrow we're hitting the dungeon, and Nemumu nodded without hesitation. Then the Golden Knight vowed he'd stand his ground no matter what. The heroes finally reached the dungeon entrance, and whoa, there was a massive line stretching out like a battlefield banner with shops packed all around it. Merchants shoved meat, potions, and fresh supplies into adventurers' hands, ready for the chaos to begin. A roar of adventurers packed the dungeon entrance, queued up in strict order: humans, beastmen, centaurs, even dwarves, while elves barely ever showed their faces. In the queue, whispers ricocheted, people muttering about the boy, his armor, and that woman, all clearly fed up, so the hero clocked it instantly and smirked. Yeah, they stand out, and that's exactly why it's the best thing for Karo. The hero broke down why that formation was deadly. Gold took the front and charged like a tank. Nemumu hauled up the back with eyes scanning every corner, and he stayed in the middle, fully shielded, safe from the chaos. Nemumu cooked up that formation to shield the host, swearing nothing would touch them, while the hero shrugged it off as mere precaution, even though deep down, the plan was still carried out to the letter. Even the hero's spot came with precautions, because behind him he could feel the girl's softness and it was painfully awkward. Still, he swallowed his discomfort and nodded along. Up ahead, the warriors suddenly spotted something off. The heroes clocked a crew yanking apart the line, 3 hooded figures closing in, led by a short guy lugging a heavy bag, and the way he strode told them he'd been ready for this for a while. The second guy in the lineup was solidly trained too, but he couldn't match the first, because that one was hauling the biggest bags while the other boys leaned off to the side, whispering, trying to figure out what they should do next. The hooded kid clocked that everyone stepping into line looked about his age, so he went for it, while the other boys traded nervous guesses, wondering who was really under those hoods, maybe dragonites, maybe elves. The hooded men marched right up to the line, and everyone behind them erupted in complaints. Then one of them snapped, "You don't have to jump in without waiting," and the other froze, staring in shock. One of the hooded guys barked, snapping whether he'd just gotten an order, and the other calmly said nobody else even tried to slip through without being signaled. Then the first guy's resentment flared and he threatened him. The hooded man said flat and cold that you can't really tell who's under that hood. Then he warned that if someone's famous, they should not jump in without waiting their turn because that's just embarrassing. One warrior joked that it'd be even weirder to recognize someone even with a hood on, then blurted, "Are you drunk right in broad daylight?" Right nearby, another man burst into loud laughter, echoing his master's words. The blonde guy snapped that the violator was messing with everyone who plays by the rules, then told him to take the cue from the back, only for the angry warrior to blast back, furious at what he just heard. The crowd thundered with agreement, chanting that the violator should line up. Then they erupted into loud cheers, convinced the guy was totally right. The hooded man noticed with chilling calm that even the tiniest creatures obeyed every rule, and he told them to fall in behind him, while the furious knight spat in disgust that everything around him were nothing but pathetic little bugs. The knight yanked the hooded man's cloak, ready to strike, but another warrior slammed a hand out and ordered him to cool off, while everyone else stared at the tense standoff like it might explode any second. The hooded man was furious, but when someone told him using force here was a no-go, he had to back off, still fuming and promising he'd remind the others just how hostile he felt. And his companion bowed low and apologized for the trouble. The whole crowd erupted in cheers for the heroes, praising every brave word and action, while the girl and the guy were singled out for their honesty and their straight-to-the-point truth. The crowd erupted in cheers, soaking up every word they said, praising the girl's bold, fearless remarks and the guy's straight-to-the-point courage, because everyone agreed it was fair. A bunch of young kids thanked them for stepping in, admitting they had no clue what to do, then they threw in a sincere apology for dumping the burden on everyone else. They bowed and apologized for stepping in, but then admitted they pulled that move for their own reasons. Others cheered them on, shouting that their words hit the mark and even praising the mask like it deserved applause. People were huddled around the hero, and one guy straight up asked, "Is his armor really made of gold?" But everyone else just stared like, "Whoa, why ask it so directly?" The hero burst into laughter, clocking the crowd's fascination with his armor, then shrugged and told them it wasn't real, and no, it wasn't made of gold at all. The crowd buzzed over his armor and everyone nodded, no way it was gold, because gold dents too easily, and they all agreed he didn't just want protection, he wanted to steal the spotlight. One of the guys apologized for his friend's cheeky question, but the armor's owner just waved it off, saying it's no big deal and people stare like this all the time. Then he warned, "Bandits hit us thinking this suit is real gold." The armored man leaned in and admitted it wasn't pure gold at all, but a rare blend of materials, and that's why the suit was insanely tough and still shone like new, even if everyone else swore it was just there to steal the spotlight. Around him, people swore that the knight in golden armor would be remembered as a man with a wild, strange obsession, and he caught on fast, because drawing eyes to his squad and making them instantly recognizable felt effortless. The guy asked if this was his first time in the dungeon, and the girl couldn't help but stare, like, wow, could he really spot everything just by looking? He figured it out right away. He guessed this was your first time because you didn't bring the camping gear, and then he leaned in and said, "This isn't like other dungeons. The deeper you go, the bigger it gets. Most people only make it this far, then they stop to catch their breath." The heroes clocked it right away. Those other groups weren't just armed, they were hauling tons of supplies too, and they even admitted, "We've got almost nothing." One hero shot back a huge thanks for the intel, and another admitted, "We only came to check the place, next time we'll need way more gear." A band of adventurers thanked us for the help, then rushed to apologize for not having much time to talk, while the other team's leader snapped a final goodbye and led his crew away. No more chances for the next game. One of the heroes finally clocked it. His equipment was getting ignored, and the girl snapped back, "You've got drawers for a reason." Another guy admitted he'd gotten so used to the routine that he'd completely spaced on taking things out in time. She wondered if someone should come clean about an item box or if they should just bluff with fake luggage, and the guy shut the idea down fast. Those boxes were rare, and with all three of them owning one, he didn't think it would raise eyebrows. One hero nodded along with his friend's plan and promised to dig into every secret already hiding inside the dungeon. Then the gate warden barked, calling the next group to step in. This is the first time the heroes have stepped into a dungeon besides Abyss, and their companion immediately spills that dungeons come in a bunch of wildly different types, leaving the others stunned and itching to find out what each one is really like. They huddled over the dungeons, realizing each one's heart is the same core, and they swore that before they even touch the mysteries, they'll study every inch first. The heroes finally admitted it. Even forbidden mage Eerie, the level 9999 monster, still couldn't crack the dungeon's core, and that power turned out to be way more mysterious than anyone dared to guess. They argued over how dungeon cores were whispered about in the creation myths, but even they, every last one of them, had zero clue what they really are. At first, everything hid inside a raging black funnel. Then the goddess lit it up, and boom, the lands and the 9 races burst into view. The funnel became an evil god who fell in love with her, but the moment he tried to build the world, the lands trapped him beneath them. The evil god lunged for the goddess with outstretched hands, desperate to grab her, so he unleashed monsters from the dungeon holes, clawing to break them loose onto the surface. Monsters lunged to wipe out the 9 races and carve a path to the goddess, but her light-breathed people stood their ground, so the war raged on and it's still not over. Underground, the monsters kept mutating into something worse, and when night fell, the evil god inched closer and got stronger too. People even swore dungeon cores were just pieces of it. The dungeon cores started guzzling the power of stars and magic, spawning brand new dungeons for reasons nobody could explain. Eerie just admitted she had no idea how that was even possible. Dungeon Core churned out monster spawners, scrap and minerals, stacks of treasure, tons of items, and even brand new environments. Then the heroes marched down those stairs until one of them spotted a light up ahead, and when they stepped into it, they were blown away by what lay there. The heroes reached a world nothing like the surface. Once they stepped in, a monster-made realm unfurled ahead of them, bursting with green life and living air. The action kicks off on the first floor, the Daga's dungeon, Dagasa, while a group trudges through the forest, only to realize at once that night has already fallen and they're way too late. He also told you to plant yourself dead center of the floor, right where the curses hit back, blaming the insects for stealing everyone's time. Suddenly, a wave of rustling leaves erupted nearby, and they scrambled to pinpoint exactly where it was coming from. Monsters tore out of the bushes like a nightmare, then one of the guys clutched up, ready to throw down. He stormed into the fight, hacked through the enemies without a second thought, and roared savage insults tied to that crushing rebuke. As he kept slicing through the monsters, he roared that they were pathetic, then demanded they knew their place. When the clash finally ended, he crowed that he was the strongest white knight the elves had ever seen, born a genius, no questions asked. Kaido, this elf, leapt up over the fallen bodies, stared them down, and roared that he'd inherited the bloodline of a legendary hero. His name was Kaido. He realized his level wasn't climbing at all, these monsters were too puny to boost him, so another elf snapped them back to focus. The troll was waiting on the 3rd floor. Kaido snapped back, "I remember," and then pure rage flooded him. He swears he hit level 1500, and admits that this is as far as he can go. After scanning the stats, he leaned in and said there was a master's blood pumping through his veins. The elf leaned in and told Kaido, "You've already done so much, and now you're stronger than every other elf in this place." Kaido shot back, "That's not good enough," because he wasn't just anyone, he was the heir to a legendary hero. He swore that the only way to become a real hero, chosen and blessed by the goddess, was to shatter the limit and then rip revenge out of his enemies. Another elf clocked the rejection in the village and marched him straight to the 3rd floor reminder. Kaido said he remembered his friend still had to finish the research and he had to level up fast. The elf grinned and said they were chasing the same goal, but each of them would reach it in their own way. Kaido shot him a brutal glare, then couldn't stop wondering why he'd ever reached out to begin with. He figured that dark-skinned elf was nothing but a pawn he could control to steal the goddess's power. Then the elf just nodded and urged them onward, and they took off again. Kaido couldn't shut off the thought of one thing, becoming a hero and tearing his enemies apart. The fights flare up on the 3rd floor, right inside that swampy nightmare, so the hero blurts out, "Tell me you got them all." Gold demanded, "Do we really have to hunt troll materials?" And the master just smirked, "Nah, the golems will do it." But the girl shot back, "There's no other way, we're collecting them." Thanks to his power, the lights came blazing in, turning them from desperate into fully stocked. As they hunted for magic stones, the knight barked a reminder, "Grab the trophies too, because those prizes prove you were really here on this floor." The boy checked the crystals and said they had plenty, but warned, "Let's go back, they're filthy." The girl panicked, insisting they had to swim right now. Nemomu blared out that she'd scrub the master's body until it was spotless. Gold bragged that dirt didn't matter to him, his armor always shone like a spotlight. The girl snapped back that she wasn't talking about him at all, she meant Mr. Dark, and Light cut in, telling everyone it was time to move. The action kicks off on the 1st floor, the plains, while Nemomu soars over the forest. She can't stop praising her master's terrifying strength. Light said magic maps make dungeon entrances pop right out, and the girl admitted she couldn't do that. Still, she was thrilled just to stay close to the master. Later, she asked if he liked the scenery here, and he said it felt nothing like the abyss. Then Light pointed out, wide-eyed, that this was an open-type dungeon. Gold gushed that the scenery around here was way more diverse, and Nemomu admitted she liked the dark rule better than Biss, while Light thanked her. Then, right at that moment, he spotted something moving on the ground. They hung in the air, then spotted a pack of teenagers battling goblins head-on. Light spotted the 2 men from earlier that morning, and the gold flickered. Yep, it was them. Namamu realized the fight wasn't dangerous at all and they were fighting like pros. That night they all weighed the situation, 3 guys and a girl mage versus plain, everyday goblins. Light nodded along then clocked something they'd missed. They didn't even glance back, something vicious was slithering behind her, a venomous snake stalking in the shadows. The young fighters smashed the goblins to pieces, then rushed in to snatch up every last crystal. Suddenly, the heroes burst into view right nearby, and the whole squad jolted with a sharp, startled panic. Light blasted the snake away and warned him to stay sharp, because the enemy might strike from right behind him. The young man blurted out in pure panic when he spotted the snake. The master swore the poison isn't deadly, but it'll knock you flat and keep you paralyzed for a couple hours. The guys realized that one bite could wreck their whole team's foundation. The boy breathlessly slammed his thanks at the heroes, shouting over the panic as they saved his sister. Namamu leaned in and told Light it's time to wrap this up, and then it hit, he'd asked Mia to thank them too. She felt a swarm of enemies closing in when the boys suddenly blurted, stunned out of their minds. Suddenly, a massive pack of beasts burst out of the forest and came charging at them. A fair-haired kid screamed, "We're big wolves," while someone else went wide-eyed, shocked that their lair sat way off in some totally different territory. Panic slammed into him and he blurted that he had to run, he needed to warn the master, but there wasn't a second to finish his sentence. Light said the wolves weren't even rivals, just let them bolt and be done with it. Then a pack of wolves came streaking past and the boys stared in shock. One of the youths finally whispered that the master's squad looked terrifyingly strong. He leaned in and swore the wolves didn't just bolt, they fought first. Leaves hissed and branches crackled, and the boy's heart slammed as he realized pure danger was charging straight for him. A massive beast burst out of the forest, and the young man yelled, "It's a giant praying mantis." Light leaned in and asked the boys if they'd ever heard of the mantis monster. One of them swallowed hard and said it's so rare it only shows up once every 30 years. He added that the last time a praying mantis was officially declared happened 10 years ago, and Mia snapped that the guild needed to be warned right now. The boy blurted, shaking with fear, that they had to flee right now, because this monster was level 500. He barked at his sister to come up with a distraction for the monster, but just as he started, something in the air snapped and alerted him. The mantis clocked the crowd and then detonated forward in a sudden sprint straight at them. The guys panicked hard, totally clueless on what to do next. Light's eyes didn't even blink as he calmly asked, "If you're leaving anyway, can you at least destroy the monster?" Namamu clocked this as the perfect opening to flex her strength on a level 500 monster, no less. The young man froze in total disbelief, stared at them in shock and blurted out, "Wait, are you seriously telling me we're actually going to fight that insect?" Panic tore through him and he demanded they flee right now, because even seasoned guild fighters couldn't survive it, yet Light calmly reassured him anyway. The master snapped an order to his comrades, "Gear up, brace yourselves, battle is coming." The mantis was practically right there and Light wasted no time, he offered to set up a full-on hunt for it. The boy's heart sank. This was the first time these rookies had ever laid eyes on a monster like this, and they had no clue what it could do. Gold flaunted himself to the monster, and Namamu snapped that it wasn't fair. The knight lunged in with his blade, but the mantis snapped every strike aside with effortless speed, and Light blurted it out loud. Gold couldn't believe it. This monster was terrifyingly fast and sharp, a real match, and as the fight heated up, Light leapt in, hurling light-tossing magic like it was pure firepower. He blurted out the first words of the spell. Next instant, an explosive fire arrow tore through the air straight at the monster. The mantis snapped its guard up and turned that strike aside. Then the fire snapped back toward the squad, but they dodged it at the last second and lived. Gold couldn't believe it. Even the master couldn't crack the monster's defenses. Light shot Nem off a worried look and she insisted she was fine, then thanked him. The boys' squad went stone still, then one of them snapped, "He's right, those attacks do nothing against a monster this strong." He kicked off the argument that the mantis wasn't just tough, it had heavy-hitting legs, top-tier magic defense, and perfectly balanced stats. The boy insisted that with the knight's help they could break free and that Nia would blast them with magic, but Nia still couldn't shake the shock. Out of nowhere, Mia burst into excited praise for Light's insane skills, while her brother just gawked at her with a dead, blank stare. She stared in disbelief. She'd never seen a mage his age pull off that level of skill, so you could tell he'd been training nonstop for years. The young man finally admitted he couldn't quite read her, then asked straight up if she'd back them in the battle. Gold cut them off mid-sentence and demanded they focus, either bolt into the escape or stand their ground and watch the fight. He stepped up and offered to teach them how to wield that shield and sword the right way, then reminded them he'd watched their battles and still remembered exactly how they swung their weapons. The knight cheered them on, then leaned in and asked if they knew the shield could strike back too. Right then, a praying mantis lunged in and swung at him. The young man screamed that a monster was right behind him, and Gold snapped his shield up just in time, then yelled at the thing for cheating. The mantis' leg started to crack right as the knight kept driving the point home. Time it right, strike at the exact moment. Then he slammed the shield forward and the leg burst into shattered pieces. The monster writhed through the agony as Gold kept talking, laying out exactly what the shield could do, like how it could snap an opponent's weapon clean in half, while the young man stared, stunned out of his mind. He told the man, "Now it's time to strike, draw your sword," and then he darted along the monster's flank. But before he swings, he reminds himself, hunt the cracks, then strike when the timing is perfect. He swung his blade again, severing another leg, then turned to the kids and thundered that in war, it's not just brute strength that wins, it's clever ingenuity. Light said it was finally his turn to prove what he could do. He fires off a whole volley of fire arrows in one deadly burst. The master snapped his gaze to the monster and promised, "I'm testing you right now with 30 arrows fired at once." Mia burst out laughing with pure delight. She couldn't believe that huge number was that impressive, all without chanting a single spell. The mantis tried to lash out, but it got crushed by reality, and Light snapped a warning, it wouldn't be able to dodge. He added, as long as he's still awake, he'll command every single one of those arrows. Stunned, the girl blurted out who he was and how he could pull this off. Then Light snapped his fingers and ordered the arrows to ignite. Fire erupted and swallowed the monster's leg whole. Light shot with irritation as he realized the monster could barely take a taste of his power, like it wasn't even a real match. He snapped that it was time to end this fight, no more games. The mantis whirled around and bolted for the exit, desperate to get away. He bolted for the woods, but the light warned him it wouldn't save him, just stall him. The master snapped into action and started forging a brand new spell. A towering wall of flame erupted between the monster and us, and the beast screeched to a halt. Mia froze in shock, convinced nothing like this could ever happen, and her brother was totally clueless about what was wrong with her. She snapped that this magic belonged to elves alone and she'd never met a single human who could touch it, while the boys rushed in to calm her down and the flames were already roaring at the edge of the forest and plain. The mantis got pinned in place and Gold swore this time it wouldn't move an inch. The monster let out a terrifying roar, then unfurled its massive wings like a warning from the dark. It shot upward, shocking everyone, then the glow flashed onto Nimuma and she swore she'd protect him as they took off into the air. She told the mantis to grin because Lord Dark himself had finished the edit, and once she said her goodbye, she sliced the whole thing into pieces. After they won, Nimue touched down like a whisper and Gold's glow sank with a tired sigh, while the girl huffed, snapping at him for mocking her. The knight snapped back that he couldn't sell the praying mantis right now, it had been chopped so finely it was basically worthless. Nimue wiped away tears and apologized to Light, but Light just smiled back, grinning like it truly was no big deal. She blurted his name with pure joy, and Gold shot back that the master was way too kind, while the kids just stared in total disbelief, swearing it couldn't be true that 3 people really defeated that monster. Staring at their master squad, they gasped in disbelief, who on earth were those guys? The blonde kid blurts, shocked, who are you guys? Because they just wiped out a gigantic praying mantis. One of the youths blurted out that they had to become ranked heroes. Then he snapped his mind around, grinned, and swore that if the 3 of them beat him, there was no question, it was absolutely S-rank. Light told him they were stuck with an F-rank and had only just registered, and that news hit the boy like a ton of bricks. Gold slammed into the conversation and demanded they go grab the magic stones from the mantis carcass, just like that. The master nodded, but with sharp, mocking irony he pointed out the job had gotten tougher, and while Nemamu's nerves screamed, he bowed and apologized. Light threw them a bone, offered to help with the collection as a thank you for saving them, and the guys immediately agreed. Mia snapped a spell into place, and Bam summoned a swirling orb of water. She snapped her attention to him and said, "Wash your face." He thanked her, and that was it, simple, clean, and oddly reassuring. The master thanked the young man for his help, but he waved it off like it was nothing. Then Light told everyone else, "Go wash your hands too." While everyone else was scrubbing up, the young master stared off and thought, in dungeons, clean water is basically a myth. Most of the time, you only get it because magic brings it to you. He kept the kindness in his head, then thanked the guys out loud for sharing their menaso so everyone else could wash up. The young man mumbled, embarrassed, that it wasn't worth the thanks. Then Mia marched right over, lit the torch, and thanked him for pulling her away from that snake. She kept blurting out her gratitude over and over, like she could barely contain her excitement. Equisifia Zikmia clamped her mouth shut, then snapped out a sharp exclamation, and the whole room instantly turned to stare. Gold snapped light back to reality, time to move before they face monsters again, and then the kid offered to tag along, saying their camp was just up the way. He warned them the sun's almost gone and you can't risk going out now. Then he pointed out their camp, nothing fancy but it's got food and you'll have a warm place to sleep. Light tried to protest, but the boy cut him off and insisted they should thank them for saving them. He said his sister was dying to ask the master about magic, and when he saw how pumped I was, Light jumped in and agreed. Night fell and the whole camp finally quieted down. Then one of the young men burst in and shouted that the food was ready, inviting everyone to dig in. Mia erupted in cheers the second she learned Dark's parents were magicians, like that was the exact reason he turned out insanely talented. Light clocked that Mia's skills were seriously impressive for her age, and Mia's face instantly flushed as she blurted out that she felt like she was way behind him. Mia finally confessed she has zero clue how to use tactical magic. Her brother shot back that she didn't have a single solid magic artifact and demanded to know if that was messing with her magic. Rage flared in the girl's eyes as she snapped, "Do you even get what you said?" while the man just let out a confused grunt, clueless. Nia kicked off the whole lesson and said there are 3 kinds of magic: combat, tactical, and strategic. Combat magic gets unleashed in one-on-one battles where it's every move against the enemy. A squad of mages unleashes tactical to take down a massive horde of enemies. Strategic magic hits like a meteor, but it only works when a whole crew of skilled magicians channels it together. Mia pointed out that tactical magic is the true badge of a first-rank mage. Draconians, dark elves, and a few other races pull it off, while humans can barely touch it. She pointed at her master and told everyone he could pull off tactical magic by himself, no spellcasting required. She said nobody could ever pull off something like that, and if he strikes it big, his name will be carved into history forever. The blonde boy froze in shock because she was talking about diving back into history again. Mia flung her hands in the air, saying this was no joke, and then she claimed Dark is the stuff legendary heroes are made of. The young master blushed and admitted with a shy grin that she was totally exaggerating. Then Nemomu burst out laughing. Nemomu pointed out that Mia could read her master's power like it was obvious, and the girl thanked her. Then Gold jumped in, saying he got the admiration, but he told Nimum to stay humble and stop walking around with his chest puffed in front of everyone. Nemomu snapped back, said she knew it all, and then grilled her for details about her breasts. Gold even warned her before that Nemomu had been the one calling her small over and over, and the girl demanded he say it again. Light tried to apologize for how they acted, but the young man brushed it off, saying everything was totally fine. The young man kept talking about magic, and when he admitted he didn't know much yet he still watched my strength with pure admiration, he finally understood dark magic is terrifyingly powerful. He placed his hand on his sister's head and proudly declared that even the principality had sent her a letter of recommendation to the Magic Academy. Then he insisted she'd master tactical magic. Mortified, Mia snapped that he'd ruined her hair, and my brother rushed in with an apology. Then Light leaned in and demanded whether the Lee Principality was an organization that brought the 9 races together. The young man nodded and Gold grinned, saying the academy was the best place to learn magic, then asked straight out if they were ready and happy to step in. The boy finally confessed they were happy right up until Plague stole their parents, leaving them with nothing, not even food, and definitely not enough to pay tuition. Then they linked up with Gamora and Vardy, and the 3 of them jumped straight into adventure mode together. The young man swore he'd earn enough money to pay for his sister's training. Gamora steadied him and told him this is our shared goal too, and Mia shot him a grateful smile for always backing him up. My sister grabbed my brother and begged him, "Don't you dare act rashly." He swore that everything would turn out fine. Light glanced at them and boom, memories hit hard as he recalled how warmly he used to talk to his sister Yum. He said Mia's ridiculously talented and that she'll crush it for sure, and Mia's cheeks flamed as she nodded, even though part of her felt it was just fancy flattery. The gentleman leaned in and swore, plain and simple, that his words were the real deal. He figured there were barely any real magicians among humans, because even at level 9999, he still couldn't cast a single spell himself. Yeah, technically he's a magician, but he pulls his magic off with cards, and he hides it by pretending he's casting spells without actually casting a thing. Light admitted the hard truth: without cards, magic just won't work for him, and unlike Mia, he's got zero abilities and no talent to back him up. He shot him a heartfelt thank you, and her brother blurted, "Why'd you decide to become an adventurer?" After a heavy pause, Light said his parents were wiped out in a fire, and Nemomu snapped that he got burned too. Now they're racing to find a cure. Gold caught on fast. He and Nemomu were Light's parents in this tale, so they stayed right beside him, while Light quietly concluded that the entire story had been scripted ahead of time. He told them this is exactly why he wears a mask, and the boys' faces fell, while Mia just stared off deep in thought. The young master shot out an apology for holding everyone up, and the young man waved it off like it was no big deal. Then Gamura leaned in and asked, "Mind if I fire one more question?" He leaned in and asked straight up, "So Nemomu and Gold are dating, right?" Nemomu snapped back that she'd never fall for this dumb pile of gold, and she couldn't believe anyone would even think that. Gold just shrugged and said he had a taste for mature ladies who'd match his shining armor. Nemomu's indignation flared up fast, and Light shot back a sharp comment about the knight's taste. Gamura leaned in and demanded who Nemomu liked, and she snapped, "I won't say, I only like Mr. Dark." Then Mia just stared, totally amazed by how wild and tangled her feelings were. Gold insisted it was just a dream, swearing the master would never spare a glance at a girl with small breasts, so Nemomu snapped even harder. The young man rushed to apologize for the rude question, and Light waved it off, apologizing right back for his companion's behavior. Nemomu shrank in embarrassment, knowing the master had to say sorry again. Gold grinned and said it was pure entertainment to watch. The dark elf counted the haul of troll loot, praised Kaido's sharp skill, and grinned that now he could grab as much as he wanted, then snapped, "Don't get cocky." Kaido snapped, asking how much longer he had to butcher the trolls, because that wasn't why he'd swiped the elves' legendary treasure sword. Yannick just grinned and said he remembered that all too well. He told us he was hunting for a way to smash racial restrictions, and he needed every material we could get. Then he pointed us forward, urging us to grab the next resource. Next up, people. The heroes lined up at the dungeon entrance, and Light clocked how jam-packed it already was in the morning, so yeah, they'd have to sit and wait. People passing by shot them sideways looks and started whispering fast. This crew had crushed a giant mantis just 2 weeks ago, and everyone swore they were the Dark Clowns. Namu jumped back into the chat and realized their team already had a name, and Light just shrugged that it came with perks. Then, out of nowhere, someone shouted for them. Light couldn't forget that tight crew of familiar adventurers. He'd seen them cut loose against the mantis, but after that, their paths never really met again. He's non-stop whining that the dungeon is way too massive, the camp takes forever to set up, and somehow that's making it impossible to snag even a single moment to meet. He blurted that they wanted to thank Light, and that hit him like a shockwave. Then he elbowed his sister, who shrank and asked in a tiny voice not to make her go faster. Mia stepped up to Light and pressed a small shell into his hands, spilling that it was just a sweet little gift. Light grabbed the item and demanded, "What is this?" The girl answered that her late grandmother taught her how to make burn medicine, and sure, it won't fully heal you, but it sharply cuts the pain. She swallowed her nerves and asked if he'd take the gift, and Light shot back that yes, he'd accept it. He grinned from ear to ear and thanked the girl. Brought Mia's brother said the girl from the last meeting had a plan for how to thank the Light, and the master lit up because hearing that made him genuinely happy. He demanded to know what she wanted in return. Mia froze, then said she didn't need a thing, and Light immediately started calculating how to repay him, deciding to offer something that could fuel their next wild adventure. He pulled a bracelet from his pocket and thrust it at her, demanding it as payment for the medicine. The young master said that the SSR rank bracelet can grant tiny wishes, but it's way weaker than you'd expect for its rank. Light admitted he didn't fully get how the artifact worked, but he figured that bracelet was the right one, right in how it looked and what it meant. Mia stared at the gift, then snapped that the medicine was way too tiny for something that precious. Light grinned and told her straight up, this bracelet wasn't about medicine, it was about his care for her. He pushed the gift into her hands, and when the girl glanced at her companions, they all nodded, so she finally gave in, smiled, and slipped the bracelet on. Her brother grinned and said it fit her like it was made for her, and Jamura chimed in that the master's taste was spot on. The bracelet matched her color perfectly. Mia flashed a bright smile, thanked Light, and swore she'd guard the gifts for the rest of her life. Light grinned right back. Then Namamu shot a jealous glare, and Gold practically begged her to cut it out before she embarrassed the master. As they stepped into the dungeon, Namamu shot a question. Did the guy regret trading away that priceless artifact for just a tiny little gift? Light said he got that the medicine was no big deal, but her worry hit him hard. Gold chimed in, saying there's nothing to be embarrassed about. The knight added that the light didn't just linger on the girl, it also spotted that bracelet, matching its color to her clothes, and he called it the smartest move ever. Namamu groaned and gave in, while Gold praised Mia as a truly good girl, then let out a deep sigh, wishing he could be young again. The heroes finally burst into the dungeon's snow-covered fields, level 5. Light snapped that he was heading back to the abyss, then ordered Nemum and Gold to take down the Yeti. They nodded, ready to strike. Light realized the dungeon's size was the perfect weapon, and then he slammed his teleportation card into action. As he vanished in a snap of teleportation, he smugly figured nobody had made it past the 5th level, so no one would spot him. Perfect. In the abyss, his servants were already poised and waiting. Then they greeted Light with blazing smiles, saying they were thrilled he'd finally arrived. He burst in and declared, "I'm home." May poured the tea for her master and leaned in, asking how his plan was going, and Light smiled as he said everything was on track, plus he'd already run into some seriously good people along the way. He could feel their sincerity in every kind word, like it was reaching straight into his heart. Maid beamed and said she was relieved, and Ellie snapped Light back to Sasha's revenge plan. She told him the training would be done in just 10 days, and Light praised her, saying it proved he hadn't handed this case to her for nothing. Ellie grinned and told him she was honestly thrilled to hear that. Light explained that if they were missing anything, they should apply for it, and the servant nodded hard, promising she'd do the same. The young master couldn't stop thinking about Mizuna, the toughest, most unbreakable fighter on his team. But he clocked it she acts on impulse, not judgment, so he wouldn't hand her any real responsibility. Nazuna lit up at the glow and told her, straight up, to stand guard over the abyss while he was gone, and to judge whether she could handle any monsters that crashed the party. The girl beamed and swore she'd protect every single one of them. She grinned at Ellie and announced she was in the plan too, urging them to rush their prep, only for Ellie to snap, "Don't butt in," and warn her she'd refuse her orders. She just wanted to get it all done for her master's sake. Light's smile flared as he stared ahead, hungry for the instant the plan would spring into action. He couldn't wait to watch Sasha's face crumble into pure despair. Deep inside the Daga dungeon, the crew carved out a temporary camp, and 2 of them camped by the fire, while the rest kept watch. One guard leaned back, stretched, and muttered that their shift was still about an hour away as the others caught their breath. Subbalani, level 51, and Gilbert, level 49. Just as they checked the swamp, Subbalani shot up at the eerie silence. "No croaks, no frogs." Gilbert nodded like he'd seen it before. "It only hits a couple days a year, never for weeks like this." Sabalani wished every night could glide by quietly, brushed only by a whisper of monsters, then snapped that his buddy better not doze off on duty, while Gilbert just smirked and promised he wasn't about to relax. The dark-haired man grilled him, asking if he'd ever heard of those dark clowns. Gilbert was totally lost. Then Subbalani clued him in. "It's a brand new crew, the clown mask guy, the knight in golden armor, and the fairy queen." He bragged that the 3 of them hit the 5th floor in a single day, and Gilbert just froze because he absolutely couldn't swallow that nonsense. Subbalani shot back with full confidence, "Yeah, it's true." The 3 of them took down a giant praying mantis, hauled the Yeti magic stones straight to the guild, and then swore their leader's a mage who casts spells with 0 words. Gilbert stared at it, stunned, and blurted that it sounded like a beautiful fairy tale. Sobelani even admitted it felt totally far-fetched, but the red-haired mage insisted he'd witnessed it himself, and then Gilbert pushed, asking if Sobelani meant the girl magician. He mulled it over, then finally said, "Maybe it's all real, and if magic's strong enough, it can smash even a praying mantis." Then he drew a wild conclusion: our leader must be the reincarnation of a legendary hero. Subbalani snapped that this whole tale sounds like a punchline, just like the comrade claims, but if it's really true, then maybe this person could change the world and crush racial discrimination for good. Gilbert said that then the rest of the world would finally see it. Nobody gets to look down on them anymore. Gilbert nodded hard and swore that everyone would regret it, while Subbalani admitted with a heavy sigh that he was just tired of living in a world like that. He clocked the night warm, crystal clear, and nothing like the usual swamp gloom. Gilbert nodded hard, saying he hadn't seen weather like this in ages. Subbalani cracked a joke that he wouldn't want something like that anywhere near a group of men, and Gilbert nodded right along. Then the man felt the cold creeping in and he shot a warning, "I'll be right back, just need to step out for a moment." Gilbert barked at his friend to dig a hole. He couldn't stand waking up to that stench. Then Subbalani hissed, "SHH," and marched straight into the woods. Right as he was heading back to take over for Gilbert, a strange voice snapped his attention and stopped him dead. Kaita stood right in front of him, sneering like he'd already won, and he couldn't wrap his head around it. He'd actually been waiting for some pathetic nobody. Subbalani spotted K2 Gilbert's severed head right beside Kato, and fear slammed into him, yet he forced himself to steady his breath. Gilbert took one look. Every other squad member was already dead. He scanned the swamp, knowing the muddy ground would hide the next threat. If it was just one killer, he'd have cut him down. But this? It reeked of magic, turning the whole ambush against him. Kato was fuming that no one listened, so he snapped at the man, calling him arrogant and saying he clearly hated people. Subbalani clocked the truth. This wasn't just an elf, it was magic in a body, and when he understood, he finally admitted defeat. He couldn't beat him. Man decided to bolt straight to the guild and spill what happened right away. Because murdering someone is a huge crime and the guild doesn't mess around, they'll put the elf on the wanted list. Kaito kept mocking him, stomping on Gilbert's body and taunting whether he still felt anything, while Subbalani swallowed his guilt and silently apologized to his friend. He bolted to escape, and then, out of nowhere, he swung his hand, shocking the elf to the core. Then he hurled a smoke bomb. Kaito shut his eyes and sneered, asking why he was fleeing like that, refusing to believe the man truly didn't care what happened to his comrades. The man snapped back that he'd get revenge, just not the way anyone expected. Subbalani knew magic was pointless the moment the target vanished, because if the enemy couldn't spot him through the smoke, he could slip away anytime. He sprinted, leaning on every scrap of knowledge about the area, because fleeing an elf in ground he knew like the back of his hand was practically effortless. He swore with absolute certainty that he'd strike back and avenge his friend's death. Then a brutal strike to the head slammed him off his feet and he crashed into the swamp, only shock and raw pain left behind. When he tried to push himself up, he realized it wasn't magic at all. It was a real, brutal beatdown right in his bones, and he couldn't wrap his head around how an elf could pull that off. Stunned by what I was seeing, I grabbed at answers, trying to figure out how he ever ended up in this mess. After a vicious hit to the back of his head, Subbalani crumpled and knocked out cold, while Yannick loomed over him, sneering that of course humans would try to run, like that's all they ever do. A dark elf snapped at Kaito for slaughtering everyone, even though he'd been told to spare them, and then she explained it plain. He dealt with them because her experiments needed smarter subjects. Kaito swore there was no difference left. This was all just part of the experiment, and he'd make sure it mattered. The elf confessed he can't stand people at all. Their mere presence sparks rage in his veins, and he starts killing them without control. The scientist said he finally gets Kaito. Sure, people think hard work means success, but they forget the truth. If you were born to crawl, you can't just start flying. During the experiments, he set out to hammer home that truth, and he made it clear the two survivors needed to be erased because they were useless now. Kaito couldn't believe how sharp that dark elf actually was. Yannick brushed them off and declared they should be grateful he let them join his work. Then he coldly called their deaths a gift, insisting it was his greatest act of kindness. Then he leaned in with a chilling warning. It was time to hunt down materials, because before they could even leave the dungeon, they had to snag as many test subjects as possible. Meanwhile, Mia beamed while staring at her bracelet, and Gamera caught the glow, like pure happiness was lighting her up from the inside. The girl's brother clocked her age was the same. Everyone else just nodded, and Mia shot back with irritation, insisting she'd already told them what her attitude was all about. Her brother said we should head back up to the second floor just in case Dark was lurking there, and Gamera hissed for him to keep it down, because Mia was already trying not to blush any harder. Her brother promised he'd back her wedding to Dark, and Nia's rage exploded, because they'd totally misread everything. She admitted she only liked him when he was a magician, and that set her off. She snapped that if they kept cracking jokes, she'd refuse to give them water. Then she spun around, rage blazing, and marched forward, while the boys panicked, muttered excuses, and sprinted after her. Heroes stormed into the guild to drop off magic crystals, and when the employee saw how massive that bag was, she gasped, then quickly thanked Mr. Dark. The moment she spotted another stash of Yeti stones, pure joy exploded in her, and she immediately showered Light's group with praise for what they'd pulled off. The blonde checked that they were whole, then leaned in and asked, "You tired? Want a quick snack or something to drink?" The young master smiled politely, refused her request, and told her to count the stones. When she nodded, he kept his eyes on her like he meant every word. Gold caught the sudden shift in the employee's voice, and Nemomu nodded hard. She still remembered the first time she'd watched someone take their crystals. Stunned, she couldn't even believe it. The girl snapped back to the moment she doubted the newcomers could nab the stones on day one, then panicked and rushed to apologize for how awful she'd acted. She dropped to her knees before the light and swore she'd warn the other employees not to make the same mistakes, because if the gilded head caught even a glimpse of this, fury would explode through her. She played her apology card by telling them their rank would jump from F to D, and then she leaned in and demanded they keep the whole incident locked down. Light claims the Yeti crystals are valuable thanks to their incredible cooling powers, but almost nobody can mine them reliably, time after time. That's why on day one their team grabbed respect by hauling in a mountain of rare stones. Then the other women started bowing and apologizing, and the girl who'd been serving them kept reassuring them over and over that she had their back. Nemomu told everyone she'd personally take the D rank because the master, he deserves way more than that. The blonde snapped back that nobody was questioning his talent, but right now the best they can hand him is a C rank because he's only just registered and it hasn't been long enough yet. She said promotions like this usually take 3 or 4 long years, and even getting a D rank is exactly a walk in the park. But if you rack up truly outstanding contributions, they can fast-track your rank and review it on the spot. Light leaned in, curious, and demanded to know what counts as a real contribution. The employee laid it out, handling a tricky task, and when Light heard that, the master snapped, startled. Suddenly, a bell blasts through the air and the heroes snap to attention, so the guild master steps forward and hits everyone with the news. An urgent mission is being called in, straight from the organization. He spilled that Daga's wasn't just cursed, other adventurers were vanishing in the Daga's dungeon through mysterious deaths. Gold cleared his throat and pushed for answers again. Who were these murders really for? The man shook his head and said the motives were a mystery, but the target was crystal clear: people. He insisted that even if the victims were just humans, adventurers are the lifeblood of society, and if this killer isn't stopped, other races are next. So the guild puts up a reward for anyone who knows something about the attackers. Employees hit the streets and plaster ads everywhere. Once again, he pointed out the culprit still wasn't confirmed, criminal or criminals, but they'll hand out the reward for even the smallest scrap of info. Gold read the leaflet and instantly got the whole picture, but before he could blurt it out to the gentleman already beat him to it, caught his idea mid-thought. Light leaned in and asked the employee if this was exactly the kind of job she meant, and she nodded, confirming it, then said it was the perfect chance to prove herself. Right as the heroes were about to leave the guild, Nemomu leaned in and asked the master if they were going after the assassin. Light nodded and said yes. Gold figured this was turning in their favor, but he knew better than to celebrate yet. The young master nodded, then snapped that a high rank mattered more right now, and with fury in his voice, vowed he'd shut the assassin's business down for good. Back at the hotel, the team huddled up and started planning their next move, and Gold snapped that they knew next to nothing about the killer. Then he leaned toward Light and demanded to know if he could use any skills to track it down. The young master paused, then told him. His infinite gacha power spits out a random card with wild, unpredictable traits, and he can't even promise the one you need will show up. He insisted that if they teamed up, followed the maps the right way, they'd finally corner the culprit, and to prove it, he pointed to a plan that used aerial surveillance. Nemomu was about to pitch the idea of going back into the abyss again, but before she could get the words out, everyone suddenly felt something deeply wrong. The whole squad snapped to attention, and they all went on high alert. A creepy black hole ripped open in the wall of their room, and Gold blurted, "What is that?" Then a weird blur started crawling out of the distortion, so fast the light in his eyes shot forward and he stretched out his hand. Mia, battered and hurt, blasted out of the crater, and Mi Yan dropped straight into Light's arms. Even though the girl was out cold, the master frantically leaned in, trying to get through to her. Everyone's jaw dropped at what happened. My bracelet's light blazed, then the thing shattered into pieces. Light gasped and blurted the girl's name. Staring in shock, she tried to answer, but her strength just gave out, and the young master immediately warned that she needed urgent help. He figured that bracelet he handed her had finally kicked in when danger struck. Then Light couldn't stop wondering what happened to her. Timeline got yanked back a few hours to the Daga's dungeon at Dagasa on the first floor, and a bunch of teenage allies just stared in shock after the news hit. Mia's brother fidgeted and begged for answers about the attacks on adventurers, while one of the others snapped that nearly every murder happened on the second floor, which was now sealed tight, and then he told me to get out of the dungeon right now. Before he even walked out the door, the guy said they'd hurry to warn the other adventurers, and the young man nodded right away. Mia's heart jumped. She blurted to her brother, "Tell me this is real." Then she snapped into fear, thinking the killer could be a mage, and that meant they stood no chance at all. Her brother had no clue what to say, and the rest of the squad started firing questions, pushing, "So what do we do next?" The group's leader said it was worth trusting that advice and getting out of here, even if the day felt wasted, because their lives mattered more than any loss. He said the sun was nearly gone, and they had to race right now. Long ago, that young man warned him to keep his distance from the second floor, because if the killer is still out there, you don't gamble with your life. After that brutal journey, the party finally ground to a halt, because their leader snapped that night was creeping in and they hadn't even cleared half the road yet. Kimura realized they'd barely even stopped to breathe and were running on fumes. Mio even kept apologizing for being wiped out too, and the chief warned them that if they camped here, monsters could hit them, or the assassin could strike first. Right then, a stranger slid up to them and barked, "What are you doing here?" The whole party froze in shock, and the young man blurted, stunned, How did you come close without us noticing?" Yannick flashed a grin and asked, "So you're really hunting trouble, huh, right here in a place this dangerous?" The young man admitted they were just taking a breather and didn't want trouble. Then the dark elf pressed, "So you're really camping right here?" Mia leaned in and hissed to her brother that these people had no clue who the killer was. He blurted out the question straight away. Had those strangers heard anything about the adventurers' murders? Kaido then spelled out crystal clear exactly what he meant. The elf caught the hint and leaned in, asking if that's why they were rushing like their lives depended on it. Then the guy nodded and fired back, asking why they were even here in the first place. Kaido swore they were tracking their target, then spotted a panicked crowd and decided to rush in. The kid swallowed his pride and apologized for the trouble, and Gamura snapped back that they looked just like any ordinary adventurers. Yannick said that's exactly why the second floor stayed empty, and Kaido snapped, "I didn't think the guild would react this fast." The whole squad tensed for a second, and the scientists couldn't hide it, shocked at just how fast and tightly organized the guild moved. He said if they'd known about it ahead of time, they would have moved safer and stayed out of sight, and the young man, totally lost, blurted out a question. Janak snapped in rage that he'd expected nothing more from weak people, especially from those who think so slowly. The whole squad went rigid the second he spoke. Kaitagrins reached for his sword hilt and announced, grinning, that he was in a good mood today. The elf yanked his sword out in a flash, snarled that the hunt begins now, and then called for a couple of bugs. The young man blurted, "So you're the killer," and Kaido grinned, confirming his guess was spot on. The kids went rigid with terror, totally frozen because they had no idea what to do next. My brother drew his sword, told his sister to run right now, and made me watch as everything shattered. Mia's friends locked eyes with her as the enemy closed in, ready to stall them. Gamora shouted that they'd carve out time, then begged Mia to trust her brother and run. Mia's eyes filled with tears as she tried to deny what was happening right in front of her. The young man hurled himself at Kato screaming, and the elf just chuckled like they were already planning to stall him. "Know your place," he snapped, then smashed in the first strike. Mia's brother and the girl went utterly still, horror flooding their faces. Kaido slammed his fist into the young man's stomach so hard he folded in half, and Mia screamed for her brother as her friends surged toward him. The elf lunged in a blink, his strikes whipped the children through the air, and Gamera felt the crushing weight of that power instantly. Kaido snapped that their powers weren't even close, then cursed under his breath. Yannick wheeled toward the elf, panicking in full alarm. Mia froze in horror. Those boys were sprawled on the ground, bodies battered and soaked in blood. Vardy shot to his feet and yelled at Mia to run, but she refused to move, while Kato just stared at him, utterly fed up. Gamera let out a grin, because this was the first time she'd ever heard him shout like that. The wounded blonde man pushed through the pain and told them, "Don't give up, show them what you're made of." Mia pleaded for them to stop, but Kaido's fury only surged higher as he snapped that they were stubborn. The elf snapped under a wicked curse and struck one brutal killing blow that cleaved them apart, while Mia let out a terrified scream. Yanak leaned in and ordered Ketna to start killing people. The blonde snapped back saying they were poking the bear, and then reminded him point-blank who runs the show. The scientist snapped at the elf to cool off. Dead people don't help with research. Then Kaido cut in, "I'm leaving," and pointed straight at the girl. Yanak clocked it instantly. This human mage at his age was a goldmine of potential, and the elf swordsman nodded, saying he'd think about taking him. Kaido leaned in and asked if he could have some fun with her before the experiments, and the elf snapped back, "What do you mean?" The scientist caught the hint, smirked, and told the girl she had no option. He'd do whatever he pleased, period. The elf grinned, then Yanak leaned in and told him to call when he was finished and warned him, "Don't you dare lay a hand on the girl." Kaido nodded, and then he pulled me aside. The girl's scream tore through the air as she begged him, "Leave right now or else." He leaned in and asked if she understood they were using her, then told her to hold her head high because her looks had turned heads. Kaido couldn't believe it. She was still terrified, and all she wanted was to bolt. Mishivard grabbed her and told her, "Don't fight back." The elf leaned in and mocked her, demanding she break down for real. Suddenly her brother snapped to his feet and shouted, "Run!" Kaido stared at him in shock, and Mia cried out his name. The boy stared at his dead friends and fought with everything in him to stay standing. Yanak locked eyes with him, begged with all his might not to take his life. Bracing himself on his sword, he shoved himself upright, Mia's brother in the middle of it, and he already knew those wounds were the end. He stared at his sister, and warmth burned in his eyes. Mia read his silent plea clear as day, "Run, and get us out of here." She burst into motion and sprinted off like her life depended on it. Kaido shot back, insisting he hadn't let her walk out. Then, right on cue, her brother lunged at the elf, only for her to snap the strike aside and warn everyone to stay out of it. Yanak kept staring at that stubborn drive and begged again for his life, but the elf snapped that humans were dropping too fast, and keeping them alive was becoming a nightmare. Rat Mia's brother started mumbling Gold's instructions under his breath. While he staggered forward, Kaido shot him a snappy, irritated question, "What are you even saying?" The elf clocked how irritating everyone was, then Ario remembered the knight's warning, "Baffle the enemy, strike the second they drop their guard." He hurled the sword straight at the elf. The gap in levels was so huge, it didn't even matter whether the kid landed a hit or not. Kaido lunged aside, but Ario didn't stop. He snapped into his next move. He slammed his shield down with a brutal boom, and the blonde man went flying off his feet. Kaido's jaw dropped when he hit the 20th level. The game yanked in an enemy with a level sky-high at 1500 and made them fall right there. For Ario, it felt like a win. He let out a chuckle, while Kaido shot him a furious glare. The young man loomed over the elf with smug confidence, and the elf erupted in furious curses, calling him a pathetic excuse for a person. Kaido snapped up and launched his sword straight at Ario with wild fury, then the impact blasted him backward and he crashed hard onto the ground. The elf shrieked that the young man had zero right to lay a hand on him, then swore he'd savor the torment until the day he died, while Yanak frantically tried to soothe him. The blonde man lunged to shut the scientist up, but the scientist snapped back that Kaido's already done his part, and warned him to chase the runaway girl fast before she spills everything. Mia sprinted with everything she had, her mind screaming that she needed to tell someone about the killers. She knew the truth couldn't wait, it had to be out right now. Suddenly, blades crashed down right in front of her, and she dropped to her knees. Kaido's stomach sank as he realized those kids didn't have a clue what they were draining from him. Riding the air on his sword, the elf snapped that he'd teach Mia some manners, and Mia gasped, totally lost, while Kaido raised the blade and told her it was a ghostly weapon, the kind the master wielded. He straight up told her this blade is an elven treasure, then leaned closer and said, "And yep, I can conjure endless copies, plus I can ride it through the sky." The elf snapped that running was pointless, and despair tried to swallow Mia whole, but she refused to quit. As she hurled the spell into the air, she clenched her teeth and refused to quit, because everyone had already paid with their lives so she could get out. With those ice blades summoned, Mia had no doubt Lord Dark would slice through them without breaking a sweat. She hurled ice flows at Kaido, but he crushed every single one like they were nothing. The girl sprinted ahead, and the elf sneered that the attack barely scraped anything, and that humans were relentless nuisances. The blonde man planted himself on his sword and blasted after Mia. She whipped around, tried to strike him, and shouted at him to back off, but he only smirked, then taunted her with a question. How far did she think she could actually run? Kaido clocked that she couldn't escape without her legs, then he hurled his sword straight at her. The weapon slammed into her. When she hit the ground, a nasty gash opened wide on her leg and blood started pouring out. As she crawled along, her mind raced with what she'd say about the killers, and the elf's low chuckle cut through the air as he taunted her, asking if she even knew how her ice attacks had dragged his momentum to a crawl. Kaido kept smirking and told Mia she wouldn't get far, but at least she could pray for luck. Then Mia gripped a tiny knife, and the elf snapped that he was done with her and her games. She snapped that he wasn't the real hero of those old legends, because the true hero is younger than her, wields a strange, one-of-a-kind magic, and goes by the name Dark. The girl snapped that the elf was a coward who struck in secret, just a run-of-the-mill weakling. Akado's head filled with old voices screaming he was a coward and a weakling, and he snapped at her in a furious rage, demanding she shut up. He screamed even louder, demanding to know why she and her brother loved picking on him, and then boom, he unleashed a wild storm of swords. The blade tore through the air toward her, and she clenched her resolve. She couldn't let herself die, not when all those sacrifices would be for nothing. Mia stared at the light and knew she had to spill everything to him, so she snatched the bracelet and it flared bright in her hand. A black crater yawned open under her, and she swore she wouldn't die a second before she told Lord Dark everything. Then the crater caved in and the swords bit into the earth, leaving Kaido staring in total shock like he couldn't even grasp what just happened. The elf blinked, then questioned where she'd vanished and what spell she'd cracked. Kaido figured it was teleportation at first, but one look told him her magic just wasn't that strong, so he spun around and started circling the area. When he couldn't find Mia, he snapped back and marched to Yannick. The scholar snapped that he'd come back way too fast, then spotted Kaido with no mage girl and demanded, "Did you kill her?" The swordsman said he'd lost her, but swore she'd show up again, so Yannick fired back, "Why didn't you catch her?" The elf couldn't get a word out, but the scientist shot back that this was deadly. She'd already glimpsed Kaido's sword, and now she'd spill it to every guild, letting whatever it uncovers rip through the whole world. The blonde man stewed over it. He'd have to claw back his reputation, because once those white knights got the order, they were coming for them. Kaido clocked that a familiar captain was about to be in the squad, and Yonik told him he'd heard the guy was a level 3000 monster, plus he had subordinates over level 2000, all swinging weapons that looked just like a swordsman's. The blonde man fumed that something like this could even happen, and the scientists shoved a plan into the air: run right now, using Kaido's sword. Kaido said they could carry the research somewhere else. The elf nodded, warning they had to keep their distance from the elven kingdom. Then right as they were about to move, someone's voice cut in, swearing they'd never be allowed to leave. When they spun around, Mr. Dark stood there, then Light clocked the dead boys and flashed a vicious grin. Yannick stared at the stranger like, "Where did you even come from?" Kaido clocked it in his mind. No matter how strong he was, he still couldn't feel the man's presence. The master stared at the boys with hollow sadness, shut his eyes tight, and right then Gold stepped up to him. The knight hoisted the wounded Ario in his arms and swore he'd already done first aid, but the boy still needed real treatment, while the dark elf couldn't even remember when the squire handed him over. Light flashed his healing and sleep cards on the young man. He figured that spot was the better move now, and then he couldn't stop asking, why did they end up dead? The master slammed it into words. In this world, people get crushed and belittled nonstop, and these guys weren't trying to be heroes. They just fought to earn money for Mia's training, even with the brutal grind of an adventurer, doing everything they could. And now, rage flared in him as he demanded, through clenched teeth, why they had to die. Light realized he'd only known them a short time, but with the right twists, they could have easily turned into real friends. The boy snapped his head to the elves and swore he'd never, ever forgive them. Yannick snapped back that the stranger had gotten the whole thing wrong, and they rushed to help the guys, only to realize they'd already been killed. Light snapped that he'd done pretending, Mia finally spilling everything to him. Then he confessed it all. He'd hypnotized her, grilled her about what happened, and shoved her straight into the abyss to heal. The elves looked shaky, and Yannick snapped that word had already hit the guild. The gentleman smirked back, saying he hadn't turned them in yet, because they were his personal hunt. Kaido just chuckled like this was all part of the fun. Still laughing, the elf bragged he never expected to run into idiots like them today, then snapped that he'd kill Lido and rise as a legendary hero. Dark shot back that he was wrong, and swore he'd never rise as some legendary hero. The boy vowed he'd turn the elf into a stone, climb up to the top and boost his rank, then swore he wouldn't leave a single enemy breathing. Before the end, he'd make him feel the same torment teenagers do. The elves didn't buy a word he said. Light made it crystal clear that the blonde man wasn't walking out of here alive. With venom in his voice, he spat his own name in hatred and swore, right then, that he'd slaughter everyone himself. The master barked an order for the allies to stay out of the fight, and they snapped to attention, ready to obey. Consumed by rage, Kaido scoffed that he didn't believe he could ever kill the legendary hero, then promised he'd destroy Light. The elf snapped into action and swung first, warning them with violent reprisal on the edge of every strike. The blast didn't even leave a scratch, no damage to the Light at all, so Jonik and the blonde man froze in shock, and the boy demanded, "Is that really all you've got?" The elf slammed his demand to stop the bullying, and then he charged back in with another brutal attack, but nothing changed. Kaido barreled forward with savage force, but Light kept slicing everything off at the last second, parrying blow after blow like it was nothing. The scholar's jaw dropped. Could a human really match a swordsman like that? The master snorted that Kaido looked like a wild boar charging through chaos, and Gold only laughed, saying he'd bet it was all brute strength. After another attack, Light snapped that he was done with him, then drove his staff straight into his stomach. A heavy blow sent the elf crashing down on the spot, and Yannick snapped in shock, staring wide-eyed. The master snapped in rage, saying the opponent was too weak to last. He'd be dead long before he ever felt the same suffering the children did. With a grin that promised trouble, he urged him to power up just a bit more. As Kaido hauled himself up, he snapped that nobody better make fun of him, called Light a pathetic insect, and swore he wasn't going to let anyone bully him. The elf snapped his fingers, unleashed a storm of ghost swords, and swore he'd grind the enemy to dust. Kaido pulled Light into his hands, channeling the full might of his ghost-class weapon, and the master just stared, stunned. He definitely snapped out of the first sword's path, but the second he did, he clocked two more blades swooping in from the side. Once he dodged that blow too, it clicked in his head. This elf wasn't using one spell at all, he was cloning swords with magic. Light looked them over and knew it instantly. Each one was different, each one packed its own special power. Yannick, locked on the fight, saw Kaido's fury take over. He finally lost control of Grandious's crushing strength, yet the human still fought with honor, and Yannick couldn't help wondering how long he'd survive that beating. The scientist went, "Grandius, that's a top-tier weapon because these blades are sorted into 9 classes: primordial, mythical, ghostly, epic, artifact, relic, rare, and common." Mitch, Kaido's sword was a ghost-class blade, so you could spawn copies of it, steer them at will, and the number of spears you threw depended on your skill, with every sword copy carrying its own element. Based on his numbers, Kaido, at level 1500, can summon 30 swords, and there's no way a human survives that much blade. As Light darted away again and again, Letha realized the elf's punches hit so hard they could crack even a monster. Then, without warning, he clocked Kaido sneaking up right behind him. The master snapped the attack aside with a clean parry, praised the elf for trying, then clocked the weakness, and Kaido nearly choked, stunned that the man could actually block a hit that strong. Yannick blurted his shock because even with full power, that blonde couldn't land a single hit. He stared at that impossible weapon and couldn't stop asking, how could any human face an opponent this elite, and was he even human at all? Kaido hated admitting his enemy was a skilled warrior, so he sneered that it was all an act, just a fake mage to fool everyone. Light shot back that yep, he really was a magician, and the moment the blonde man heard it, fury erupted as he snapped for them to stop mocking him, insisting the mage couldn't parry blows worth a damn. The master finally owned up. He wasn't putting on an act, but his melee skills were shaky as hell. Still, thanks to a special skill, he could unleash high-level magic like it was nothing. Try to slot him into any class, and you'd summon a magician with an endless deck of cards that don't even exist in this world. He promised that if the elf wanted magic, he'd lay it right in front of her, and then he ripped dozens of ice swords out of thin air. Kaido's stomach dropped as he watched himself conjure a whole storm of weapons with 0 spell, and then blurted out that it was impossible. He demanded, "Is Light really a mage, and how am I supposed to match him?" Then spat a curse and slammed out another deadly barrage of swords. The blonde man sneered that Grandius couldn't be stopped by weak ice attacks. Then, just like that, the ice surged and bounced off his swords like it had a mind of its own. As the blasts ricocheted, every blade snapped apart until the whole weapon detonated in a fiery explosion, obliterating it completely. Kaido just froze, staring at the falling fragments, and blurted, "That can't be." Light shot him a calm look and asked if he was finished. Then the blonde shook his head, snapped more swords into existence, and the master forged them into yet another sharp masterpiece. It happened again. Ice sheets slammed down and wiped out fresh copies of Grandius. Yannick couldn't believe it. He could feel the gap in strength, watched the light strike Kaido's blades dead on, and realized this guy could wield magic without any spells, so clean and precise that even most elven mages couldn't pull it off. Light snapped back to what Ellie taught him, and he realized this wasn't just possible, it was his routine. He could spin up 100 ice swords no problem, while Ellie could command 1,000. He also clocked it. Those enemy swords and the ghost-class clone stacks were matching his ice flow and level, but they didn't need to burn through the owner's mana underneath. The master snapped that the elf had pushed him too far, and it was finally time to end this. Kaido fumed with pure outrage. How dare some nobody in Grandius stand up to him like he wasn't the future hero. He slammed the truth down hard. The sword Grandius was the greatest treasure the elves had gifted to them by the master himself. Dark and his allies froze in shock after hearing that bombshell. Out of nowhere, the master snapped, asking Kaido what he actually knew about him, and even though the blonde guy didn't get why it mattered, Light slammed the question down again and again. Kaido let out a proud chuckle, bragging that he carried Master's blood, destined to be the next future hero and God's rightful successor, and even claimed he had one of Master's apprentices under him. The elf starts flexing his noble birth, bragging loud in front of everyone. Light snaps his attention to the fact the master has an apprentice, then whips around to his allies and blurts that everything's about to change. He decides the enemies won't even get a clean end. He'll throw them into the abyss first, then interrogate them for everything before they're gone. The master snaps orders at his allies, guard the dark elf and lock him down so he can't slip away. Nimumu and Gold, teeth set and fists ready, tell everyone they've got every single thing figured out before the fight even starts. Yannick flashes a grin, says they even bent their plans for him, and then laughs, because yeah, he's a scientist, but that doesn't mean he can't go toe-to-toe at full power. The squire standing nearby suddenly morphed into strange creatures, and the elf froze, wondering if they'd like his toys, because the moment people saw it, pure shock hit every face. Yannick leans in and asks if they love his creations, then drops the bombshell. He used research to forge a terrifying hybrid of a human and a chimera monster. He explains that the first hybrid was forged with a lizard from the Dark Elves' lands, and the second was stitched with a troll, and the scientist can't hide his pride because every brutal merger boosts strength like crazy and his experiments keep proving it. The elf admits the creatures are still breaking down, but he won't give up. He's determined to hammer them into perfection until they look just like real people. Yannick says he's going to artificially forge a warrior strong enough to outclass both the master and the apprentice. He says you need to pack in as many people as you can so experiments can start rolling. Light crackles in response to the scientist's command, and he orders his allies to wipe out the chimeras. He's like, I don't just want her, I need answers from that scientist, so you can't let me walk away, and the allies snap, approving the order. Yannick flashes a grin and dares those pathetic kids to try stopping him. He commands them to stand down because the chimeras will still end up in his experiments, yet the monsters immediately surge forward to tear into him. Namamu and Gold blitz through each chimera in a flash, wiping them out fast. The monsters are finally wiped out, then the knight spits, that was disgusting, and the girl grins, all right, now it's the scientist's turn. Yannick flashes a grin and shoots back that they're in way too much of a rush to slow down. The chimeras snap back into place and the dark elf roars, bragging that his creations are far from something you can just erase. Light starts to panic over his allies and Kaido snaps at him to quit brushing him off, then the master backs it up and declares, enough, it's time to finish this fight. The elf's rage skyrockets and he hurls a deadly threat, he's going to destroy the light. The blonde man gathers Grandius, power Grandiusa, and the master watches, then stuns everyone with the sight. Nimumu charges at the chimera with everything he's got, but it's like hitting a wall, his attack lands with no effect. Gold mocked her, sneering, are you not ashamed to embarrass yourself in front of your master like that? The girl blurts out what he's doing and the knight snaps back that he's guarding Ario, because without him, Light's request won't be fulfilled in a hurry. Yannick stares at the fight and snaps that everything they've tried is pointless, because his samples are nearly immortal. The scientists beg him to take them willingly so he can turn them into chimeras, then Nimumu snaps with a curse and he and Gold finally stop their assault. The knight snaps that you can't leave the master hanging and Nimumu nods along, then she offers to team up so they can end this fight faster. As they push through training, the dark elf snarls, calling them fools because his chimeras are flawless. Gold and Nemomu unleash a brutal, earth-shaking attack that smashes the monsters to pieces. Yannick bursts into laughter, sure they'll bounce back, until he watches them torch everything and his grin dies as he freezes in shock. The scientist is left stunned, staring at the ruins and can't stop asking why the chimeras won't bounce back. Nemomu strides up and blasts him with a brutal kick to the groin, growling that he was the real fool all along. The scientist drops to the floor. Gold snaps that she pushed too far, but Nemomu fires back that she did everything exactly right. As she wipes the dust from her boot, she suddenly realizes down in the abyss her worn-out boots won't cut it and she'll need to upgrade them. Rage surged in Kaido as he yelled, "Grandius, help me," and swore Grandius would make Light regret ever choosing to contact him. The elf unleashed a brutal strike, but the master slipped out of the way like it was nothing. The young man snapped to it. Every copy of the weapon was jammed into one blade, one sword. Then the blonde man surged forward with his next strike. Light kept slipping out of the way, even as the blade's huge size didn't stop it from getting faster, and its form kept shifting mid-attack. He slipped through relentless strikes, eyes locked on that sword. Was it somehow turning into a whip right in front of him? That gentleman clocked the first time and went, "Wow, so you really entertain kids out here, huh?" As Kaido clenched his teeth, rage boiling. He lunged again, furious that even a flicker of light, like some pesky little insect, could only dodge when he swung, all because he couldn't stand calling Grandius a mere trinket. The elves piled in one after another, but the master slipped every single blow. Then Kato snapped. One clean hit from Grandius would end Light. Light cut the power and dared the blonde to strike. Kaido exploded, screaming that he was done with him, and drove a punch straight into his face. The man smirked like Light had set himself up, and Kaido's grin died when horror hit him. Light stayed frozen in place, smirking as he checked if it even hit, because nothing, not a single thing, registered in him, and Kaido kept blurting out in pure shock that it couldn't be possible. The elf kept swinging, roaring that nobody could ever match him, and that his skill was the absolute grandest. The blonde finally got it. His light wasn't hurting him at all, so he demanded to know why that guy still wouldn't die, even under the strongest form of Grandiose. The master drove his fist into the sword, and the blade's strong form shattered to dust. Kaido locked eyes with the sword in pure horror, stunned that it ended up like this. Light saw the allies wrap up their battle, then gritted his teeth and went in. He drove a punch into the elf's stomach. Then he smashed a kick into Kaido's face, and Kaido flew through the air, slamming several meters away. The master told him, "Don't fret, I'm holding back," then smirked, "because later I'm going to interrogate and torture you." Kaido snapped to his knees, eyes wide with panic, and blurted, "I'll tell you everything, please forgive me." He finally confessed he's a candidate to command the Elven White Order, and he's got crucial information nobody else has. The elf vowed he'd spill every secret and even shower me with those grand lights. Then I blurted, "Why aren't you fighting back?" The blonde man couldn't make heads or tails of it, and the master snapped that he'd been calling himself a hero this whole time. Now he was acting like nothing but a pathetic little insect. Light pointed at those teenagers who fought to the very end for Mia, and yeah, they're real heroes. The master demanded to know why Kaido, still bragging he was a hero, was crawling at his feet like a pathetic insect. Kaido told everyone that Light Aid couldn't be beaten by Light at all, and that there was zero point in dragging the fight on. Light snapped at Nemum to grab the sword, and when the girl handed it over, he hurled the blade down at the elf's feet, delivering the words like a lifeline, "I'm giving you one more chance." He offered to duke it out again, screaming that he'd let him go if he could even land a scratch. Then the moment the Light tore his mask off, Light hissed his sworn name like a confession, his real identity. The master demanded the elf grab the sword and prove, right there, exactly what it could do. Kaido blurted, confused, "I'll tell you everything," then completely missed what the other person meant, while Light's command echoed again and again. He said he had to prove he's worthy of the title of future hero, and prove, right now, that he's ready to step into that role. The elf sprang to his feet and bolted for the exit, screaming that none of it could be real, that it had to be nothing but a dream. Rage burned in him. Why should he take the hit for people like Light? Because he's destined to be a future hero. Light snapped into a blazing sunbeam and slammed it onto Kaido's leg. Kaido the elf shrieked in agony. He crumpled to the ground, and Light snapped that Mia was right. He wasn't a hero at all, just a pathetic coward sprinting away from reality. The heroes tightly wrapped the fallen boys in cloth, and the master snapped that he never meant for them to rot here, then urged his comrades to bury the bodies deep in the abyss. Kaido squirmed under Nemumu's foot and she threatened, ice cold, that she'd blow his head off unless he finally calmed down. Then Light snapped to it. They'd met these elves before. The girl blurted, "Wait, this was a month ago at the dungeon entrance." Gold said, smiling, "That Light never forgets." The blonde man fumed, "Why drag that up?" And Yannick cut in, "Because back then we had no clue how strong those opponents were." With a heavy sigh, the master snapped, "Why is fate punishing me?" and then slammed the teleport button. They slipped into the abyss. Kaido froze in pure disbelief, blurted out what just happened, and demanded to know where the heck he was. Light snapped that they were locked inside the biggest dungeon of all, the abyss, and asked if Yannick had even heard of a place like that. Yannick blurted it couldn't be true because they'd just crawled out of another dungeon. Nemumu snapped that if they didn't trust their master, they were basically signing their own death warrant, while Yannick seethed with outrage. Luggy Light's servants rushed out to welcome him, and May leaned in, asking if she could brew tea for the guests. Ellie caught sight of it. Her master came back with eerie creatures in tow, and Nazuna shot him a sharp question. "Are you staying the night in the abyss?" Then she smiled and offered, "If you are, let's spend it together." Light swept in with a grin and told the girls they didn't need any tea because they were criminals, guilty of countless deaths, and they had the key info on the master he wanted them to knock out, then execute. The servants stared down the enemies with a chilling glare, daring them to step forward and put the master down. May offered to pry the truth out of them and warned they'd regret what they'd done. Kaido could practically feel something seriously wrong with every single one of them. Ellie snapped that the master didn't need to dirty his hands with any of it, and swore she'd unleash every torture she'd ever learned. Ayuki slammed the warning to her enemies, "Mess with Light and you'll pay with your own life." Then I kept thinking, who were all these people really? Nazuna snapped in fury, demanding how they even dared to strike their master, swearing she'd never forgive them, then vowing she'd slaughter them all. Light snapped his gaze to the girl knight and insisted they had to stay alive, because the master's secrets were still on the line. The servants nodded in unison, and the young man commanded the gold, heal Ario. Light swore he'd bury Gemura and Vardy, then snapped at Nemuma to help, while Yannick spun to face the master. The scientist tried to plead his case, claiming he was just a victim, but Kaido snapped and made him run experiments anyway. Then the man begged to be released. Light cut in, saying he'd murdered innocent people with those experiments and there was no way he'd walk free, and I didn't have it in me to argue. The gentleman cut him off, declaring the choice was final. Then the crowd surged around the elves as the light flared, and announced the interrogation was underway. The elves stared in disbelief, then erupted into terrified screams and shouted for help. He jolted awake, shouted her brother's name, and Light swooped in to greet her. Spotting the gentleman, the girl blurted, "Where are we?" and he answered, "Right here, this is the hotel I'm staying at." Light figured out he'd been forced to spin Mia a bunch of lies about what really went down, then claimed they were famous for finishing some brutal guild mission. He told them he'd finally found Mia, barely surviving the elves. Then the moment the elves spotted them, they bolted straight into the forest, so he grabbed Mia and Ariel and hauled them back up to the surface. Mia blurted out, "Is my brother still alive?" Light snapped that he'd been badly injured, that he was stuck in the hospital right now, and once he healed up, they'd finally get to meet. Tears spilled as joy hit her like a wave. She blurted out where Jamuru and Vardy were, and the gentleman shoved 2 parcels into her hands. Mia stared at them, trying to figure out what was inside. He said it wasn't him, it was their hair, and he admitted only her brother got out. Then he broke down and apologized for failing to save his friends. Mia thanked them with a bright smile and told them she was honestly thrilled to still have a piece of them to remember. She stared at the bundles, tears threatening to spill, and thanked the light again and again like it could never run out. Mia burst into tears and the master walked away, letting her be alone. Light hears her sobs blast through the room, and he realizes that all that grinding and leveling he did just to crush the traitor was supposed to feel triumphant, yet somehow regret claws at his chest instead. After the Adventurer Slayer incident, the guild shoved them up in rank, because the intel they dropped was rock solid. The heroes decided to dump the enemy bodies at the guild. Sure, it was grim, but it would level them back up and earn them even more glory. Your friend said, "Raise the rank on just this, and we'll tackle the rest later," over a warm cup of tea. 2 adventurers announced they'd quit the road for good, head back home, and hook up with the convoy tomorrow. He pointed out that the ship leaves tomorrow, then he thanked him right there for saving his brother and for all the help he'd gotten. They promised the convoy would drop them straight at their homes, and one of them had already sold off his gear. One of them admitted, "I'm still alive only because of you," and the gratitude in his heart hit like a tidal wave for everything he'd done. The heroes poured out their thanks for the help and for that crazy chance encounter, because it's exactly what dragged them out alive when things got brutal. They realized they only made it because help struck fast at the exact moment everything turned deadly. Mia's saved by the SSR bracelet, but Irio stays alive because Yanark ran the whole experiment and rushed in with first aid. The hero finally confessed that even at that insane power level, he wasn't omnipotent, and he couldn't pull Gamoru and Vardy back from the brink. He made it crystal clear, the ones he was talking to aren't in the adventuring game anymore, but he's still going to keep saving every coin to fund Mia's training. They tried to latch onto other groups, but door after door slammed in their faces, and that constant rejection crushed their chance to keep working. After everything went down, he finally cracked and admitted the truth. Now he's terrified of stepping foot into the dungeons. He admitted that if he wanted to dive back into adventuring, he'd have to plunge into the dungeons again and again. He threw out an apology and admitted he couldn't do another camping trip unless Gamora and Vardy were right beside him. That's why they finally snapped and chose to go back home for good, cutting the dangerous life of adventurers out of their lives for good. Another hero nodded and said he got where he was coming from, then admitted he respected the choice that was made after everything that went down. The other member snapped that getting into the Magic Academy from here would be brutal, but she clenched her fists and promised she'd grind twice as hard. She swore to Dark she wouldn't let him down, and then pushed herself to keep that promise. A shadowy promise hangs in the air, and then you wish them nothing but safe homecoming. Friends pulled him in, begged him to come over, and told him to message them the second he wanted to join. The girl grinned and told him, "I'll wait for you," fully sure the future would work out, because her heart was still his. As he stared at her disappearing, his companion chuckled, "Relax, master, we're gonna be fine, so stop worrying." He realized they're still too young, so any disaster hits them like a world-ending tragedy, even though their entire future is right there, waiting. They'll grind day and night to carve out their place in this world, push themselves to the limit, and one day finally lock in the dream they've been holding close to their heart. Dark said he's sure he'll meet them again someday, and he can't wait for a fast reunion with his friends. Dark nodded hard, snapped back that he was totally right, and then thanked him again for everything he'd done for him earlier. Gaul thanked him for those words, swore he believed it too, and backed his confidence with zero hesitation. Right now, he was itching to visit the graves of Humora and Vardy, because he knew the fight wasn't over yet, and it would take ages before they finally broke through the trouble. He couldn't wait to visit the graves, head back to Basin, seal his promise to Eli and May, and then teleport straight to wherever he had to go next. After that, the hero slammed his teleportation spell, vanished in a flash, and shot straight toward the next stop on his path. The maid bowed to Light, thanked him for his time, and said, steadfast as ever, that serving him as her humble master left her with zero regrets. She practically beamed as she said she'd be his for anything, and Magica lit up with one big wish, to turn today into the day they celebrate their anniversary. Magica beamed at Light, and Light shot back that he was thrilled to see both of them, then made it clear he truly valued their loyalty. After the pleasantries, Light dove straight into it and asked, "So what's happening with Kaido and Yanrock right now?" The sorceress confessed she'd cranked up forbidden magic, slipping into the enemy's minds to rip out the answers she needed. They handed Light the intel they'd gathered, and Light immediately nodded his thanks, realizing just how massive that data was for the whole case. The maid confessed she'd even cracked a forbidden spell just to pry answers out of it, and Ali walked away with the information. Light couldn't shake the doubt this had to be true, right? Especially with those enemies packing high magic and absolute terrifying power. That's why the master stayed on edge. Once he got forgotten, something would crawl in and smash the world to pieces. That document claimed the nation would be wiped out, but the real nightmare was this: how could anything possibly end the entire world? They all agreed on one thing: the master is insanely powerful, but his opponent is backed by a country strong enough to match that force, and he's itching to wipe it out. Even if the master is insanely strong, he's still just one person, and one person can't smash an entire world. The hero told the master to just pick the people he needs, but right now, nobody can read what he's really planning. He pointed out that this info might not be fully reliable and leaned in to ask the others what they really thought about it. The maid nodded along, saying they couldn't call anything with confidence until they had solid, reliable details about what was really going on. The sorceress clocked that the world destruction part was aimed straight at the Elven Kingdom's captain, and Kaido just, somehow, completely blanked out. She scanned their thoughts again, hunting for anything new, but all she found was the same dead end. Dark said, "I tried everything, I'm getting nothing else," and then she demanded they take action right now. The sorcerer snapped back, "We're done, useless now," then shut it down and spelled out exactly what came next. They hit Ario first, then turned to other people, torturing them with brutal, terrifying experiments with zero mercy. After they finally pulled every needed answer from them, their lives were cut short by the torment they'd been forced to endure. Then they were handed the worst news imaginable. One special death spell would slam into them, and they'd be left to die in pure, agonizing terror. Dark slammed the SSS-ranked Feast of the Dead spell and tore open the battlefield, unleashing a screaming horde of monsters to obliterate his opponents. The summoned creatures burst forward and tore into the enemies, crowding them from every angle until their screams turned into raw, agonizing pain. The whole crew is huddled around the table, leaning in like something big is about to explode. Dark cut himself off and said he was done, but then slammed one last truth home. The killers would never grasp the agony their victims lived through, and the people he was talking to nodded hard, agreeing they fully understood, and admitting they took everything he'd said earlier with full seriousness. He insisted that once new info shows up, you've got to test it, make sure it's real and trustworthy. Magica told Light, "Let me clue you in on something huge about what's happening right now," and Light froze. Then he demanded, "Inegadai, what are you really going to tell me?" Eli leaned in and told her every last piece of revenge on Sasha was locked and loaded. Now it was time to move. Dark shot up in shock, demanding, "Wait, are you serious?" Once she got the green light from him, she leaned in and said, "Just one word from your side, and we hit go on the plan right now." Turns out Sasha is engaged to the White Knights vice captain, one Kaido had already hinted at, and the apprentice's blood traces back to a true master, so the plan shifted. Kidnap every knight instead of coming for Sasha. Light declared the plan genius, then turned to Eli and praised him for delivering results. He slammed the order in, "Make it start right now." After the gala ends, he goes straight for Sasha, because this is the night he finally gets his revenge on her. He couldn't wait to meet Sasha, imagining her in pure terror, staring death in the face with nowhere to run, just so he could witness her despair with his own eyes. He blurted out that she was an illegitimate child. After her mother died from a sickness, she was raised as the child of a noble father and a commoner mother, and that loss lit a fire. She vowed to become an adventurer and carve out her own destiny. Her relatives treated her like she was beneath them, smirking with arrogance, spitting contempt, and humiliating her at every single chance they got. Over time, their whole mindset flipped, and they finally stopped bullying for good. It all started with her engagement to Mikkel, the White Knight's second-in-command, straight from the royal family. Sasha and the guy dug up the moment Light thought they were on his side and laughed like it was the funniest thing ever, and the man told him, straight up, that he always loves hearing Sasha's stories, especially the ones tied to Light's murder. They talked about the instant that Light slammed into his leg, and they cursed that not everyone got to witness the look on his face. The man promised the plan to torch human villages would be fascinating, because those places were packed with people. The two men burst out laughing, recalling that wild look on Light's face, and they couldn't wait for the entertainment that was about to hit. He admitted he hardly ever talks to girls, especially Sasha, and then basically said meeting her was pure joy. She grinned and said she was just as thrilled to meet him, and confessed she never, not even once, imagined anything like this could happen. They traded kind words, thanked each other with real heart, and kept talking, soaking in the calm vibes and the warm, easy back and forth. The horses and the team keep hauling the carriage forward, steady and smooth as it rolls down the paved street. Thinking of Michael, she swallowed hard, realizing he'd been too good to her, and she shot the person across from her a grateful smile, thanking them for those kind words. She leaned in and said they were made for each other, like everything clicked and they truly understood one another. The interviewee spilled that the wedding is set for the end of the year and told everyone to kick off preparations for the big day right now. The heroine admitted she couldn't stop struggling to pick her wedding dress, then begged for help getting everything ready. She promised everything would be handled the right way and made it crystal clear you could trust her. Suddenly, the carriage slammed to a stop and the heroine demanded, "Why are we stopping?" The escort immediately snapped back with the answer. Turns out those human slaves dumped their cargo right in the middle of the road, and the moment it happened, the guards slammed them into forced labor. The slaves were shoved into non-stop labor, no rest, no mercy, no matter how badly they begged or how exhausted they were after hours of grueling work. One of the women snapped that people were worthless if they couldn't carry their weight, then tore into their weakness like it was unforgivable. She confessed she'd trade anything to keep the light alive, if he really turned out to be a master. In the middle of their conversation, she admitted she was glad he was dead, because this one event handed her the crucial thing she'd been chasing. Your friend snapped in shock at those words, totally blindsided, because in that moment nobody expected that confession. The woman stood at the entrance, locked onto the crowd, until a man who crumpled in the middle of the street suddenly caught her attention. A young man in a dark cloak sprawled on the ground, then, through sheer willpower, he pushed himself upright, and everyone nearby snapped their eyes to him. Staring at him in shock, the woman slowly blurted out a question, unable to wrap her mind around what she was seeing. Spotting that figure in the crowd, the woman gasped and shouted, "Princess," like her eyes just refused to accept what she was seeing. She burst forward, praying her eyes were lying, that it was nothing but a coincidence and pure imagination, not the truth. As she tore along the pavement, panic slammed into her chest and she kept whispering, "This can't be real," begging herself to be wrong. As she stepped forward, she couldn't ignore it. Deep down, fear gnawed at her, because admitting it meant confirming the person she'd seen. When she hit a dead end, she slammed to a stop because there was nowhere else to run, and her mind raced, screaming, "What do I do now?" She tried to talk herself out of it. 3 whole years had passed, so maybe he'd grown up by now, right? After thinking back to what Michael said, she realized she'd only stumbled into the idea of light, and her guesses finally clicked into place as nonsense. She figured that even if light somehow pulled through, there was no way he'd ever bust out of that dungeon without help. A message was scrawled on the paper, and the light in his voice burned into her mind. He'd be waiting for her in that huge tower. Her face twisted with pure shock and terror, eyes bulging, lips trembling as she shrieked in panic. And yeah, because she ended light, people finally opened the door for her. The Count took her in as his adopted daughter, and he gave her the shot to marry into the royal family. They handed her an estate and all the perks, but the moment anyone figures out the light is alive, she'll lose everything, no exceptions. She was crushed by memories of her relatives shaming her, so she made a heartbreaking choice to end her own life. Rage flared in her the moment she realized he didn't die where he was meant to, and she was dead certain he never should have survived. She stared at those symbols, wondering if they were a cipher. Then the great tower came rushing back to her like a warning she couldn't ignore. The girl strode across the roof, cursing up a storm, and totally missed the people watching from above. The second he spotted her, he blurted out Eli's name with a grin, "See?" Then she answered his name back, and the relief hit him like a wave. He swore he'd hunt down every last one who betrayed or hurt him, pushing them into pure despair with zero mercy, no wasted time. Then he promised to erase them from the world itself, torturing them until their minds shattered from the pain. With a grin, he realized he'd put her in charge for a reason. She didn't hesitate. She agreed, respected the plan, and followed his word like it mattered. Together, they surged forward, sharpening a brutal revenge plan for Sasha. No backing out, no second guesses, they were determined to finish it. In the Elven Kingdom, there are only a handful of knightly orders worth earning. Butley, one of them, is the undisputed strongest. No matter how the others team up, they can't lay a hand on him. His power is on a whole different level. It's called the Order of the White Knights, legendary for how they're picked, where every participant fights to prove their power and skill, standing out like warriors from all the other midnight crews across the kingdom. Captain Hardy leads the order, staying ice-cold and completely unshaken. Among them stands a Char-Chat Orderier member, pure charisma, always moving, always making noise. Mast, on the contrary, stays stone-serious, locked in, sharp as ever, and totally focused. Kia and Nia, 2 identical twins. Nia's non-stop energy and loud exclamations practically steal the whole spotlight. Kia drove her blade into the enemy's leg with a perfectly aimed strike, and the companions at the same table erupted in joy. One of the witnesses leaned in and spilled everything to the commander, how Kaituhu snatched the sword grandiose, crowned himself a hero, and slaughtered adventurers. The source claims Kaido's teamed up with a dark elf who murders for experiments, and it sounds like he's already hit his breaking point. During the murders, he said Keitel couldn't shake the fact that a human child slipped out of the dungeon and got away. The kids spilled every detail to the adventurers, then Kaido snapped into motion, sprinting deeper, because every way out was totally blocked. Kia slammed into the bound man's ear and tore that part of his body clean away. The commander snapped that the top brass refuses to do everything themselves, so they only send their own people on missions. Then at the table, everyone started bickering about when they'd finally get to rest, and the other guy shot back fast and angry. The order snapped that it was untouchable and made it crystal clear it had to wipe out the fallout left behind by the last guy or its name would get crushed. One member snapped that those moves were pointless, but the other fired back that the organization's honor mattered more than any argument or any obstacle. While everyone was stuck in that mess, another guy shrugged it off and declared he'd rather chase a girl than burn his energy on some pointless job. The guy shouted at them to stop right there. The captive kept grunting through the gag as one of the opponents hissed that they should go harder, aim for the eyes, and tear them up. Rage surged through her as she demanded he halt, then lunged in and tried to stab him to death with a knife. The twins snapped that the prisoner was purchased with their money, so they get to call the shots, when to move and how to play it. The twins snorted at Charfat's taste, at how he went for women, then Charfat shot back, "I'm not a freak, I'm a cutie." Mass jumped in and urged them to execute the prisoner right now, like the sword of mercy was handing out death to warriors. The man said that even the weak and useless once earned the right to live, then survived on pure instinct alone. He said instincts only drag people through pain and suffering, then demanded to know why they'd ever be spared mercy. They told you straight up, change how you treat people, or that attitude will wreck you down the line. The argument got smashed mid-sentence by a storm of accusations, but the man snapped back fast, insisting he was just offering advice, not forcing his opinion on anyone. The commander calmly snatched up his cup of drink, completely unfazed by the bickering swirling around him. The man barked for silence and the whole room froze, stunned that he had the nerve to demand it. Clatter was ruining his tea, so he shot the crowd a furious look like, seriously. He warned them, don't flirt because it'll slow your reflexes in battle and cost you seconds you can't afford. The two men shot each other a look and the commander blurted Shasia, Sharfhada's name, trying to yank everyone's focus onto the chaos. He nodded like he got it, then smashed the prisoner on the head. Everyone froze on the spot, staring in pure disbelief. The commander barked orders. Ni and Ki took charge of the cleanup, and Mask got stuck cleaning up the rest of the area. To which he nodded with a clear yes and jumped at the chance to carry out the order. The elf hurriedly apologized to the girl for scaring her, then leaned in and asked in a jumble, "Masu, mama, aitendui maya go," like she was calling out the words she needed most. She slipped out on an urgent errand, like she couldn't delay a second longer. The commander clocked Kaido's nasty temper and his low level, then watched it spark problems for the whole team. The commander snapped that he'd never let the order's name take a hit in front of Her Highness, then warned he'd pay the price himself for any wrongdoing. The source said Kaido had been eyeing the commander's spot from the start, grinding nonstop to get stronger, yet even then, he still hit his limit. With a stone-calm face, the commander looked Sharfhat in the eyes and asked if he wanted to step into his spot. He refused immediately, convinced he didn't deserve a shot at that position. He confessed that when he first joined the order, he was downright too weak, so he spent ages grinding to finally get strong enough. They talked about how Kaido had always chased the top, like every other apprentice who'd lived for the master's blood. Elves don't just have the most master blood, everyone else out there lives with their own kind of power, and that still doesn't make elves special. Blood-awakened masters don't just improve, they smash past the limits, vaulting over level 2000 and some rocket straight into levels above 3000. Anyone who's got this blood running through them, and enough power to match, gets called an apprentice. Every White Knight starts as an apprentice, but their power spikes or stalls based on how much of the master's blood still courses inside them. Take Kaido for example, no matter how hard he pushed, he hit his limit fast and all that training still couldn't save him. Knowing just the basics is like staring at shadows, you're missing the whole truth about what they can do. Commander leaned in and warned Sharfat, don't sleep with anyone, if you do, you'll ruin the purity of your blood. The elf counted the apprentices under 20 and he watched them taint the blood on purpose, draining its power and crushing its potential. He snarled that any contact with humans would spoil it for good, and the master won't show up until millennia later, meaning the blood would never be claimed. Sharfhat shot back that he was dying to see how mixing with people would twist their blood and their behavior. And tormenting them, oh, that's where the fun really explodes. Sharfhat breaks down the long, dragged-out game and basically tells everyone, enough, this has gone on way too long, because he's already sick of what's happening. He promised he'd wipe out the girl the second she tried to run, and he taunted the commander to come back him up. The man gave a quick solid nod and agreed. He warned that the queen's order to kill Kaido was about to hit any day, so we needed to be ready. Then, just like that, the execution got pushed back. Just a few days after it all went down, a towering mystery suddenly rose out of the dense forest right near the elven capital. When a mysterious tower suddenly rose deep in the forest near the elves' border, chaos exploded in the capital and shattered the usual peace. The elves baited humans like perfect prey. Right after those terrifying high-level monsters burst out of the forest, they flooded the roads, shut every route down, and trapped everyone trying to reach the port, until even the main road turned lethal and the city got completely cut off. Every knight except the ones from the old order got ordered onto the road to guard it because the monsters were stampeding away from that mysterious tower. A crew of adventurers got tasked to push into this tower and tear into everything around it. They offered a massive reward for anyone who could tell them about the tower, but day after day, nobody ever managed to reach it. Deep in the forest, the knights huddled together and warned everyone powerful monsters had moved in, and if they didn't get chased off, the whole surrounding land was about to pay the price. And trust me, the reward for any lead is huge, as long as they're kept safe. Wide watched the others, then snapped up a human slave, sure that a little girl or a woman would fit the job best. One of them was shocked to find someone was being used just to scout the route, but once it played out, they couldn't deny it was actually a brilliant move. He said that if you want, you can team up with other groups, vanish while the bait pulls focus, then ride the distraction to save your resources. The real problem hit hard. She was terrified, and she refused to take another step, wrecking every plan they had. One of the men barked at her to move right now, yelling he'd smack her if she didn't fall in line. Tears streamed down her face as she pleaded, "Please don't hit him," apologizing over and over like her heart was breaking in real time. They snapped at me to wipe the tears, quit the crying, and keep moving forward. The girl hunched over, swallowing her terror as the men traded ideas about buying slaves, and they erupted in laughter like human lives were just something disposable. One of them yelled to the girl, telling her she was finally needed, not some junk people kept tossing aside. The girl clenched her fists as the crunch came closer and footsteps thundered in, then the men's stares turned ice cold. From behind the bushes, a monster with a gaping, terrifying mouth lunged out and swallowed one of them whole. The menu whipped around in pure terror and let out a scream. The monster tore into the last remaining elves and devoured them all. The girl crumpled to the ground, frozen in place, like she couldn't move even an inch. The monster was already bearing down on its next victim. Deep in the thicket, the dark-furred beast jerked to a sudden halt like it had spotted something nobody else could, then snapped its head to the side. The girl with the collar around her neck jolted with shock, stared straight ahead, then slowly pushed herself to her feet. He spotted the threat vanish out of nowhere, then retreating into the shadows. A towering figure burst out of the trees, weapon raised, shouting the sudden shock. Then those bespectacled strangers kept talking, saying they'd found a slave whose master had been killed. The girl finally believed she'd been rescued, like salvation was right there in her hands. But then it hit her fast. These people weren't done with her, and the bullying was about to come from them, not the monster. She gasped at the sight of something wild, thinking she was doomed. Then it hit her. She'd slipped past the monster's grasp, only to be caught right afterward. He warned that if you leave her like this, the fallout will get ugly fast, so you've got to stay strong and keep it together. She blinked in shock. Her wounds were gone, completely healed, and she couldn't wrap her head around why those people would blow a fortune on something like that. One of the men stepped in and offered to help her, promising she'd never have to go barefoot again, then pressed a rough walking stick into her hands. The man promised it'd be way easier for him to walk with a cane, and swore they'd haul her out of this place so she could finally take a real bath. They pushed forward, asking her straight up, "Is this going to be hard? And can you still stand and get up?" Then, if she could, they'd make sure she was fed so she could keep going. The boys nodded, locked in the plan, swore they'd protect her, and marched down the road with eyes sharp and caution never slipping. The catgirl perched on the roof with her legs swinging over the edge, soaking in the quiet like it was pure treasure as she scanned the world below. She yawned wide, shut her eyes, and whispered "Nea" softly, like nothing in the world could disturb her peace. The witch dropped down right beside the catgirl, who sat on the wall's edge like she owned the night. She leaned in and demanded, "So how did that run-in with the enemy go?" The witch couldn't believe it. Mr. Light somehow struck up a real connection with this bizarre stranger. This place felt nothing like the abyss they'd been trapped in before, and trying to rein in that many monsters in such a huge, wild area was a nightmare. They were told to wipe out every possible source of trouble and snatch back anyone the elves captured or the monsters ambushed. Ayuki, the cat girl, did the heavy lifting, but she leaned in and promised she'd help too, then told everyone not to worry. Chances are Mr. Light made sure they were locked and loaded for whatever kind of stress came next. The witch is certain Ayuki gets it, especially once Mohikane shows up with that wild, unusual hairstyle. She feared the whole operation could blow up from a simple mistake, so she stayed right on top of everyone, watching like a hawk to keep everyone safe. She caught her own confusion, but her partner reassured her, "Crow, don't worry, their master has everything covered." He said doubting the master would be pure disrespect, and that it was their duty to obey his plans and follow every instruction to the letter. She made it crystal clear any woman who serves the master naturally stays close, backs him up, reads him well, and lovingly takes care of his kids. They snapped back that their job was simple: obey the master's will, live for him, and become his weapon and shield no matter what comes. She swore she'd fight, burn, and even die for him, anything he wanted, all to love him and stay close to him. Anything outside that list, she didn't hesitate, she slammed it as unacceptable. The witch hesitated, questioning whether this was even the right way to do it, but the other woman snapped back with steel in her voice. She'd never tolerate that attitude. Ayuki snapped, "Our views are too far apart, we'll never get along, because even if May goes to war with her, Sapkak won't hesitate to obey the command and end her." She shot back that if anyone dared endanger their master, she'd have no choice but to tear out the problem at its source. He just flashed a grin and said those words sounded downright hilarious coming straight from the other guy's mouth. The second interviewee, not afraid, clocked that this would be an insane experience, and still she didn't believe her opponent could beat her. They faced off, tension crackling between them, and their eyes stayed locked, sharp, serious, and ready to strike. The cat held a tight, wary stance, staring down the girl as her eyes blazed with pure determination, like a showdown was about to explode the moment this stare-down ended. A woman in a hat trudged along the roof when boom, someone yelled at the top of their lungs, shouting Mrs. Ayuki, and demanding her full attention. The cat-eared girl gasped, snapped her head up, and fixed her eyes on where the voice was coming from. She admitted she wanted to say something, but then clamped it down, deciding not to get in her way, so she dropped the topic and promised to revisit it later. She promised she'd talk about it later, then bolted out of there, while the cat girl screamed bloody murder after her. Before they even split, the guys waved goodbye, swore they'd meet up soon, promised they'd get the girl to safety, and thanked her for everything she'd done. After firing off a few words, they locked in their plan. Tomorrow, they'd head for the southwest, and both of them swore they were ready to move. The boys seethed at the thought of using a slave as bait, slamming the callous cruelty toward people, because these grasslands are summoned with the light skill. The Mohicans were digging for answers like it was their life, but in the area, plenty of other servants moved the same way, and their leader couldn't shake the suspicion that their motives weren't clean. One of the subordinates chimed in that the rumors about selling their fellow humans might actually be real, then he got cut down with an immediate warning. The leader shut it down cold. He ordered everyone to stay away from those topics and made it crystal clear he wasn't about to hear any of that talk. Tomorrow morning, the party was told to march southwest and double-check every piece of gear so nothing went wrong on the road. They have to follow Ianoka's plainsany to the letter, team up with Snakehound and crush together while he commands the monsters. After she read the note, her face twisted with disgust. Now she'd have to go too far, and it felt like a total mockery. She had no choice. She had to storm into the tower through Bai's Ramentra, a place even level 200 monsters dread with their whole gut. She can't afford to waste a second. If Mikkel ever learns that the light is alive, she'll lose everything, so she's about to dump every last coin of her savings to hire a top-tier escort. Then she would grab Light and end him with her own hands. The forest teemed with ruthless, top-tier monsters that hunted down adventurers left and right, and the authorities went into full panic. The tower's mystery only made everything worse, and the terrifying chance of monsters crawling onto the roads could have cut off the port's supplies for good. The Lord barked move and launched the order of white knights to smash the monsters and crack the mystery of that tower. Her Highness still refused to touch her residence, and the source swore that he fully understood why. Even so, he made it crystal clear. Firing the order without solid information is a no-go, no matter how worried she is. The other one wouldn't swallow that kind of disrespect. He said he respected the person he was talking to, fully confident he could handle documents and calculations, and then he ordered them to keep doing their duties, because their side would handle the rest. Gathering intel for them meant hunting down the enemy's every move first, no wild sword drawing, no reckless attacks. The older man snapped that wars aren't some kind of paperwork game, and he didn't like how the army command trusted that fool, because a blade's edge means nothing if it can't land on the enemy, and without that, there's no victory. The woman in the middle clocked it instantly. No matter how they yelled, their argument never shifted a thing. The tower was already the heart of the mess. The queen snapped her gaze to the commander of the White Knights and ordered him to carry out a fresh command for her, specifically tied to the tower case. She demanded she get seasoned adventurers on the job scouting the tower, upping the reward, and the commander snapped to attention and agreed without hesitation. One of the men, face twisted with frustration, finally snapped that this time the opponent had crushed their argument. He shot out of his seat and bolted for the exit, his footsteps booming through the huge hall. The last soul left in the hall muttered a curse under his breath, sank into his chair, and leaned back, lost in thought. Before he left, he shot the woman a grateful nod for her help, then sagged hard back into his seat. The man faced the queen and called her mother, then poured out his gratitude for the council's hard-won decision. He made it clear charging into the forest without the right intel was pure reckless damage, and it could unleash consequences no one could afford. The queen snapped that she'd never let her beloved son face danger, and she wouldn't thank him for it, not even once. The man snapped that the prime minister causes nothing but trouble, even shouting "fool," but admitted his queen policy looks brutal. Then the prime minister's plan hit back because the queen swore she'd handle him by framing him. The Ketterbox smirked and straight up admitted it was a real tragedy for the prime minister, because as long as Hardy, the strongest elf, was still standing, he'd never stand a chance. She realized the prime minister won't be able to move however he wants. They declared the tower a top priority. Its presence keeps monsters from spilling out, and letting it sit would trigger catastrophic political, economic, and military damage. He couldn't shake the thought, did this mean the demon lord had really come back? He said that possibility can't be dismissed, and the queen snapped back, then there will be a hero, there's no doubt. He couldn't stop laughing at the idea that heroes are only born to humans, like the whole universe is just serving their destiny with a cup of drink in hand. When the demon lord finally wakes and the master is born, you're going to face a brutal choice, because the hero can turn into a master too, and that spells disaster. So you have to grab him or kill him on the spot, because once people are gone, the master can never rise again. It was a brutal choice. Pick your poison between two evils. Queen revealed that the man chosen to become the master first appeared 3 years ago. But it was a lie. He didn't get to be one at all, so they killed him, warned that no new master should rise yet, and even asked if the listener was worried about something else. He confessed that if he'd landed that assignment, he would have kicked things off with a furious lecture on how humans are nothing but parasites. The queen grinned and called him her sweet Haradi, then told the commander to stop filling his mind with thoughts like that. He admitted he was pushing one ruthless message: wipe people out before a new master even shows up in the Union of Nations. Haradi snapped that people are pure evil, then dragged up history's cruelest cases, because every time those monsters acted, they accidentally paved the way for a new master. The man snarled that people were parasites, and demanded they wipe themselves out. He dropped the names of the master and the apprentice. Spotting their arrival, he sensed it wasn't just a coincidence. Something about them felt dangerously important. The heroes clocked soldiers, adventurers, and merchants chatting up a storm, straight up saying this spot was the perfect pit stop before they hit the tower. One of them clocked a pack of dark clowns ahead, legends for wrecking through the Dwarven Kingdom engine, trading war stories like fire, thunderbolts, that brutal clash with the elves, and how they just swept Daga's dungeon Sanjun, earning instant respect. The heroes agreed to meet up with someone right at the forest entrance. This whole thing is straight up part of Eli's revenge scheme, to crank an adventurer's rank higher and higher. One of the guys in the group straight up confirmed they were talking about yesterday's elves, and then pressed the commander, asking if he was truly sure about that call. They warned them, if you come back to the entrance, the elves will strike again, because you already tried to wipe them out. Commander coolly declared the thunderbolts would smash through and stop their foes, while the other fighters spat curses at the enemies with pure contempt. One of the heroes laughed and joked that the girl was basically a board, saying the enemies couldn't possibly land a shot on something that tiny, Then the girl's rage flared. She snapped and threatened him, but right as the argument heated up, someone cut in with a question to the armored man, asking what he thought. He just stood there, and that silence yanked every single eye onto him. He barked a strict warning at both of them: don't touch her. Keep her safe from whatever rude trouble might be waiting. The hooded man snapped to the truth. He didn't expect her to close in that fast, and now he braced himself to bide his time. The girl snapped, recognized him instantly, and blurted in shock, and he told her, straight-faced, that he'd stay right there and wait, watching every move. The girl shouted at the cloaked man, saying he was just a human child, and demanded he listen so intently he should only focus on her. He clarified that her words were aimed at him, and admitted he'd spotted her for a split second before. One of his squadmates shot an apology, admitting they'd been late to the meeting, but she snapped that he needed to come to her because it was him they were counting on. He clocked her face instantly, 3 years since he'd last seen her, and then the order hit his ears: rip off the mask. The girl's anger flared, but the hooded man blurted her name with a shaky embarrassment, totally thrown off by what was going on. One observer spotted the trouble right away, and the other leaned in fast. What's happening? Right after what they'd just seen. He told her straight up that she probably wouldn't even want to look at his face. Those burns were brutal, and the mask kept them hidden. The girl snapped at him to shut up, charged him with insubordination, and ordered him to rip the mask off right now. No arguing, not a single exception. In the pouring rain, the girl swung her hand like a cannon and violently slapped the man in the raincoat, ripping at his clothes and tearing into him as everyone watched, calling him pathetic. The girl yanked the hood off the man in one violent swipe, then demanded, eyes blazing, that he show his face and stop hiding behind that mask. She closed the distance, met his gaze head-on, and the look on her face screamed that she was about to finish what she started. She shot him a sharp look, then narrowed her eyes like she didn't believe what she was seeing. Tension coiled in his chest as he realized the truth was about to spill, and he had no clue how to deal with her relentless demands. A cruel illusion of burns bloomed across his face, conjured by the special SSR clown mask, because he didn't want anyone seeing the truth, so he purposely faked the damage to throw people off. The girl, trembling in disbelief, snapped, "Cover my face." Jessa let out a sickening sigh, claimed everyone was disgusting. Then the man cut her down fast. She'd torn off the mask herself. Inside, it hit him: this kid wasn't exactly light. She even admitted it had been 3 years already, and the sky in front of her should have seen her grow more than that. She believed the tower held the light she was chasing, and she swore she'd race there with every ounce of power she had. She decided to take his life and steal the intel about the tower, then forced herself to remember this. She had to measure up to the bride of the vice-captain of the Order of the White Knights, all while keeping her honor spotless. She couldn't shake the feeling that her whole life was suddenly slipping off the rails when everything had been perfect and every step had been right on schedule. She even worked up the courage to ask Lord Mikasa to grant her permission to become an adventurer again, so she could forge ahead on her journey. Before, she only acted like she cared, smiling through the lie while hiding her real plans and real feelings. Now, it was wild to finally see the mask drop and watch her true face show up. The commander snapped that something was wrong, and they had to move fast if they wanted to pull off their plans before time ran out. The rest of the crew nodded in unison, locked in their decision to go together, and they surged straight toward the goal without wasting a second. They pushed straight toward the mysterious tower, desperate to level up their adventurer rank and prove they could climb to brand new heights. But deep down, they were really rushing to the tower to regroup with Eli, masking their true mission from everyone else. Still, a shadowy stranger trailed them under the radar, hunting a chance to meet their representatives and maybe mess with everything right in the middle. The hero spun toward the guild pursuers and barked, "Do you even realize how dangerous it is to come at me like this, especially under these conditions?" The hooded stranger snapped out a warning, "Get any closer and you'll drop dead on the spot." They roared in pure anger, but the hero just stood his ground and reminded them, "I warned you." The pursuer roared, warning them not to toy with him, and swore he'd never let them slip away. The crew finally arrived at their destination, and one of the members snapped the word to Mr. Dark, letting him know they were here and ready to strike. Dark stood surrounded, and a threat ripped through the air. This time, he'd pay for what happened yesterday, and there was no way he'd walk out. The heroes had to admit it. Shock hit them hard because they never saw this coming, and now they just prayed they could slip away safely from their opponents. They clocked the enemy's abilities, so their win wasn't shocking at all, and it was brutal to realize they were about to meet their end right now. The opponent roared that only they would fall here. Then the enemy hissed that a slow, brutal death was waiting for anyone who'd caused them too much trouble. If that's what they decided, then fine, so be it. The warriors huddled up and demanded a way to wipe out their enemies before any corpses piled up, and they looked straight at Mira, asking if she could pull it off. The opponents burst in mid-conversation, shouting they already knew everything, like the Dark Clown crew being famous somehow made them experts. They warned me just because I was here didn't mean they'd let them do whatever they wanted. A shadowy woman loomed over them, but they shoved past the fear. She snarled that they were pathetic humans, demanded they kneel, and dangled their escape only if they obeyed. Two of the men shoved their demands forward, yelling that they'd be spared if they handed over everything, while the rest just stood there in icy silence, watching. She cackled with a chilling edge and said, "So be it, if you're going to be disrespectful in front of my master, you're still going to die." Her sudden words detonated in the air and both men froze, staring at her like they'd just lost the plot, completely baffled by what was unfolding. She tore through space with terrifying monsters swarming around her, and the enemy's ranks erupted in screams, terror, and total confusion. With a chilling grin, she snapped that she didn't care about their suggestions and kept right on launching her attacks. A woman dressed in black, her wings flared wide, demanded the enemies fall silent, then die. Her companions pulled their hoods down tight, eyes locked on that dangerous figure ahead. The crew pushed deeper into the forest, and that woman in a stunning, luxurious dress led the charge, stride for stride. The hooded man bowed to Mara, apologizing fast. He figured the enemies would back off at the entrance, so they wouldn't have to run the whole way. He still thanked them for jumping in, then whispered another sorry for the trouble they'd taken on. Mara grinned and told him confidently that there was absolutely nothing to worry about. She promised she'd gobble up every last one for him, no matter how awful they tasted. The knight clocked it right away. Mrs. Mara was running things like always, yet her words still scared the hell out of everyone, and the guy across from him admitted he rarely agrees with anything, but he just had to make an exception this time. Mara swore they were friends and told them not to fear her for a second. The servant snapped his head to the master and begged him to ignore the words of the measure. The girl snapped that ice just like the others, only serves the master and it follows his orders to the letter, no detours. Another character, Earringness, stepped in and confirmed it. They wouldn't move a muscle of their own free will, and they'd obey Aishit's words to the letter, just like before. The man reassured you that no matter what trouble hits, you can always lean on him, and he swore he'd back you up all the way. The guy beamed at Aishit, Suzu, and brother Jack, confessing he'd been waiting for them to show up and loving every second of it. Aishit snapped that we should have seen it coming and slipped out to meet them, and Light told me to stop apologizing. Then Light watched as she bowed her head and apologized for dragging strangers into this. Light said Aishit's responsibility in the case made her feel steadier, then snapped that this time the blame falls squarely on him. Light barked that they'd be escorted to the tower, and I agreed on the spot. Then I led the way. She spun to Suzu and demanded respect right in front of her master. Suzu shot off a quick excuse, admitting he was embarrassed, then swung his gaze toward Light and the ice hit. Light nodded like he got it, telling Suzu not to worry. Ice nodded, agreed, and jumped in to go with them, but Light snapped, "Hurry up, if we drag our feet, you'll make Ali wait when we get there." Light's face lit up when he saw his brother, then Jack blurted out Mrs. Eli's order and said he wouldn't stand idly by. Jack spun to Gold and demanded to know if he truly cared for Light while they were together. Jack snapped that he shouldn't throw those views at the allies, then demanded, "Why am I being labeled an enemy of the people?" Jack pushed for clear boundaries, saying they should keep work out of their personal lives. Then he reminded everyone, "We're family," and demanded, "So why are you talking to each other like strangers?" Jack said, "Since everyone worships Light, I'll do anything as his older brother, anything, so he never has to feel alone." Light ripped off the special treatment and told his brother Jack, "Do it yourself," and when Ice hit, Jack said yes. Light begged brother Jack to stop poking them by talking to him. Light clocked that Jack was wrecking their mood, then snapped to Ice hit. This was the very first time he'd ever seen her pull on the vambrace with her maid outfit. Ice had leaned in and said she'd forged a maid uniform built to move in combat, then admitted she'd studied proper maid manners just to please Mrs. May. Company girl demanded that Ice hit rip off her bracers right now, then peel off her entire suit. Ice Sheet wouldn't dare pull anything dishonorable in front of her master, so she swore she'd teach the girl proper manners, while the girl grinned and promised she wouldn't back out of play. At first they clash nonstop, but somehow they still team up for everything, play after play, proving that for all the attitude, they're really good friends. Even at the table, Suzu stays locked up. No one knows her true personality, and she never parts with that musket. Suzu's class is a shooting squad, and she's got a wild talent. Like a bow, her shot rips out at crazy speed with pinpoint accuracy. That title doesn't really fit Suzu, because under that pretty face, she's somehow a girl and a guy all at once. Picard claims she's androgynous. Light blinks and demands what that even means, and then, right on cue, they announce they've arrived at the scene. Up close, that tower towered over everything. It looked way bigger than from afar, and its sheer size and massive halls felt like an instruction manual carved in stone. The girl practically lit up as she greeted Light, welcomed him home, and confessed she'd missed him. Then Light grinned and said he'd go inside to talk with Ryuki, Eli, and Azuna. He said the tower's destruction wouldn't touch a single soul inside, because he'd cast magic to make them feel right at home. The inside felt huge and fearless, packed with towering pillars that held the whole structure up and screamed in every breath, "This place is solid." Light's eyes widened when he spotted an animal he'd only ever seen on a map. Then she said she called him because he was exactly the piece the plan needed. "Since it's only your own crew here, hit the special spell, then rush up to the top floor. Once you do, you won't be able to move between floors anymore." Light stood by the throne and everyone else dropped to their knees. Nizuna leaned in and told Sasha she'd lay out the revenge plan again, because this time they were finishing it. Mr. Light cooked up the original plan because Sasha was supposed to marry a royal blood representative, exactly like they'd already mapped out. Killing Sasha won't fix a thing, so they have to stop her, because if she marries into the royal bloodline, that's the kind of disaster they can't afford. First, Mr. Light had to level up an adventurer, then he called in the Kingdom of Elves' mightiest fighters, the Order of the White Knights. Mizuna demanded they let the White Knight Order unleash their full strength, because she swore it would impress everyone and bring them one step closer to their goal. They realized their power was way too dangerous for this world, so they begged for permission to put the Order's fitness to the test. Once the test is over, the kingdom will crumble after losing its best soldiers. Then they'll strike from the shadows, snatch the enemy, and squeeze out secrets about the master. First, watch how the other states react, because even if the tower gets smashed, the abyss won't flinch, and that's how we test whether something stronger than them is really out there. That tower is going to turn into a full-on lighthouse. Set it in your mind as a bargaining chip, a pawn you move to force the world to bend toward your goals. Light laid out the master plan to take revenge on Sasha, and Ali went, "I knew you'd do this." Then Light pressed her, asking how she'd pull everyone here. Eli tugged his memory to the first floor and reminded him of his pet, then said they'd come here on their own, so there was no reason to force a thing. Eli told Sasha that every monster around here is under Ryuki's control, so she can come over and meet her anytime. Sasha can't shake the feeling that she'll never figure out why a dragon is living near the tower, stunned by its presence and how it's made that place its home. Sasha realized the whole area's animals had fled for one reason. Right beside the tower, a dragon had moved in, and that's exactly why they'd vanished. Sasha snapped that she'd never set foot there, then pointed straight at Light and accused him of just wanting to bring her here. Sasha turned back to spill every detail, because without the White Knight's help, she never would have been able to get inside. Sasha's about to run to the guild with the info, but Light has to beat her there, fast, so he can seize control of everything. They had to unleash the White Knights, and Mara shot a question: does the Red Dragon really haunt the area near that tower? The Prime Minister snapped that the capital sits right near the tower, then warned that if the dragon soars here, it'll scorch the whole thing to ashes. The measure got the Prime Minister's stamp, and the captain leaned in, asking the Prime Minister straight up if there was anything else he knew about the situation. The investigation starts with a shadowy clown crew led by a human, and the guild hands them the info firsthand so they can tear it apart and analyze it. I guess they're pretty great for humans, because this very source spilled the truth on the elf, who turned on the knights and started slaughtering adventurers alongside the dark elf. Just a couple days later, another source backs it up. Sasha, Vice Captain Mikkel's fiancée, marched in for permission to head there as an adventurer and uncover every last detail. The Prime Minister shrugged and said those two reports lining up is proof they're real, and the captain leaned in, pointing out how the human and the elf swore the exact same thing, even with all their differences. The Prime Minister snapped that it was enough, demanded why they were still sitting, and told the captain flat out there was no time to bicker about races. The captain muttered that the situation was downright annoying, and he blasted the Prime Minister's words as the source of his frustration. Captain roared that in the name of the White Knights he'd take down the Red Dragon, no matter what it cost. To keep Mr. Light smiling, the White Knights will rip Sasha's life away the second they're out of the capital. They swore they'd hold back their full power as they tried to mock them, keeping their restraint tight so the plan could hit harder. Eli, Lohuki, Nizuna, the Witch of Forbidden Spells, plus a genius tamer and a true vampire knight, all sitting at level 9999, are absolutely unstoppable. I'll give it everything for Mr. Lane. Suzu's an android shooter, level 7777, and she's standing by to tear into this with full power. Mara burst onto the scene, and Chimera's level hit 7777. Jack the Man of Steel hits level 7777 and nothing, elves included, can slow him down. The next thing you know, he's blasting everyone flying through the air. Aishit swore she'd give her life for Mr. Light, an Ice and Flame warrior, level 7777, fully geared and itching to fight. Jack said Sasha already went ahead to the tower, so she'll guide them from here and they'll push through the forest exactly like they planned. Someone snapped that Sasha didn't matter, told them to back off and get some rest so they wouldn't get in the way, then demanded, "Is she okay?" Sasha snapped back that she'd find the fastest, safest route, and she wasn't just sending word, she joined right there and escorted the whole group herself. At this hour, the country can't afford to lose anyone. She refuses to let even one person get hurt on the way. Because she's weaker than the rest of us, she'll have to fight her way through on her own. Then he hands her a ghost-class armor and shields as their last-ditch move. Someone told us, don't worry about her, she's the one holding everything together. And then they added, I'm not done yet, I want to protect this country with everything I've got. Someone swore he was jealous of the vice captain because the bride is ridiculously patriotic, then added that she's fearless, tough, and totally determined. I better stay out of their talk and let the kids have their fun, though it freaks me out, they clearly get along with him just fine. Magali leaned in and asked if he could walk beside him, and Sasha shot back that she was taking point, then nodded, agreeing to lead the whole group. To secure Sasha a beautiful future, her safety comes first, so Sasha nodded and promised she'd stay extra careful. Nia and Kia stared up in awe at that massive tower, gaping at its insane size and whispering, how on earth did it even get here? Nia clocked something was off and blurted to Kia, do you see it too? As they stared in sync, both blown away by what was happening. These monsters weren't just scary, they were terrifyingly dangerous, and their level shot past 1,000, slamming a wave of panic on the heroes forced to watch them. Captain, there are 3 more, so this fight can't start head-on, the hero warned, let's take them out from a distance instead. They chose to pull the monsters off them, even though they had no clue how brutal the enemy would be, because their real target was a dragon, and they couldn't waste a single ounce of strength. Explosions ripped across the sky, and the 3 stared as the heroes burst out of the trees, launching straight into a fight to pull the enemy's attention away. They rushed to the blast site while the heroes hid in the bushes, eyes locked on the chaos, sizing it up and readying themselves to strike. Even the ones inside were already wiped out, he couldn't have caught sight of more than 6. The passageway is finally clear, and if there's only 6, then there should be nobody else left. They step into a mysterious tower, right where the air feels heavy, and their one mission burns in their minds, hunt down and kill the Red Dragon, training hard for a mission so dangerous it could swallow them whole. The odds scream that he's hiding right inside, so everyone, stay sharp, get ready, because a brutal enemy is about to strike. They charged toward the tower and Jack snapped for him to go ahead, then hissed for everyone to shut up so they stayed calm, quiet, and razor-focused all the way there. She realized the world went dead, no sound at all, not even your heartbeat or your breath. This spell hit like a memory, like I'd seen its power somewhere before, and it felt like a one-of-a-kind heavy-hitter skill. The spell shuts out every sound around the caster like the world goes underwater, and most of the time it happens with plain magic, no extra tricks, no extra effort. Hardy's silence isn't normal, it blasts out over a massive range, smothers every sound, and traps anyone who steps near him in dead, terrifying quiet. Anyone in the Hardy zone loses their mind in minutes, and if they somehow push past 10, it kills them. He's so terrifyingly strong that he's basically second only to the captain of the White Knights, and it blows every single person watching right out of their minds. Sasha is set on killing Light herself, no delays, no excuses, straight the moment they step into the tower together. They marched up to the building's security door and Hardy flashed a hand signal, click, and the door swung open as they all slipped inside together. All 7 of them suddenly got trapped inside this blazing, glowing circle, packed with eerie symbols, and when they stared down, they knew it. This had to be a teleportation trap. That massive tower is stacked like a giant gauntlet, 5 floors in all, from the first to the 5th, and every level hits you with jaw-dropping scale and bold, unforgettable visuals. They locked eyes, smirks snapped onto their faces, and someone tossed out fun like a warning sign. Sure as night, chaos was about to hit. When the opponents' faces finally came into view, you could see it. Every one of them wore the exact same battle-ready glare, itching to clash the moment the fight began. He spoke in a low whisper about revenge, swearing he'd push this job to the very end no matter what stood in his way. 2 boys stood there with their hands raised, snapping insults at each other, blaming the other for not warning them about the trap ahead of time. Nia and Kia scanned the floor and pillars, and then they clocked it. The captain and the others had been shifted to different floors, with them now stacked above the first floor. They decided to track the others down and team up, and right there someone threw out, "So are the folks who appeared in front of us our enemies?" Eli and Mara clocked it. Their opponents looked way weaker than they should have, and the rules slapped a stop to any move from her partner, so she stood her ground, remembered the order, and pushed herself to keep it fun. Kia and Nia swore they could sense every move coming, but this time, somehow, they couldn't spot a single enemy presence. Mara soothed them by yelling, "Thank Mrs. Eli," because she'd banned them from striking down their opponents on the spot, and she promised them they wouldn't get killed. She told him the tower could keep people alive even after brutal injuries, and that it was built with a dungeon core specifically to do that. They fired off questions whether the Red Dragon was truly named Lady Eli, then pushed for the interviewees' identities, and finally got the full rundown on what a dungeon core even is. They claimed Lady Eli summoned the dragon, and the companions who became its next meal stumbled in here because of that. One man shrugged off her words like they were lies, while the other finally caught on that their orders were the only thing they could follow. Ice hits tore into her for spilling secrets to her enemies, then snapped, "So what happens when they try to break out from here?" Mara snapped Aisha that she was just kidding, then leaned in and demanded, "Where do you think they'd even get out of this tower?" Ice hit blurted out, "I'll grab them sooner," even admitting it sounded kinda silly, then warned that the enemy might have tucked away secret techniques. She told him she didn't care how puny the elven enemies were, daring him to play anyway, and warned that the master wouldn't ever forgive a loss. Nia and Kaya said their piece, then stormed straight at the opponents with calm, fearless faces, weapons clutched tight, ready to tear into the fight. As Nia and Kia lunged forward, they sprang back, but the 2 boys timed it perfectly, slipping above them while they were still airborne. They bragged that the master's blood ran in their veins, then said their power shot past 1,800 like it was nothing. They were sick of being trapped with brainless fools, so they decided it was finally time to give them a hard lesson. Nia snapped that these 2 needed to die, not just get a lesson. Mira snapped that those opponents looked more like squirrels than actual mice. Kia boldly offered to chop off the opponent's legs and arms mid-fight. Roku said he broke away from the captain, then somehow didn't see the trap at all, and he couldn't even wrap his head around the fact that it was real, calling it pure bad luck. He realized these buildings shared the same kind of material as the first floor, but up close the layout and structure were totally different. He figured out this wasn't the first floor at all. He'd been yanked by teleport straight onto some other level of the tower. Staring from a distance at the body by the pole, he demanded to know what floor it was, then urged us to rush out and tell them. He strode closer, stared at the person ahead, and when he clocked their look, he blurted, "Cute," in pure shock. He spun toward the girl, introduced himself like a scarf, offered to walk her home, and demanded to know why she was trapped in this tower. When he clocked her displeased look, he instantly switched gears, calling her young lady instead of his old words to take the edge off. He slipped away, barked that the other guy was a kid, and clocked the silence from his partner, like he'd already figured it out too. Staring at him in shock, the guy blurted, "Are you a talking weapon?" then quickly demanded, "Wait, are you really a living one?" He told me the companion's name was Suzu, and I introduced myself to Roku. Then I warned him, "You'll never remember his name because you're only going to get a little time with him." Suzu demanded to know what Roku was talking about, and Roku snapped back that she was out to kill the other guy, so he had no choice. Roku got it instantly and demanded to know if they were being forced to fight in war, then slammed the point home. Everything was controlled, and it was giving him a major headache. He admitted he finally got why they had to clash, accepting that fighting was unavoidable even though he never wanted to jump in at first. Roku told them to drop their weapons, stop the brawl, and right there bare his heart, saying he was in love with Suzu and begging to be with her. He repeated what his companion said. She wasn't interested in him at all, cutting him off with a blunt, instant no. He told her he'd be happy as soon as he became the kind of guy she liked, then right away he pressed, "So what kind of guys do you like, generally?" She painted her perfect guy in vivid strokes, dark hair, a sweet yet brave face, and made it crystal clear he treated every gentleman with kindness, not that airy, light stereotype. He screamed for them to stop, begged them to keep it down, swore he'd gladly surrender for love, and then confessed the truth. He simply couldn't take it anymore. Roku reminded him he'd already been rejected and pushed him to last as long as he could. Then he launched an invisible arrow straight at the opponents. But he whipped around, swung back at full speed, just missed the arrow's path, and kept dodging like death was chasing him. As the smoke was still hanging in the air, he gripped the gun tight, yanked the trigger, and the bullet roared out. Roku finally snapped off an arrow, and as the bullet and arrow crashed together midair, they vanished into nothing, each one tearing apart the other's momentum. Roku blurted out that he'd pulled a secret artifact from the hidden crossbow treasure, and he couldn't believe it when it kicked away an invisible arrow midair. She praised him on the spot for swatting away her companion's bullet in the blink of an eye, and you could see her confidence spark. She was starting to like him. She told him to take her words as a compliment because this kind of rare praise isn't handed out, it's the kind you earn when you fight with real courage. Mara demanded to know if they'd really keep hopping all over the place, calling them little belchats, praising how fast and nimble they were. Nia demanded to know how long they'd stay lounging around, and then she pressed, "What magic did you use to build this massive tower?" Kia snapped at them that they'd promised a lesson, then demanded to know where it was, right now, waiting to be delivered. The opponents ripped an air slash at them, but they juked out of the way in the nick of time, dodging the hit before it landed. Ice Hit and Mira clocked their opponents instantly, magic flying fast, no hesitation to kill, and realized the elves weren't just good, they were scary masters at it. The two fighters snapped backward, whipped out an air slash from out of nowhere, and the enemy immediately scrambled to dodge. They keep blasting that same move over and over, cramming the area around them, squeezing the enemy non-stop until the pressure never lets up. Aishit told me to keep dodging until the enemy finally freezes up, because attacking is a total no-go, and Mara just shrugged like, "Yep, that works." Nia and Kia both said they could keep going like this for half a day, then pick up right where they left off in the next phase. Mara got stabbed in the legs from far away, and I only realized way too late Nia was right behind him. They grinned, bragging they'd already cut off their right hand, then argued over which limb to butcher next, before vanishing in midair. Mira whipped around to Aishit and demanded his take. What did he really think about the chaos unfolding and the moves the opponents were pulling? They labeled the opponents' moves as street performance and basically confirmed that this is exactly what their battles look like, every single attempt, every single strike. They said, "We've got enough info," and reminded everyone Lady Eli had already ordered a test to see if their forces could work on the surface. Aishit admitted he didn't see this coming. He was shocked the opponents were so weak because they couldn't fight back at all. Nia and Kia snapped at them as liars, shouting that they weren't weak at all, because nobody could even lay a finger on them and they couldn't believe what they were hearing. They proved it, demanded a closer look at their sword, and then snapped that the opponent was nothing but a bunch of fools. He scanned himself and realized not a single drop of his blood was on him, meaning their attacks never even scratched him. She snapped that even a kitchen knife would have been better than his sword, because he couldn't possibly scratch her hand just by pretending his arm was cut off. Blood spilled from Mer's mouth and she just wiped it away with a sharp smirk, like she had every part of this moment under control. The opponents gasped in pure horror when they saw Mara bite off her own hand, staring in disbelief, stunned that anyone could do something that brutal. She beamed, then his arm started sprouting back from his shoulder like it was nothing, proving that insane regeneration and that brutal, unnatural strength. She burst into laughter the moment she realized she was safe again, then promised to show her opponent something even crazier, hinting at the new powers she'd just unlocked. Nia and Kia stared around, totally lost, and blurted out how they had no idea what was going on, then they gasped at every wild thing happening around them. Mira grabbed her head and spun it in her hands like it was the simplest magic in the world, pulling off wild tricks and shocking everyone in the crowd. She snapped that it was time to end the show, then wrapped up the whole display and proved her powers were the real deal. Mara burst in and claimed she was a chimera, level 7777, and then Ice Hit stepped forward like a blade of frost, calling himself an ice and flame fighter, also level 7777. She told him that when her arm got sliced off, her whole chimera body, like every chimera, recruited itself and rebuilt it, and even parts could keep living on their own. Kia and Nia snapped in shock when the level bars showed something that shouldn't exist, twice as high as the captain, and they demanded an answer about the 777th level. They swore they'd never fall for the trick, demanded the lies stop, and vowed they'd make sure their opponents didn't slip away. Ice Hit admitted they were just testing the kid, and Kia blasted forward with an air cut, snapping at the opponents to shut up. I snapped, "It's me, Mara, what are you doing?" and reminded her she promised she'd take the opponents on herself. Ice Hit snapped, calling the boys to push harder, and they froze in disbelief, stunned by his nerve and the wild challenge he threw down. Kia and Nia grabbed a haircut, yelling it wasn't true, and Mara leaned over to Ice Shit, asking if they weren't funny. Mara insisted they'd reach the target anyway right as Ice Hit yelled, "Shut up," and Kia and Nia shoved them back to work, unleashing a thunder arrow. They cackled and demanded why the other side wouldn't just quit, mocking their low rank, and bragged that every attack bounced off like it couldn't even leave a mark. Kia and Nia yelled at their opponents to shut it, then snapped back that they were coming straight to the fight and they'd cut the problem down themselves. Mara bragged that their ordinary swords couldn't touch her. She laughed, saying every strike of theirs was pointless and would just bounce off. I get why Mrs. Eli acted the way she did, but he was dead tired of his opponents, and he couldn't read a single thing about what they were really planning. Kia and Nia shrieked, sprinting for their lives in total panic, terrified by what was unfolding and desperate to get away from the danger fast. They made a break for it, only to slam into a locked exit. No doubt in anyone's mind they had a trick up their sleeve to hoodwink the watchers. I told him, don't drop your guard, because yeah, maybe they're overhyped, but the truth is, that kind of disaster still has a real chance of happening. They snapped into action, set off toward their goal with fierce determination, and pushed forward like they couldn't wait to win. Nia finally admitted she didn't get how those two were stronger than the dragon, and then she snapped into action. We've got to run to the top of this country. Nia leaned in and urged Kia to slide along the wall, insisting they'd find a way out and pull it off right here. They realized they were faster than their opponents, so they snapped into action and hunted for an exit right away, whatever it took to blast their escape forward. Kia halted mid-step, felt something was off, and hesitated with a sharp gut check before moving again. He demanded of Kia, "Why are you sweating like this?" blindsided by the sight and desperately trying to figure out what hit him. They stared at each other, baffled, wondering why the heat hit so hard and what triggered that sudden temperature drop. Kia fumed in outrage at the monsters and demanded to know where they'd stolen the magma that triggered the shocking blast in that tower's wilderness. Nia was warned, there's no time. If they don't fight back and break free, they'll be burned alive right here. They unleashed their magic, froze the world into a razor-sharp wall of ice, and stood behind it as their enemies closed in, because danger was already at the door. Kia felt the happiness in the air until she saw the ice buckle and melt at lightning speed, and a brand new threat started closing in fast. They shouted that it was impossible, pointing at that tactical class magic, but they clenched their teeth and tried again, because this weird threat wouldn't let them breathe. Once again, they flung their magic into the air and forged an ice wall that hardened into a shield, splitting the battlefield and carving out a safe haven between them and their enemies. They realized the ice was melting again, faster than before, and that meant fresh pressure, with the enemies closing in and every defense getting harder. The ice wall started to melt, and they realized someone, or something, was chewing it from the other side, tearing open their defenses before they could react. As the threat barreled closer, the heat kept climbing, panic erupted in their chests, and they couldn't stop asking, who were these creatures and where did this danger even come from? They gasped at what was unfolding, and then they saw the icy stuff on the ground, which only made the situation worse, colder, and exhausting. Nia snapped no as dread twisted in her chest. She couldn't shake why they had to push through a deadly stretch, terrified of what waited there. Kia pushed them to move quicker, whipping the flames back at the attack as the fire barreled toward them, threatening to strike any second. They called their magic back to life and slammed it into an icy wall, forging a brutal barrier between them and their enemies, so nothing could reach them. They kept chanting for magic again and again, forcing it to crystallize into ice, until a hard wall snapped up between them and their enemies. As they tried to summon magic again, they stared in horror. The ice wall was smashed, and the danger was suddenly breathing down their necks. The ice and fire vanished into nothing, and in their place a brutal, thick fog rolled in, blanketing everything and turning the air into one giant, creeping warning. Mira burst into laughter, stunned she'd managed to grab them, and even more shocked to find they were still alive after that brutal attack. Mara finally understood the nightmare. There's no way out, and they're only still breathing because Lady Eli's spell is holding them together, for now. If we didn't have the spell, they'd have dropped dead before we got a single scrap of info, so I pushed harder, turning up the pain to take control of it. Ashith realized just how weak they were, then throttled one Ifrit's speed and power so the fight wouldn't wreck them. Icehit couldn't wrap his head around why Lady Eli picked those two puny test subjects, and Mara flat-out told him, "It's the right time." Mara warned that until you know your own strength, you can't act on the surface, because there's no match that even comes close to you. Isid nodded and went along with the plan, and the three of them snapped into action to carry out their master's order, while Kia and Nia stayed sprawled on the ground. Marys vowed they'd rob Kia and Nia of their sanity, fully chained to their master, loyal to the core, and doomed to obey every order without a single refusal. They got the message loud and clear. Since they loved torturing people, they were going to taste that same agony, no mercy, until information finally spilled. Mara demanded to know why they were helping them, then reminded them, cold and sharp, that they'd killed people just to laugh and enjoy themselves when help was offered. Mara bares her teeth and warns them, "Give up the info or you'll pay in blood and pain." They beg for mercy, but their pleas get crushed and punishment is coming no matter what. Nia and Kia are choking on fear and agony, their bodies nearly swallowed, and all you can see are their eyes, wide with pure horror and crushed hope. Mara tilted her gaze down at Nia and Kaya, smiling like she'd won, savoring every tremble of fear and the crushing despair on their faces. Eli wields an invisible crossbow that blasts burning bolts from thin air, and that unique artifact is so rare and dangerous that it practically screams trouble. On the tower's second floor, Eli spots Suzu and greets her with a bright, bold smile, so welcoming it practically grabs everyone's attention. Suzu breaks it down, mana gets poured into the crossbow, and that's how it spits out invisible bolts, turboing its fire rate and smashing its power. Eli snaps in frustration, yelling that Suzu must be exhausted from fleeing, then pushes the idea, "Just give up, no fighting." Eli surges to trap the enemy, cackling while Suzu rips a bullet from his weapon and fires. Suzu snaps his eyes up, his shots are slowing and not even heading back at him, so he has to figure out what the enemy is planning. Suzu snaps into action as he realizes the enemy's attack is speeding up, and he and his partner launch an immediate assault before anyone can blink. The partner's thrown off by the slow shots, then it clicks, those frames are aimed at the very first move, and suddenly they realize they're already dangerously close. Suzu earned praise for pinpoint accuracy because that shot wasn't a fluke at all. He read the elf's next move and fired a heartbeat ahead of her. Ali fires up the room, "All right, this is the real show." Then she grins, laughs, and jumps right back in, piling on more twists to keep the intrigue burning. The guns erupted, every shot flew, but Suzu twisted out of the way at the last second, narrowly dodging the hit and proving she could react faster than danger. Eli snaps that he's running away and blurts, "Why won't you fight?" Then basically tells the kid to quit, like surrender is the wiser move. Eli asks if he's really trying to wait for her mana to run out. Yeah, she figured that was the whole play. Eli snaps to his partner that they're out of moves, he's already lost, and he refuses to keep chasing a win that won't happen here. Eli yells checkmate, then fires straight at Suzu, proving this whole moment is totally in her hands. Eli explains that the gift will turbocharge every bolt, boost the mana flow after each shot so the spells hit faster and hit harder. Sharfat crushes it with shooting, weapon handling, and magical arms, so the order keeps him close, and Eli even admits the whole perfect fighter story might be a little exaggerated. Eli can't believe Suzu's still standing. He calls out the insane gap in strength, and then he erupts with relief because she's alive. Roko figures Suzu's in love with Mr. Light, so he's convinced she'll go down swinging just to keep her precious pretty face safe. Ali snaps that she's way better than him and orders him to be her boyfriend, basically dumping the dull guy and making it crystal clear. Suzu's jaw drops at Eli's words. Before it's too late, he tells her the only way out is to kill herself. Eli's jaw drops, then rage hits. He snaps at Suzu, screaming that he'll kill her over and over and over. "I will kill you." Suzu yanked the trigger again and again, chanting kill, and with a thunderous blast, raw rage and rock-solid determination surged through her. Even when the shot ricocheted off the air just a bit higher, her face stayed carved in stone. Roku is the musket Suzu grips, and it's packed with magic, ready to tear through the world. Roku can fire magic bullets that he controls after they leave the barrel, and every single one of them is crafted by Suzu. Its rate of fire is absurdly fast, and Roku can stockpile a ton of those bullets so he's ready to unleash them later. Because Roku can fire over 1,000 bullets in a minute, Eli's fear spikes, and he clocks him as an insanely dangerous threat. Suzu's still seething and he growls, "I'll kill you." His partner tries to cool him off, begging him to take even a minute break, but the strain between them is already stretched to breaking point. Eli darts after Suzu in a full-blown panic, screaming at him to stop while Suzu's furious, like someone's bullying her and she's desperately trying to reach out to him. Eli shouts, realizing he's out of time to save a single drop of magic, so he slams the artifact into full power and unleashes spells at the fastest, hardest rate possible. Eli yells at Dara and blasts with the invisible crossbow at full power. If it snaps, she doesn't stop. She's ready to end the fight and slaughter the enemy. Eli blurts out that her opponent is freakishly strong, so strong that even Dare can't possibly outmatch the sheer number of her shots. Ali lets out a sharp scream after that tiny scratch hits her, but she can't make sense of it because the pain doesn't stay localized. It blasts through her entire body like the hit was way worse. Eli's on a mission trying to figure out how a totally normal bullet could be that deadly, so deadly the poison seems to snap through the whole body like it spread in seconds. Ali spotted movement at the very last second, and the next bullet tore straight for her face. From afar, Suzu planted herself in a fighter's stance, eyes locked on Eli like she was ready to explode into action. The bullet slammed into Ali's upper body, the impact jolted her backward, and she lost her balance, bouncing violently through the air. The next bullet slammed in and Ali's world flipped, confusion roared, her eyes went white for a beat, and a wave of bitter curses washed over her. Eli gets slammed hard, she crumples with weakness, confusion, brutal hallucinations, and even temporary blindness, like some magic attack has chained her in place and hypnotized her mind. Suzu couldn't believe it, Eli was still alive, and she stared in awe, praising her as peerless for that magical power. Suzu lunged in front of his partner, begging him to breathe and stay steady, because as long as the enemy is trapped inside that tower, they can't take him out, so Suzu just needed one thing. Hold it together until the perfect moment. Suzu clocked that her opponent might have caught a glimpse under her skirt, and she let out a breath when nothing worse came of it. Suzy replayed Mr. Light's words in her head before she even moved. First, you had to size up the opponent, see how strong they were and what they could really do. Suzu yells that even if you heal your opponent, they still won't be able to fight, and then blasts a warning, don't you dare waste your mana. Suzu soothes everyone by insisting Mr. Light is always kind and never snaps, and that Roku never, ever lies. A guy asks if anyone else showed up with him, and Jack fires back that this wasn't some quick hop, he's traveled a long way just to get here. Jack strides up and calls himself the Man of Steel, level 7777, grinning like he can't wait to meet him. Jack blurts that he's on the 3rd floor of the tower while his crew and the other guy's companions are scattered on the other levels. Jack tells you there aren't any traps here, so you can finally kick back and relax. He shoots back, skeptical as hell, insisting he won't buy Jack's words just like that. Jack shrugs and says, what's the point of dirty tricks when two guys are already swinging at each other? Then he grins, because if he knocks his opponent down, that win is his, and the whole thing is as simple as that. Jack realizes the gap between their levels is so massive it might as well be a wall. Jack leans in and tells me, don't worry, I'm not the type to brag about my strength or sneer at the weak. Jack steps forward and offers to hand himself over, promising safety and his life if the other person catches him off guard, because they can't believe Jack is only level 7. He wavers between doubt and belief, insisting no human could ever reach that level, people are just too weak to keep up, and bragging about it is pure nonsense. Jack tells them straight up, I'm not going to block your evaluation skill, no matter what you try, and then adds, and no, I'm not bragging. Jack, stunned his opponent doesn't even have an evaluation skill, then the guy smirks and says, I don't need one, I can size you up mid-fight. He vows he'll smash Jack and take control, and Jack nods along, admitting this time his opponent is seriously smart. It dares you to throw the first punch and prove who's stronger, then taunts the enemy like, don't you dare drop dead right away, you stupid little man. Jack's life is hanging by a thread. One cruel spear thrust could send him to his forefathers with a single hit. Jack calmly parried the spear with one palm, then smirked and told him straight up that he was way too slow. The other man stumbled back and Jack just stood there, wearing a sly little smile. He stared, panicking as his opponent calmly snuffed every single punch, one after another, until even their captain couldn't pull off that kind of control. He slammed all his strength into one single punch, so brutal it looked like it could break even. He shoved every ounce of power into that one brutal strike, and even the captain crumpled dead. Then, as he marched up to Jack, he clocked Jack standing there with his fist held out. Jack snapped his fist out again and shoved him aside, and the guy was left staring like, how on earth is this even happening? Panic slammed into him as it finally hit. Jack wasn't messing around about that level. If he lost right now, his level 2000 was toast. As a white knight, he knew the truth. If he wanted to save people, he couldn't let death claim him here, because the Elven Kingdom's fate was resting on his shoulders. Jack stared at the words about saving people and shot back, so when we put them out of their misery, are we helping them or killing them? He truly believed people had no spark at all, that the world was doomed and ugly, so he decided the only solution was to erase them completely, forever. Jack couldn't stand it. He was furious that nobody would take his help, swearing it was salvation, but Jack shot back, "You're a fool if you can't see the real point." He sneered that his noble goals were beyond human understanding, calling them an inferior race and insisting that strength had nothing to do with it here. He screamed that saving the world meant one thing: he would not die here, not while life was in his hands, fighting with total resolve. He dropped to his knees before the great Barda, begging it to spare his life and hand him the strength he needed to keep fighting. He pushed Velibarda to take all his life, then grant him the power to slaughter the enemy and never hold back when the moment comes. Jack felt it was his duty to claim victory, and he went all in, ready to smash his opponent. That huge halberd supercharges its wielder for 3 full minutes, blasting their strength and combat power higher and higher with every strike. Once it's activated, that massive halberd turns its wielder into something stronger than Captain Hardy, and this magical blade has been handed down through generation after generation in the Master's family. If that form really is true, then the full power-up alone is deadly enough, but it gets worse. Its bare hands swat away my attacks like nothing. He screamed for the halberd, ready to trade his soul for even more power, anything to finally crush that guy. Jack clocked it right away. His spirit and willpower were seriously top tier, even though the dude looked like a total run-of-the-mill scumbag. He swore he'd never retreat and would throw everything he had into fighting him. No breaks, no mercy, no holding back. Right in front of him, Jack yanked off his jacket. His eyes turned from white to dark, and tears dark as night started pouring out. He exploded forward with insane speed, charging straight at Jack to land the attack. With terrifying speed, the guy came barreling straight at Jack, ready to strike. The guy lunged to attack, but Jack snatched his weapon out of the air with one hand, and the moment he did, he knew Jack's body was pure steel. Jack's body got swallowed by a brutal wave of animal armor, slapping itself on top of his already steel-like frame like a second skin. No matter how much stronger his opponent gets, 100 times over, Jack's steel body stays locked, unbreakable, and completely shields him. The man slammed Jack's steel body with everything he had, and it didn't even flinch. His brutal hit bounced off, leaving the steel perfectly untouched. The guy smashed into Jack's steel body again with everything he had, but even on that second hit, his punch hit a wall of nothing. Jack said the attacker's strikes were getting stronger, but the man never stood a chance because the opponent was just too powerful and bad luck kept breaking him. Jack's steely fist smashed straight into the boy's face, snapping his attack in mid-swing and locking in an impenetrable defense. Jack seized the boy and drilled his face with brutal punches, hand after hand, each strike dead-on, exact, and crushing. Jack's punch blasted the boy backward, slammed him into a pole, and dropped him on the ground, still, silent, and completely motionless. Jack yanked him by the clothes and blurted out, shocked, that he couldn't believe he'd killed him. Then he let out a breath of relief that the boy was still alive, staring at Lady Eli like she was the real miracle. That guy ripped into Jack's worldview and trash-mouthed his manners, swore he'd never be a friend, threatened someone with force, and totally underestimated the opponent. Jack finally snapped back into his normal body, stunned, and blurted out, "Are all elves like this, so what do we do next?" while he stared at his companions, still reeling. On the 4th floor stood Captain Hardy of the White Knights, cold-blooded muscle, the strongest of the Master's henchmen. Out of all her master's henchmen, Nazuna was the one nobody could touch. She struck first, she hit hardest, and she ruled the fourth floor. They snap us into a teleport trap and sling us to new floors, and yeah, the tower is still massive, but it's a totally different monster than the first one. Nazuna snapped at the elder in a loud voice, warning him not to ignore her or it would get dangerous, and the elder stayed cool, just asking if she was an opponent. Mizuna snapped that she'd been ordered to measure the elder's strength, then pressed him dead serious on whether he really was the strongest elf of them all. Yeah, it turns out every single person here is under the control of one master. He calls the shots and he watches what everyone does. She might look like a sweet little girl, but her skills hit hard. When she moves, you can feel the power, and still, Master's probably the strongest of them all. He regrouped with the crew, smashed the Arakin, then hunted her down, seized the Master, hauled him in for interrogation, and wiped him out for good. Mizuna beamed and declared she wanted to enjoy the fight, then made it crystal clear she'd jump into the battle with everything she had. He clocked that she didn't look like a normal kid, figured she was a demon, and couldn't help but stare at how expertly she swung that heavy sword. He clocked the brutal magic infused into her sword and armor, chose to watch instead of rush in, and right then Nazuna snapped at him for just standing there. She slashed her sword, and the last surge of that attack screamed forward at him, ripping through the air with raw speed and brutal power. The fourth-floor tower walls outside came crumbling down, shattered by the brutal impact of the attack that just hit. The fourth-floor tower walls outside buckled and burst inward, shattered by the brutal hit from the attack that just went down. As she raised her weapon over him for yet another strike, she realized his back was already bleeding heavily. Nazuna snapped back and insisted she never cracked the tower wall, but everyone shut her down, straight up calling her a liar. Eli told her he'd reinforced this floor extra hard because the tower is tied to her magic, so it can't collapse. She snapped that she wasn't about to patch that wall forever and said the magic still couldn't keep it standing. Mizuna snapped at Eli that she could already feel her master's disappointment pouring down on her, and then she bowed her head and begged for forgiveness, admitting it was her fault. Eli leaned in and asked Nazuna straight up, did she hold back her power and finish her opponent? Eli told her, I get why you're fired up about the first task, Nazuna, then immediately warned her to rein in the force next time. Eli snaps at Mizuna to get her head on straight, stop spiraling, and control her power, because helping the master doesn't mean going all out and wrecking everything every time, or it'll never be trustworthy. Eli tells Nazuna, you keep messing up and the master's going to hate you, but now she's finally fired up, ready to jump in and help. Nazuna apologized to Eli, begged for her understanding, and then right as she finished, she noticed the enemy was still rattling on with noise. The opponent begged for magic healing, so Izuna hit him with a solid medium treatment, and Ali couldn't believe his eyes when he recovered. He's fighting to heal and push himself back up, and thanks to Eli's magic in the tower, he survives, so get ready because a fresh round is coming for Nazuna. Eli snapped at Nazuna to run the plan, lock down the force, and keep that chaos from crashing down on her. Then he pointed to their last talk as the reason. He realized he could have crushed Nazuna anytime, but his arrogance screwed him. He admitted he totally misjudged her strength, and her punch nearly took his breath away. Before nobody could even lay a hand on him back then, he tore through human villages like a one-man storm, leaving destruction in his wake. He threw out an apology, then swore he'd fight with everything he had, straight up admitting he underestimated her and failed her. He thanked his opponent for the opening and the sword for pulling him back from instant death, then admitted he'd managed to recover just in time. He realized luck was on his side, quit messing around, and decided to unleash everything he had. Then the battlefield went dead silent. He snapped his fingers and carved out a pocket of total silence, so deep you couldn't even hear breathing, and that bizarre power hit his mind hard while it triggered two brutal consequences. This first effect is a vicious debuff. It keeps draining the enemy's stats over and over while they're stuck in the field, and even more silence won't let you catch the changes happening. The second effect is a secret power only he and his mother, the Elf Queen, know, and then he activates *silence return*. Hardy fired off that power, yanking every last stat the enemies still had left, every one of the numbers he'd already crushed, into the field he created. For centuries he'd been fighting and slaughtering to forge his power, learning every brutal lesson in the heat of war. Now he was finally ready to strike. He yanked the hermit's sword into his grasp, snapped at the silence, and demanded it gather itself into a blade strong enough to tear the enemy down. This sword exists in his world alone. Everyone who ever laid eyes on it is dead, and the secret dies with them. Forged in the dark magic of silence, this sword is known as the Blade of Silence, and its master is ready to unleash a real fight. Hardy stared at Nazuna's face, and there was no doubt about it. Pure determination burned there. Hardy clocked that her skills weren't terrible, then figured she couldn't outmuscle the sword's raw power, so she went for speed, daring the moment to break her way. Hardy figured that in a different world he'd have welcomed her into the order, but tonight he didn't want maybe. He chose to crush her just to drag her master's secrets into the light. Inside that deadly sphere of silence, Nazuna snapped into a fighting stance, ready to clash with Hardy. Hardy clocked it instantly. Nazuna was trying to hit Gaido's move, but since she was still green in combat, her timing lagged and he figured it out. Hardy's raw skill has turned him into a beast. He swings the hermit sword and unleashes his one-of-a-kind technique, certain he's the strongest elf alive and smugly sure Nazuna will be wiped out fast. Hardy saw it. Nazuna had finally snapped and chose to attack, and he was certain that, like last time, she wouldn't stand a chance against him. Nazuna was right there in front of Hardy, and Hardy figured he'd slice her in two before she could even blink. Nazuna drove her fist into his stomach, and Hardy's mouth erupted with blood as he stumbled backward. Nazuna froze with her fist thrust out, while Hardy crashed into the wall at full speed. Hardy braced himself against the wall, then terrifying cracks spidered across it, while Nazuna stared down at her fist. She swore she never smashed the wall and said she could command the force like it was hers. Ali gasped and blurted out Nazuna's name, stunned. Nazuna beamed and swore she did everything Eli asked, no wall damage at all, then froze when Eli's rage erupted. Eli told her, "I warned you not to smash the wall so you wouldn't have to repair it," and for Nazuna that meant one thing: don't go punching a hole in it. Eli snapped at Nazuna, demanding how many times she'd been told to rein in her power, and how much mana it took just to patch that wall. Mizuna burst out, "I tried," then went after Ali for bullying while Ali, stunned, blurted, "What do you mean, virgin?" Eli leaned in and asked, "Do you know what that word means?" And Nazuna, totally lost, muttered that she'd heard it somewhere down in the abyss. Eli snapped at Nazuna, then hammered home that the person who taught her those weird words was even worse. Mizuna screamed that her patience were gone, and she vowed to spill every secret about herself, then begged him to help her. Light realized Eli had burned through too much mana, and Eli shot back that she wasn't out of magic yet. She still had plenty of energy to keep casting. Light saw that Nazuna had blown things up. She screamed, shook like crazy, but now it's over. Light shot down Nazuna's frivolous attitude, but her raw strength made everything easy to control. Then Eli warned that the elves were hiding mysterious tech, only for Nazuna to shut it down fast like she'd seen it before. All he had was a level up and an invisible sword, but Hardy was ready to wow everyone by cooking up something fun with her one-of-a-kind skill. Light realized he'd already been caught. His level hit around 4,000, basically screaming proof that Nazuna won, but that 1,000 level hit she took didn't end up helping her at all. Light's eyes widened. He'd been caught, but the real threat was bigger. The master wasn't done with him yet. He needed to train Nazuna and force her to learn how to control her powers. But she's acting like a little kid, even with all that power. It's probably because she's the final card that can be summoned. Eli told her, "You've got to learn manners and learn to control those powers, because if she gets pulled into the wrong influence now, it'll blow up into a disaster later." Light was dead sure she had it right. Everyone else is elite. Nazuna is terrifyingly strong, but her magic resistance is the one crack in her armor. Light realized he couldn't outguess Nazuna and predict who'd win, but if Ayuki orders them to unite, everything could flip. Light realized even the elders, Aishit included, couldn't handle Nazuna anymore. They tried every trick to rein her in, but nothing worked. Light realized the youngest girl lets her true colors fly by beating people down, and she matches the previous summoners in every way that matters. Light is old, brilliant, and kind. Mei is the oldest, Eli is the third, Yuki is second, and Nazuna is the youngest. Light realizes once he puts it that way, it's like they're all sisters, and he's convinced of it. Light spotted the awkward guest situation, apologized on the spot, said everything was totally fine, and fired up the mood. Ali nodded along and pushed them to cut the chatter and get down to business. He snapped his mask on, barked orders for everyone to get ready, and fidgeted with pure impatience as they waited for her to open that door. He felt a trap hiding in plain sight, one even Sharfhat couldn't sniff out. Sasha leaned in and asked if everything was still locked inside the tower. then he snapped back that it wasn't exactly on the first floor. Sasha's instincts screamed as soon as she saw it. This corridor was basically a red carpet, pointing to one thing: someone was waiting for them right at the end. Sasha begged him to make a quick dash, scan the area, and come back, but he snapped that there was no use stalling here and we had to push deeper right now. He warned Sasha to get a ghost-class weapon ready because who knows what's coming next, and then he told me to rush ahead and wait for the signal. Sasha got it and she went. They strutted down the red carpet and right in front of them that massive door loomed, like it was just waiting to be blown open. The door swung open by itself and there it was, boss room revealed like a red dragon's savage lair. They stormed into the room and spotted it, red carpet snaking up the stairs straight to the throne, and Sasha couldn't shake the question, why in the world was that freak here and why did it feel so damn strange? He asked if that guy was someone she knew. She shot back that she'd only seen him on the road here and that he was out there investigating on his own. Sasha snapped that he wouldn't dare open his mouth around her, because after that one meeting she still seethes at his insolence. Light remembered the time they'd cleared dungeons together and how terrifying it had felt back then. Sasha said he couldn't remember them ever being in the same group, then guessed the Light might have tricked her into mixing him up with some other elf. Light yanked off his mask and in a low voice admitted they hadn't crossed paths in ages. Then Sasha's horror hit full force when she finally saw his face. Sasha gasped in sheer terror and whipped his head toward the Light, because now he had no choice but to dive in, but how on earth was this even possible? Sasha shot Light a startled glare. So what happened to your burns and why haven't you changed one bit in 3 years? Light snapped that the burns were all smoke and mirrors, and once that lie fell apart, his growth and his hatred for the traitors vanished with it. He stood there totally confused, baffled by what was happening, but one thing clicked. Through the conversation, he realized this guy was a former candidate for the role of master. 3 years back, he tripped into a teleportation trap by accident, and when they tried to murder him in the abyss, it dumped him down on the lower floors. From that moment, Light snapped, launching a relentless hunt for every one of his old associates, ripping into their motives and chasing the brutal truth behind why they tried to kill him. From that moment on, the Light started forging itself into something stronger than ever, and it began gathering real comrades, the same girls they're seeing right now. Light built this tower for his revenge, then dedicated it to Sasha, so the revenge would fall only on her. Sasha stared in disbelief as Light forged that tower with revenge in his heart. Meanwhile, Blumfist cackled, riding every bit of his lucky win like it was pure glory. Blumfist was over the moon. He never thought he'd get to take out the former master candidate with his own hands. Blumfist leaned in and told Sasha that if they killed the tower's owner, their kids would rise as the next rulers, and the whole kingdom's power would explode overnight. Blumfist swore they'd win for sure, no Hardy in the way, and they'd beat him and come out on top. He's still stunned he even managed to raise that huge tower all by himself, but now he doubts he can pull off anything beyond this. Blumfist declared, no matter how tough you are, if you're from the insect race, you won't scare the elves one bit. He said, don't panic, grab the weapons from the treasury. We've got to wipe out the former master candidate ASAP. Sasha gives it everything she's got to take down Light, and she's not backing off. She's totally determined, and I'm right there with her, she exclaimed. Sasha decided to take revenge on Light herself. She screamed that she'd end him with her own hands, then snapped that he'd better be ready, because he was going to die for what he'd done. He refused to talk another word, snapped at the others to stay out of it. Eli shot back, yes, master. Sasha finally confessed she's over level 500, and the wild part is, she's been training non-stop, so she's fully ready to smash into battle. Light freezes in shock, then blurts out his congratulations, while Sasha grins and reveals the next weapon she's already ready to unleash. Light clocks Sasha's about to unleash an illusion and instantly suspects she's lining up a full-on psychic attack. Light realizes Sasha is about to unleash the royal-class powerhouse, Angel Ocarina, and when it hits, the enemy gets crushed so brutally it might as well be an insect. A massive creature crashed into Light and Sasha screamed, die, don't fight back, Light. Light snapped out of the way, and in the instant his attack missed, he realized this creature was tearing forward faster than its size should have allowed. Light grinned. This challenge hit different. He charged anyway, right under the enemy's shield, and knew he'd have to smash straight through their defense. A blinding wall of light slammed into view ahead of him, and he muttered through gritted teeth, annoyed that this was getting downright boring. Light blasted across the wall, shattering it instantly, and at the same time, it tore the enemy's shield to pieces. They were way tougher than I ever guessed. Light pushed to slam through the opponent's defenses, but it all shattered the guy's hands instead. One knight burst out of an angel's body as the rest hovered nearby, eyes locked on the moment, watching every single second. The opponent slams up another barrier and fires healing magic to patch himself back together. Right then, Light finally gets it. Knight and an angel team up for a brutal physical defense. This muscular angel rips attacks out of the way, while magic support backs them up hard. Light let out a wicked chuckle, locked onto the angels like a hunter spotting prey. Then Sasha gasped, "Wait, can Light even stand up to angels?" Sasha and Blomqvist were stunned. This was the very first time they'd ever seen people who could smash an angel to pieces. Sasha stared in shock. How could Light become this brutal when he'd only been level 15 a second ago? Light said it with total confidence, like he'd been hammering his training in the abyss this entire time. Light blazed into level 999, and Blomqvist snapped at Sasha that the lower races never had a shot at reaching that height. Blomqvist clocked the angels were wrecked, and still he underestimated their Light, assuming he was weaker than he really was. Sasha nodded like, "Yep, that's it." Sasha screamed at the Light in full rage, begging the angels to strike him down without a second thought, because he'd gotten a little stronger at last. Light snapped into action to prove he wasn't bluffing, using dust breath and striking an angel to make the power show up right in front of everyone. Light bursts onto the scene and the shadows start twisting into a deadly dance. Sasha's jaw drops as she realizes Light can wield magic, firing spell after spell at jaw-melting speed, one right after another. Light whipped up a raging fire obstacle, then swung an ice sword and loosed a fire arrow, obliterating the enemies that left Sasha staring in shock. He finished them off. Light watched as the magic-type angel finally clawed its way back from the attack. Sasha blurted, "This never burns my mana," and boasted she could keep summoning angels right up until her gems ran dry. Light realized the angelic ocarina drinks up 0 mana, no cooldown, no limits, then saw there were tons of them and they were way stronger than he ever guessed, so he chose to start with the summoner. Blomqvist threw himself between Light and Sasha, slamming into the path, and then he roared, "Hey, you little creep, where do you think you're getting your dirty hands on my fiancée? Mess with her again and I'll make it your problem." Light stared at Mikkel, sizing up his shield and staff, firing sharp questions as if he already knew the next brutal strike was coming. Light shot backward as the hit stunned him out of nowhere, while everyone else stared at his lightning-fast move. Light jolted at the barrier's sudden snap into place, scrambling to steady his footing as everyone around him stared at the shield's power, wary and tense. Light realized the power wasn't some spell at all, then he snapped to attention in shock because he never thought it would hit that hard. Blomqvist tested how strong the Light really was, cracked a smile at the impact, and leaned in like, "So, what do you think of what I just did?" Blomqvist leaned in and told Light this, his ghostly weapon, Bliss and Wrath of Heaven ***, smacks down weak strikes and tosses back anyone brave enough to challenge the deity. Blomqvist told everyone that his shield doesn't just protect him, it supercharges the powers of anyone he calls an ally. Blomqvist called up Light and snapped, "Can you take care of the angels I've reinforced with my shield?" Blomqvist warned Light, "The angels will keep clashing non-stop, then they'll regenerate over and over, until you finally tell them to stop." Sasha yelled that Light couldn't touch her, Mikkel was shielding her, and any strike would snap right back onto him. Sasha flashes a grin and leans in to ask Light, "So, how do you feel after all of this?" Sasha bursts out, hurls vicious insults at Light, and roars that he's nothing but a pathetic loser, then demands he admit he's powerless against her and the other elves. Sasha and Mikkel crush Light with brutal insults, screaming that he's a pathetic loser, that his game is finished, and that he's weaker than the lower race. Mikkel spits that they came to wipe out everyone, so Light's shot at stopping them is gone, and he's left wondering why they still refuse to back down. Light let out a low chuckle at the talk of hopelessness, then spat the words back with a cold sneer, like he didn't even believe they meant a thing. Light cackled when the truth hit, and Sasha and Blomqvist stared in terror as he snapped and totally lost control. Light blazed with pure desperation, and Eli and Ayuki lunged to stop him, but the moment slipped away and it was already too late. Light struck the code 9999, tore open the first seal on his soul, and unleashed a massive power roaring inside him. He unleashed X, the Godslayer Gungnir, and a tidal wave of her power surged around him, burning to obliterate everything in its path. Yeah, based on the description, it screams Maid for Gungnir, the legendary god slayer that tales call the weapon of the gods. 3 years of non-stop infinite gacha pulls finally paid off. He snagged Gungnir Extraklasse, the legendary god slayer. And that weapon is so brutally powerful that not even he and not even anyone else can truly comprehend what it's capable of. One wrong step and it'll turn deadly in an instant. Because the power was too out of control, they fused our level 999 souls into a brand new entity, built together with Light, Mei, Naoki, and Eli. Lord Light, the one who kicked off the seal, shattered one of the seals built to lock away Gungnir. Ali blurted out a warning to Mr. Light, but the danger was already too late to stop. A sickly beam of light poured out, black as a curse, and heavy smoke surged up around him like the world was choking. Light declared, "Now I'm gonna show you what real hopelessness looks like I promised." Sasha and Mikkel snapped into stunned silence, staring at the scene as they ordered the angel to strike and kill him right away. An angel surged toward him, club swinging, thunk, its sharp end nearly kissed the light before the impact even landed. But the angel's club didn't get shattered by some massive force. It crumbled under one tiny weapon, and the rest of them went completely stunned. With his target dead ahead, Light inched forward, closing the distance 1/10 step at a time. Staring straight at the angel, it hit me, funny how even they can feel hopeless and drowning in desperation. Another burst of light slammed into view, and before he could catch his breath, indignation flared in him. Seriously, that's it, no other techniques at all. He gripped his weapon, spun around, and asked, "So, have they finally clocked that this stalemate is here?" Sasha stared in sheer panic as the angels shattered and turned to dust right before her eyes. She screamed for them to come back, but Light cut in and told her there was no saving them. In a full-blown panic, Sasha started summoning even more angels, and at the same time, Gungnir's magic was slowly roasting Light's right arm to the bone. But none of that stopped the light. It came roaring in, hell-bent on making them choke on despair, while the angels were already back on their feet and the elves started calling in their secret trump card. Sasha commanded the angels to fuse, and in an instant they skyrocketed into one colossal high angel. Sasha commanded the high angel to unleash light, and it snapped a holy spear into existence, then hurled it straight at the boy. Sasha barked out an angry laugh, swearing that no way that guy could block a high angel's strike, and that light like that should scorch in hell. Light seemed to gulp down that high angel's strike like it never existed, and he shouted straight at the stunned Sasha. Light demanded to know if she truly believed that kind of attack could bring him down, and as Light closed in step by step, Sasha's terror surged through her. He commanded the high angel to strike Light again. Magic flared over Light, shielding him from above as the spell kept scorching his hand. While Light was recovering, he told Sasha, "If you're sick of this, it's my turn now." Sasha went pale and screamed for the high angel to strike again because Light had the nerve to call himself next. What a total jerk. The high angels unleashed heavenly rays and struck him with light, but he swatted it away like it was nothing, like insects crawling on his skin. Sasha couldn't figure out why the attacks were failing, so she ordered the high angel to kill Light, while Light was still fighting her way forward, closing the distance and demanding to know what was going on. Light thrust up his magical weapon, and pink and purple flames burst out as he screamed that he'd kill her. Light flashes a laugh and leans in on terrified Sasha. "Hey, what's wrong?" Light blared, "So why are you hesitating, Sasha?" And Sasha, terror in her voice, yelled at the high angel to act now. The high angel unleashed 3 attacks in a single breath, and Light only smirked like he'd already won. In the blink of an eye, Light annihilated the high angel, snarling that their attack had failed. Then Sasha and Blankfist stared in terror as the sheer power hit them. All that was left of the high angel was a pile of burning coals, and when Blumfist snapped, "Sasha, bring it back," she tried, but nothing answered. The ocarina turns to dust in Sasha's hands, and Light spits that the Gungnir, God Slayer, has its name for a reason, so Mikkel snaps in rage, demanding what kind of weapon that even is. Light swears Gungnir is a Genesis-class weapon, and Michael doesn't buy it, not at first, he even laughs it off. The elf explodes in rage and screams that this weapon is a national treasure, and right then Blankfist slams his shield up, swearing it'll completely shut down his attack. Blankfist boasted that the elves would never fall to humans, and Light just smirked back like, "Yeah, you won't be able to stop what's coming." Light slammed into the shield and declared, dead serious, that even the elves' ruler wouldn't stand a chance. A gigantic blast tore open the sky, and in the chaos that followed, darkness swallowed everything, leaving only wreckage and screaming panic behind. A brutal shockwave ripped out from the explosion's epicenter, smashing everything in its path until only fragments remained, and the elves shrieked with pure terror and despair. The elves were blasted apart by the explosion, eyes wide with shock, and they crashed to the ground. Elves crumpled across the battlefield, barely holding on. Then Blankvist snapped awake when he saw his shield was shattered, and he realized he'd been underestimating the light. Blankvist snapped, asking if Light was the master, and Light shot back that he wasn't even recognized. Then he got killed on the spot. Mikkel grimly admitted they'd lost and told them to report it straight to management. Blankvist swore he'd be back. He couldn't just walk away after leaving a monster like that behind. The elf choked on a plea for forgiveness and shoved the Skywing item into his hands. Nothing moved, nothing changed, and Blankvist's mind went wild with, why isn't this working? Light cuts in, saying no transfer magic even works in the tower, and Blankvist immediately snaps back, accusing Light of lying again. Light says it's here now because they made that magic themselves. Then Ellie leans in and says the tower's built on the core of the abyss, where movement magic just flat-out fails. Light leans in, asking if the elves have any other shot. Then Blankvist drops the truth, hope isn't dead yet. Mikkel swears the Order's boss is coming to rescue them, then he'll finish Light because his power tops 3,000, and the elf even offers to let them walk away, promising he won't report a thing. Light declared the fight was done, then shouted for Ice Hit to rush in. Sasha shot back, totally stunned, asking what in the world that meant. Elves spun around and saw a stranger hauling the lifeless bodies of their fallen comrades, Commander Hartet, Mast, Sharfhat, Kia, and Nia. Light's team wiped out every single one of their comrades. With a smug smirk, Light demanded, "Tell me, do you still think there's hope for both of you?" While terror gripped them. Michael and Sasha erupted in screams, terror ripping through them. The team rushed in, throwing out apologies to Light for the delay, and Light waved it off, insisting they were right on schedule. Blankvist dropped to one knee and offered Light a dangerous deal, team up with him, and he'd hand Light the title of the Elven Lord. Michael declared, "I'm a politician, I'll help you seize power," while Light shot back, cold and certain, "I don't want to be the one in charge." He's hell-bent on wiping out everyone and digging up the truth behind questions that have haunted everyone for 3 years. Then Blankvist snaps, realizes he doesn't need him, and yells to be let go. The elf snapped that it wasn't his choice, it was an order handed down from higher up. Sasha, stunned, demanded how Mikkel could still stand there and break the promise to marry her, but Mikkel shut her down and refused. Then the elves started bickering, and it hit Light like a flashback to the day he got tossed into the abyss. Sasha snapped at Mikkel for being a traitor, and Mikkel shot back that she was nothing but a girl with easy virtue. Light said he wouldn't aim his revenge at Mikkel. Ellie was taking over his future instead. Ellie snapped at the elf, "How dare you insult our god," after he brushed off their demand to surrender. Panic hit and Blankvist stammered, "I didn't know back then just how deadly Light could be." The witch sparkled and demanded, "Do you even realize how stunning our Light is?" And he snapped back like it hit him like an epiphany. Then Ellie cut in, saying his understanding still wasn't on the right level. She warned him that he still didn't grasp the Godlight's true power, so she'd beat that lesson into him, and Blanca snapped into a run, screaming in pure terror. Ellie whipped up a chain of spikes and snagged Blankvist on the spot. Blankvist tried to slip out, but Ellie snapped, "This is tactical magic, you can't." While he panicked and flailed, Ellie went digging straight into his memories. Blankvist felt crushed with remorse, but Ellie didn't buy a word of it. Meanwhile, Sasha dashed to Light's place to size up the punishment before it even hit. In a full-on panic, she blurted out their old days, then demanded, "Do you remember how Light got hated, and how it still found comfort with you?" She asked Light if he still remembered all the time they spent together, and Light shot back that he remembered every single detail, thanking her like it meant the world. After all that, she still taught him hypocrisy, and then she drove an arrow straight into his leg. The elf, sobbing through the pain, begged him to understand. It was an order from higher up, and if she refused, she'd be the one getting killed. She kept insisting it wasn't her fault, and when panic took over, she begged, saying he could use her body for whatever he wanted. Ayuki, the cat girl, burst in and snapped that the elf was so desperate to deny her sins that she'd stoop this low. Then she declared, "I'll kill you, and I'll heal you right after." Light froze Ayuki in his tracks, then bluntly said he'd never ordered the elf to be touched, and when he turned to Sasha, he flashed a calm smile and promised, "I won't kill you. He'll make them suffer, drag out endless pain, until he finally cracks the whole truth, and then he'll decide whether he's going to unleash genocide or spare everyone." Light orders Mary to smear Sasha with something vile. Mara agrees instantly, then summons a ruthless swarm of centipedes. Centipedes wrapped the elf tight, and as Light suddenly recalled the truth, he snapped his bow and loosed an arrow. He fired a shot straight into Sasha's leg. Sasha shrieked in agony, then Light started firing off the words that Sasha had done to him back when she was still wrapped in centipedes. In pure desperation, Sasha erupted in screams, begging just to be happy. She wanted to see your family, your parents, and your sister. Light didn't buy a word of what she said. He snapped that she was lying and demanded she come up with yet another excuse right now. Sasha kept begging for mercy as centipedes poured into her mouth and clung to her face like living nightmares. Light tipped his head, said his goodbye to Sasha, and vanished from her life like a final, painful flicker of light. Glowing light raced over Goner's weapon, and it totally blew past every expectation. Then he ordered the team to hunker down for a quick break in the abyss. A few days later, Ellie shows up with a report, and it floors Light. He can't believe what the witch uncovered. Ellie said she dug the answers out of their memories. Captain Hardy, the Queen's son, knew the most, and he warned that the world would collapse the moment the Master arrives. The report adds that the Master throws his weight behind the country's development, paving the way for a chapel on their scale, and Ellie clocked the truth fast. The last Master already did his part. Light fired a question at Ellie. Wasn't the speeding up really about saving the world, not wrecking it? Ellie nodded, and in the elves' memories, a Master wasn't just talented. They were the ones with magic so overwhelming it felt unreal. When people in power block progress, the Master stops mattering. Then Light learns the hard way. Once he confirms he's not a master, they kill him. Light pushed that killing the captain was a disaster waiting to happen, and Ellie nodded hard, agreeing the consequences would be brutal, so they should leave everything exactly as it was. He leaned in and demanded to know why they murdered the master candidate. The witch shrugged and said she had no clue. Turns out even the captain couldn't remember, so Light snapped that it was time to drop this and hit the next plan. Ellie nodded hard and promised she'd gladly storm the elf queen from atop a towering height. Meanwhile, deep in the elves' castle, the queen got the worst news of her life. Those elves sent to the tower were already dead. The queen shrieked that she couldn't trust a word because Hardy was supposed to be the strongest. Yet the old elf instantly spiraled into a full-blown panic, called for every last fighter, and they got slaughtered too. The counselors started snapping at each other over who should get the aid. Then they're hauled in and hit with the brutal truth. Dragons attacked them. Over 100 dragons are blasting across their capital's skies, and one of them is right above them like it's headed straight for disaster. There's someone up on that dragon. Ellie in the hood burst into the scene, swore she'd punish the elves for striking the tower, and warned she'd burn the whole city down unless they spilled who ordered the attack. The elves can't wrap their minds around it, how they can hear it like it's buzzing inside their own heads. Then Ellie grins and says she's about to show them what her dragons can really do. And again, those dragons snap their jaws shut and blast fire into the field from behind their mouths. Ellie snapped that they had exactly 3 minutes to think, because if they didn't, she'd burn the whole thing to the ground. The elves erupted into a heated fight over one question: hide their queen or hand her to that witch. Ellie stood there, waiting, and somehow caught every single argument, and the silence was starting to hurt because she was already missing them. The countdown hit 0, then the elf queen stormed out to the witch and demanded she leave right now, and Ellie shot back, asking if the warriors were the very first ones to attack her. The elf queen gasped in shock, demanding to know this tower mistress's name, and Ellie snapped back, just call her the witch of the tower. The queen demanded answers about the warriors, and the witch snapped that she'd punish them herself. Then I pressed, why send them at all? The queen stared me down and said, because they have to check out the dragon tower. The witch pressed Ellie for the truth. Was it really protection, not treasure? Ellie stepped closer and swore she'd dig through her memories for the real answer, and that's when the guards burst out. Ellie didn't hesitate. She summoned the magic of the sacrifice trees, and they erupted instantly, tearing into several guards and the chief assistant. While the elves battled those rampaging trees, Ellie leaned in and revealed the truth. This wasn't random magic, it was tactical class magic, because these trees feast on blood and flesh. The queen was shaking with terror and bolted from the witch, but the witch snapped a chain of thorns around her and ripped open her mind to read every memory. Ellie used her memory-reading magic to pry into the queen's truth and make sure she wasn't lying. But she couldn't stand the queen's memories because she refused to tolerate the elves' contempt for every other race. Then she declared she'd take every single one of their slaves, and if the elves dared grab another, she'd torch them all to ashes. She's making it crystal clear, no single race gets to dominate another. Later, back in Light's house, the queen got the exact same intel Hardy had, because she heard it straight from a meeting of the 9 principalities, all debating the best way to kill a master. Then, just like that, the meeting ended and the rest of the memories got smashed to pieces because the report straight up warned them there was another kind of master out there and it was far more dangerous. Light hinted that someone might have been stronger and deadlier, but nobody can swear to that without fresh answers, while Ellie insisted the queen didn't even have a clue. Then it hit him, those elven slaves, and he demanded an update on their freedom. Ellie shot back that everything's running exactly as planned and they've already freed over 50,000 people. Light thanked Ellie for the help. She handed him the info that pushed Sasha's revenge forward, because every step they take is bringing them closer to the goal without costing them a thing. The witch lit up at Light's words and insisted she was only helping God as much as she could. Then May barged in with urgent news, cutting the moment short. Then it hit Light's target. The dark elf Shin was wasting away deep inside the dungeon. A dark elf realm of hundreds of islands where healing, magic, and medicine thrive, and the whole country backs anyone brave enough to chase the next discovery. Light's old partner Shio Farron, the dark elf, is up to something right now, and she's running a brand new experiment. Right in front of her, a dark elf saw a man strapped to a chair, his mouth gagged tight, so she grabbed a knife, cut his knees open without hesitation, and drove the blade straight into his stomach. The elf assistant went rigid when Shin drove a blade into a human. Then Shin snapped, "So why did you stop?" And the assistant scrambled off, firing back, "Why would you hit like that?" Cheyenne shot back that they had to do it, because it's going to crank up everyone's misery, and they'd better race to finish all the records and verify everything while the person is still alive. The experiment kicked off and the magic circle snapped to life. Some elves raced to jot down notes, while the others stepped into the summoning circle and started killing Maga. Mana was getting sucked up way too fast, so Shin snapped, "Slow it down, cut the mana." The elves cut their mana in half, but the damage didn't stop, still nothing changed. Shin yanked the plug on the experiment, demanded everyone hook the circle to the pillar and pump mana straight back into themselves, but no matter what they did, the mana got swallowed at a terrifying speed. Then space buckled out of nowhere and a black hole tore into existence, ripping the walls around them apart. A massive dragon burst out of the hole, and it was moments away from tearing into them. Xian was forced to unleash her last weapon, Black Death, the magic catalyst. That colossal dragon erupted in a thunderous roar. Xian threw up a protective barrier around herself, while the other elves didn't stand a chance. Everyone in Xian keeled over dead, every single one except Zai, and that fact hooked the dragon because in his usual deprivation roar, nobody survives. The dragon swept in, introduced himself as Valera, Dragon of Souls, and the one true lord of them all. The dragon demanded how that elf survived his roar, then glowing lights burst above the elves. Valera started gulping them down. Cheyenne believed the lights held a soul until I poured in blood, time, and money, and the dragon simply gulped them down. Xian couldn't stop smiling. She'd begged the Lord of Souls for help, and now she's ready to hand over anything he asks for. Shihan laid it all bare, straight to the bone, and Valerigus just smirked, then leaned in and demanded Shihan bring him the souls. Xian begged the dragon for a little time, and when the dragon didn't get why she could be so cold about her comrades' deaths, she snapped back. Her research wouldn't happen unless people paid the cost. Valera burst into laughter and adored Xian, and as a reward, he vowed to grant her strength. The dragon pours every shred of its knowledge into Shin, and right in that moment, a blazing rainbow erupts around them. That gift blasted so hard that a blurry beam tore out of the island. Right as the lights flicker, he's hit with the news. His next revenge target is barely hanging on, and her institute has been turned into a full-on dungeon. Turns out dungeons come in 2 wild flavors. Some crawl out of ancient ruins with monsters already lurking inside, and others get built by hand using the core ripped from another dungeon, until the institute steps in and invents a whole brand new kind. Buildings don't just turn into dungeons out of nowhere. The core picks the spots that are a nightmare to reach, and nobody, not even the brightest minds, has figured out how that choice really works. Light still remembered the adventurer's warning, "Our homes turned into dungeons," but he refused to believe it was real, and then the Dark Elves launched squads to hunt down and save the survivors. Even so, the dungeon felt unbreakable. Our adventurers could barely crawl their way out. Then the volcanoes started to roar awake. Light decided you've got to fire off a request to accept the mission, and since their crew already has a list in the kingdom of dwarves and elves, the guild will snap back with an answer fast. And if they botch it, they'll rush straight to the elf queen, begging for permission. Lightman would get his revenge on her. No excuses, no delays, no matter what. The elven state isn't ruled by one crown, 4 leaders share the throne. 2 dark elves haunt the manor, Jiggis, stationed in the east, and Yudo beside him. Jiggis blurts out an apology for the interruption, but Yudo waves it off like it's nothing, then asks if Jiggis is really the one who's been sleeping. He shot back that it's brutal to catch real sleep when you're stuck working solo. Then he turned to Yudo and asked for help with the dungeon, because he's one of the strongest adventurers out there and he's always hunting artifacts. Yudo snapped at him not to call him by his nickname, so Gigas blurted out an apology for screwing up, then insisted that nobody could do things better than Yudo. The ruler declared that nobody in the world has the same experience as Yudo, and that one day he'll crush even the White Knights. Then Yudo snapped back, "I'm the blade of a lonely island, and I'll never, ever lose to them. Soon he'll crush them because Gigas has wanted the White Knights dead for ages, ever since they wiped out the spear of his isolated island, Gigis, his brother." Yudo's heard every tale already, but he's still chasing his parents' wish, tear down the White Knights and strike down their captain. Then Gigas blurted the breaking news. Right near the White Knights, a witch-powered tower popped up, and the knights instantly teamed up with it into an alliance forged by that witch, a union with no races involved. Yudo stared, confused, and blurted out, "How did your kingdom even agree to this alliance?" Gigas shook his head and admitted, "I don't know either." Yudo recalled that Xian's research was all about human souls. Once upon a time, Yudo kidnapped people and handed her the money so she could chase that dream, but now it's twisted into a dungeon. At last, you finally corner Gigas and demand to know if he's hiding anything about the master. He said it was the first time he'd ever heard of something like that. Then Yudo just shrugged, tossed out an apology for asking, climbed into the carriage, and rode home with his mind spinning the whole way. On his way home, Yudo can't stop wondering who that master really is. Then he walks in and someone's already waiting. Yudo tells them to pack up their stuff because they're heading out for a couple of days. 2 dark elves, Ilya and Leia, skulked in the shadows, gripping the air with bad vibes. Yudo announced they were heading out, and Leia shot back that she needed to leave a list of stuff for her sister, then demanded, "Why can't I just make one?" The elf sisters erupted into a full-on fight. White-clad sister bragged that she'd have luggage ready, and Gila snapped back that she was always trying to steal Mr. Yudo's trust. Isla dared to ask if she truly could please her master with her body, but Le refused to flinch, pressing her harder, demanding she admit whether her master really liked her voice and passion. Yudo blared at them to calm down, demanding why they couldn't just get along. Then they told him, "It's natural for a woman to treat others like a rival, even when it's about helping." Yudo ordered Lai to help Illa, and Lai snapped back asking if Yudo knew anything about the master. Yudo admitted he didn't, but he hinted that Jiggy might know the truth. He doesn't think anyone is stronger than him, so he agreed to his request. "Go on, tell me everything," and then smugly reminded him that he's the one who poured the resources into Xian's research. The sisters nodded along with Yudo. Yes, this was their target: hunt down and kill anyone with the gift, because those people are rare as hell. And if the gifted were still children, then they'd have to cut down their own parents. And that's why they're always screaming at the top of their lungs, because the sisters can freeze the enemy solid, and it gives them a huge advantage. Yudo burst into a grin as he remembered how the villagers rushed in to shield the kids, and the sisters backed him up by calling everyone else straight up stupid. But Yudo refuses to stop. He wants answers from the master, trains to become one, and wipes out the White Knights, and the only way is to clear those dungeons and rescue Xian. As the lights flickered on, he and his crew tore across the sea straight for the Dark Elf Islands. Ironically, Xian gets an entire island for her betrayal of light, and on that same island, she's doomed to meet her end at his hands. Tonight's dark whispers reveal it all. In the Elven Kingdom, a nightmare spreading, filth everywhere, rats swarming, trash piled high, no slaves to do the dirty work, and nobody's willing to clean up. Light warned that a country fueled by slavery could never truly thrive, but he didn't see this coming. Then the guild got knocked out, and Mamamoo told him they made it here thanks to a letter. But she hated how painfully slow it was, and Gold just chuckled like it was nothing. "Sure, enjoy the sea," he said, yet the girl refused to buy it. Night swallowed the world in darkness. Dark got the hint immediately, asked the girl to breathe, and told her to finally enjoy the sea. But that night and the girl got into a quick, heated spat. Night kept taunting her, and she snapped back. Dark stepped in and shouted for them to calm down because they were already at the drop-off point. The moment their ship hit the ground, Xian Island appeared, and it didn't look like some cold research outpost at all. It looked like a full-on resort paradise. Dark squeezes sleep like a secret, visions of his field home flood his mind, and his family comes running to finally meet him. He snaps awake from a nightmare, baffled by that awful dream of the village, but he shoves the thoughts down hard and forces them away, only to end up staying the night inside the adventurer's building. At first he was itching to hit the dungeon, but with zero info, it was a gamble. So that morning, Dark and his crew geared up and rolled out to make their move. As they headed out, Nightgold snapped that their lodging was filthy and about to crumble any day, yet somehow the view of the sea was so gorgeous it felt like a luxury resort. Dark clocked it right away. This was a dark elf recreation zone built for scientists to crash and reset, while Gold had only one thing in mind. He'd heard that dwarves and dark elves team up to push the development forward. On the stage, Yudo stepped forward and declared, "I'm Yudo from Sword Island," then thanked everyone for taking their request, while the crowd whispered that he was one of the strongest adventurers out there. Yudo laid out the mission to the newcomers, warned them it was dangerous, and bumped up the reward to seal the deal. Then he asked if anyone had questions, and the wolf shot his hand up. The wolf demanded to know why everyone was risking their lives, said he'd storm off to complain to the guild, and Yudo snapped back that the people there are strong too. The elf rolled in a crew of dark clowns, and everyone froze in confusion. Then they revealed them in a whole new, unsettling way, and Yudo capped it off by handing each person a carriage to ride out. Yudo marched up to Dark and threw an apology at them for what went down earlier, then admitted, "Reaching level 5 in a single day isn't a joke, even for you. You don't even clock Nemomu, you swear she's fine, even though she's human," and then he sweeps in, asking her to come with him and promising he'll treat her right this time. Nemomu shut him down, saying she only served Lord Dark, so Yudo pressed again, and that's when he finally realized they were talking about the masked guy. Then Light demanded they end it, and Yudo walked off and left them there. The group argued that bumping into strangers inside the dungeon would be a nightmare, and Gold tried cracking jokes about the girl's looks, only for her to snap back hard. Then they all tore into the dungeon at full speed. Gold demanded the truth, and Nemomu squinted, saying it looked exactly like a prison. Dark elves blocked their path at the entrance and barked that murdering other adventurers was strictly forbidden. The crew kicked back and talked local monsters, fresh rumors about a new species that twists the mind, and then they noticed something wild. The place used to have 2 floors and a basement, but now there are 2 more. A strange, familiar dread crawled through Dark, sharp but impossible to pin to a past memory. Nemomu noticed and asked what was wrong, and Light quickly apologized and pushed, "Let's keep going." Dark barked at Nemum to take point and told Gold to stay razor alert, and they reached the next stop on the map. Then Nemomu spotted something that didn't match what they expected. Gold shot a question to the map: "Did we hit a mistake?" Because all they found was an empty, towering high corridor, and the crew kept moving anyway until Dark spotted a lone figure's silhouette up ahead like a man waiting in the dark. Dark pulled out the SSR card to see if Shin was still alive, but right then a monster smashed into their path, and now they had no choice but to use that card to judge what they were facing. But then surprise, what stepped into their path wasn't a monster at all, it was Xian. Dark snapped his head up, shocked when Cheyenne showed up. Then he realized in seconds it wasn't her standing there at all. He swore the real Xian can't clone for a second, then 3 Xians lunged in at once, yelling like a choir, so he snapped the Shadow Game spell into place and dragged them in with the lights. The fake Cheyennes kept screaming, and Nemomu clocked just how loud they were, while Gold snapped that it was a psychic assault, and Dark pressed for answers, demanding to know who they truly were. But these monsters weren't random, they were forged by the Soul Dragon itself, sent to smash their enemies and then finish them off. Nightmare summoning magic is straight up forbidden, but Ellie's got access to it only once per day. Dark figures someone else might pull off that kind of magic, but Cheyenne can't, so he wonders if it's the master behind it all. Dark thought he could take him down solo, then Goldie and Nemomu showed up beside him, and Dark snapped orders for them to get rid of the prisoners. Once the prisoners were gone, there was nothing left, no stones, no bodies, just a chilling silence and Dark guesses about why nobody told them about the monsters. Maybe Xian is playing teacher behind the scenes. The night revealed the truth: this wasn't a rescue at all, it was an operation to wipe out Shin. Dark then clocked something during their run-in with the fake Shin and swore he'd spill it the moment they made it back. Dark heard footsteps in the hallway and figured it was the same fake scare until his little sister appeared right in front of him. He didn't believe it for a second, then he sprinted after her. Around the corner, Dark found nothing, no one at all, and it threw him off. Nemumu hurried to the master and asked what went wrong, insisting she would have seen anyone there. Dark said it was time to go home, but he couldn't stop wondering how his sister Yum had shown up here. Then he spotted someone watching them from behind a pillar in the corridor. Yudo spotted the group, shot the question, "Are you done yet?" And Dark snapped back that something was still gnawing at him before storming off. Then Illa turned to Yudo and asked if the people there had let him down. Yudo said the dark-haired guy was almost definitely gifted, and Leia shot back asking if he was sure. Then Yudo pointed out the man's cocky confidence, like that grin itself proved he had a real, powerful gift. So powerful the guy doesn't even flinch at Yudo himself, and that shocks him enough to make the elf crave the answer. Just how strong is he? In Light's office, Ellie blurted out that the master wasn't there, then admitted it was all a terrible accident. She even stressed that pulling off that kind of magic has an almost non-existent chance. The witch leaned in and revealed the lab dungeon had finally been linked to another world. And Xian, yeah, just her own research, summoned the dragon, while Eli swore Xian isn't dead at all. She shocked everyone by saying the soul dragon is powered by over 10,000 souls, and it slaughters everyone just to keep its own body alive, a rare feat, because most dragons would never save themselves by copying information into their bodies. Ellie is convinced Xian is still alive, and she snaps that nobody can just walk out of the gate to another world, because in no time, the whole Dark Elf continent is going to get wiped out. Ellie snapped that they had to shut the gate ASAP. While Light burned for revenge against Shin, he couldn't walk away from what she'd done. He strapped Ellie and Mei onto the gate, and then Nemumu and Gold rolled with him as they stormed the dungeons to smash them to pieces. Light swore that once the day was over, they'd shut the gate, crush the dragon, and then he'd make Xian pay with revenge. Map storage, where all those summoned cards get locked away, sounds unbeatable, but with Light's infinite gacha luck, he can pull out even the secret cards in just 24 hours. The vault is guarded by a brother-sister duo, Anilia and Ours, running the whole operation like it's their kingdom. Anilia yanks her food card aside, and Ars slams his arrow card down too. Ars offers to hand over more arrows, but he's terrified it'll be a wasted shot for Light. Then Ars fires back. The safety of the abyss and every one of its inhabitants matters more than anything. Anelia handed the food carts to the maids, but the moment she checked, she clocked the wrong amounts, so she soothed the maids' panic and fixed the mess on the spot. Light called Anelia, promised he'd be back soon with the maps, laid out exactly which cards they needed, and every single time Anelia heard one, her jaw dropped in shock. Light blurted out an apology for interrupting them, but all they did was smile and greet him. Then he thanked them and said he was there for the cards. Ar asked Light's favor again, like the request wouldn't let go. Light snapped that he'd need every last card on the list to summon and deal with the Dragon of Souls. Anelia snapped in shock and demanded to know if there were tons of cards, and Light just smirked back that he'd handle it. Then, still reeling, Anelia asked if he wanted her to go kill the monster herself. Mei shot him a confident look and told him not to worry Ellie and she would stick by him. Anelia's panic finally eased and she asked if she could call her sister, maybe next time. Light prays everything goes perfectly and begs for their help. Anelia and the others swear they'll give it everything they've got. Light commanded Ellie and Mei to vanish from sight and tail him after teleporting, then promised them they'd bolt straight to the dungeon. In the dungeon, Light barked at Nemum to guide them to the basement, and the whole crew bolted the second his order hit. On their way, they stumbled across ghost dogs. Nanmumu didn't hesitate, and she struck them down instantly. Nemumu watched her holy magic and purification erase them. Gold snapped that it was smarter to finish them first, and Light swore it was all about avoiding a second fight, so they dove into the basement, but Light suddenly sensed something. Just for a second he felt someone watching, and Light snapped that they were fine and had to keep moving, while that shadowy silhouette inched closer behind them, step by step. They shoved into the basement's first floor, where monsters lurk in the dark, and the whole crew slipped past the lanterns, one after another, until the glow caught the moment someone shouted. A towering shadow monster snatched the little girl, and Light's heart lurched. He thought it had to be his younger sister, Yum. Light streaked in and obliterated the monster in a blink, then scooped the girl into his arms. The girl sobbed from pure terror, but it wasn't his sister, no way. The shadow monster snapped back in an instant, and Gold's eyes locked on the truth. The knight hurled the flame of justice at the monster, burning it back. Then Nemumu sprinted in to figure out what happened and where that child came from, but the moment he arrived, something felt horribly wrong. A terrified girl, she wasn't real, she was a ghost all along. The monster's verdict claimed the ghost girl was summoned by the soul dragon, and Mamamoo immediately feared it was a trap, but Light didn't back down, offered to investigate, and demanded her name. Light kicked things off by calling himself Dark, and the girl snapped back that her name was Momo. Then the guy shot her a question. Why was she trailing them? Momo told him she was searching for her parents, panicked because she'd woken up and found herself in the dark. Then she spotted the shadows and figured her brother must be there. She chased after them, desperate to find her parents. Momo's voice cracked as tears started pouring out, and right then Gold snapped, "So, what are we doing now?" They decided to drag the girl along. Momo clung to Gilda's back while they sprinted and leapt through the chaos. Then the lights suddenly switched on and started talking to Mind through telepathy. Light snapped that he wouldn't hand over the girl to a monster, but the creepier truth was she could still be an enemy trap. May insisted they'd follow him no matter what, and Light shot her a grateful smile. He just wanted the girl to locate her parents, but if it was some kind of dragon trap, Light would tear it apart without mercy. Gold snapped that they'd already hit the descent, and now the girl's presence finally felt right. Momo bragged she was hiding perfectly, then turned semi-transparent, and the wary knight shot back, asking if that was some kind of skill. Momo sprinted into the dark, insisting the good brother still found her right away and that he could sniff out anyone with ease, and Light let out a laugh and nodded along. Nemum practically teleported the crew up to the second floor, but the deeper they go, the more brutal it gets since they've got zero info, so Light whipped out the clairvoyance card and it totally failed. Ellie snapped that it's all because the rules of their world are colliding with the other one. Light wasn't losing hope, and he immediately turned to Namuma for help. While she didn't even sit there first, she inhaled and moved. She burst into a piercing scream that echoed down the entire corridor, and Momo snapped her hands over her ears the second she realized just how painfully loud it was. Light snapped that Namumu's scream hit a pitch people couldn't hear, yet it blasted the voices away and forged a clear image, and by the sound alone Light pinpointed exactly where the basement stairs were. On the road, they stumbled into a headless horse. Gold didn't hesitate, and it died on the spot when he demanded to know how it could make any sounds. Meanwhile, Nemumu had already finished scanning, located the stairs to the next floor, and Light thanked her in a flash. Momo shoved Nemumu into the naval sister role. Gold snorted out a laugh, and then Momo demanded, "Why are you running around naked?" Gold answered, "Because you've got zero charm," but Nemumu shot back, "At least this way I can move way easier." As the team rushed in, Light's ears caught a voice he knew, Yudo. He was grilling them, wondering how they'd smashed their way to the dungeon's very bottom in just a few hours. Light snapped that he'd busted his tail to get here, but Yudo didn't buy it. So he challenged him on the spot, started talking about his abilities, and kept sizing up that gift. Then he asked, "Are you a master?" And when he spun around, shock hit me hard because I realized he was still one, just like that. The elf launched into his story, telling me how he finally learned about the master, because other adventurers swore that among humans, there was someone so strong they stood above everyone else, and Yudo piled on more rumors too. Whole countries rumored to exist out in the west, the north, and the east. Light slams into the truth. The elf wiped out his village. He grips the moment and demands answers, and Yudo fires back, "Typh who wants more details, so let him talk first." The elf snarls that he'll tear the guy's limbs off unless they spill the truth, and he doesn't care if people die. Then Momo suddenly yanks Light's cloak and screams it was him. Mommer blurted out that an elf had stormed into the village, slaughtered her parents, and grabbed her. Then Yudo bragged that he loved torturing people, even though the screams drove him crazy. Momo shrieked in pure terror as the elf snapped, "Time's up, now I'm going to beat the truth out of Light," pointing to the gold-clad guy named Numa. Light snapped that he had to interrogate the elf. Nemumu and Gold obeyed, and then he lunged a step forward. Yudo prodded Light with an annoying, "So how do you plan to beat me?" And Light shot back, dead serious, "Have you ever kidnapped and killed people? You don't even realize there's a kid's ghost lurking behind him until he smirks and admits he's done stuff like that, and I swear, right here, you can clearly spot lab rats, still scattered and darting in confusion under the weird light." Yudo told Light that Shin was using people with gifts like weapons, training them to hit villages and snatch kids, and when Light questioned the elf about the girl, Yudo just dodged the truth instead of giving him a real answer. A psychopathic elf bragged that it was hilarious to hear children sobbing and screaming for help, and Yudo snapped, "Why do you need to remember the people you killed?" Light shattered the silence and labeled Yudo a full-blown psychopath. The elf ordered the girls to grab Light's partners, then Light stepped in, gloating that he'd love to watch that guy's desperate face. Nemamu squared off with Illa, and the moment she smiled, Illa bragged, "I hate kids, but I adore their suffering." Then Nemamu fired back, cold and fierce, "Only I get to pay for this." The elf slashed at Nemamu with her shawl like a bolt of lightning, and Nemamu immediately caught on, snapping, "So that's your weapon?" She nodded, saying the girl only survived because she managed to dodge the attack. Then her shawl ripped open into monstrous claws as she shrieked that she'd rip that pretty face to pieces. Meanwhile, at Gold and Liaise, Shane slicks up the Gold by knighting him in ridiculous, blinding armor, and when she talks, it's pure venom. She insists she'll kill Namuma herself, swearing that every woman hanging around Mr. Yudo should be dead. Gold, ready to defend Namumu's honor with teeth bared, fires back, "Are you saying our master himself is coming for her?" Elfisha shrugs and claims there isn't a woman alive who wouldn't want Yudo. Gold snaps back instantly. "And you don't know him, he's not exactly the one girls flock to." The white-clad elf snapped, "Shut up or I'll smash you with that armor." Gold let out a heavy sigh as he insisted he was only telling the truth. At Yudo, in the glow of the lights, the elf snaps at the guy, calling them pathetic, and Yudo draws his sword, then tells the boy he should start hating himself for daring to be born. Yudo sprinted at him like a blur, screaming that he should hate himself, then warned he'd chop off his legs for the mobilization, and promised he'd torment him for ages with mockery. Light slammed his staff down on the sword's edge, and Yudo's strike died instantly. With one brutal surge of the enemy's assault, Yudo got hurled several meters through the air, crashing hard on the ground. Meanwhile, at Namamu's, Ailey shrieked that her shawl was tougher than steel and promised it would tear her limbs right out with ease. Then Namamu slipped every hit, leaving the elf staring in shock. The shocked elf stared at the girl and blurted, "How did you dodge every single attack if you're truly human, or are you some kind of master?" Meanwhile, the white-robed elf swung her axe, but Gold slammed his shield up and stopped her cold. The elf froze when she realized the knight wouldn't budge at all. Pure rage flared, because she knew the knight was stronger than lies. The knight snapped back that she was tough, sure, but totally predictable. You can clock her moves just by watching how she swings, and with a shield up, dodging her is basically effortless. Namu shot back that she wasn't any kind of master, just a slow elf, and admitted she'd never once thought she was pretty, so she told LA to stop blurting out stuff she wasn't even sure about. At Light and Yudo, Light leaned in and demanded to know if this was truly all he could do, then pressed the elf. Had he really wiped out people with an attack like that? He even sneered that he was an inferior species here. Light snarled that Yudo was nothing but an inferior species, then rage erupted as Yudo cursed him in return. The red-clad elf fires off a sharp question to Namamu about what she means by slow, then swings at her with a shawl. Namamu snaps backward and fires back. "It's useless." The red-clad elf suddenly lunged right up to the girl, yanking the shawl down as it caught her off guard for that split second. The elf snapped a kick at Namumo, but he jerked out of the way at the last second. Then they both tumbled down together as she hissed, "This is the dance of death." Nemamu said those weapons and fighting moves were perfect for street shows, and the elf clocked it instantly. The girl was trying to shove her off the edge and make her snap. Another wild kick, another miss. The elf lunged at Namuma again and again, striking without a single hit, and while blades clashed, a sweet rose perfume drifted through the air. The elf lunged again and again, but Nemamu kept slipping out of every strike, and that sweet rose scent still hung in the air. Suddenly, the girl lunged at the elf and slammed her fist into her stomach. Namumu clocked the elf's power and realized this would end with one clean strike. Right then, the elf charged with full confidence. Even though Namumu couldn't be scratched, she still insisted the win was already hers. Incomprehensible, Namumu asked the elf how she could possibly claim victory, and the elf just laughed, then told her about the rose poison, saying it would kick in any moment. Turns out the poison was hiding in the elf's dress. She jerked hard, a blast of hellfire sprayed out, and the enemy froze in place, totally paralyzed, but the girl should have collapsed by now, and still nothing. In pure disbelief, she blurted, "How can you still stand?" And the girl shot back, "That weak poison won't touch me." Then she glanced at it like it was just a nasty-smelling perfume. Nemamu snapped out her poison skill and laced her dagger with deadly venom. The girl closed the distance to the elf, pressed the very tip of her weapon to the elf's hand, and the elf shrieked in terror. The elf's screams tore louder and she thrashed on the floor in brutal agony. Nemamu just shrugged and said it was one of her weak poisons. She tells her, "Work the poisons yourself, then your immune system learns them." but the elf just won't listen anymore. Gold tells the elf in white to slam her force into her waist because she's messing up her weight when she strikes, so it immediately sets the elf off and makes her furious. The lie crumbles and the madness takes over. He unleashes the axe of madness. Gold snapped to the realization she'd powered up the artifact, and he immediately started wondering what kind of chaos it would unleash. The elf suddenly screeched, her tongue flopping out in pure shock, and the knight had no idea what the heck was going on at first. The elf shrieks, drool stringing from her mouth, and the knight snaps to attention. This isn't some harmless custom. Suddenly, the elf snapped into motion and struck out at the knight, faster than anyone expected. The elf swung her axe with a ferocity that cracked the floor and blasted debris everywhere, and the knight finally admitted it. This was real power, and she could feel something was very wrong. Gold realized something terrifying. Every time he slips into madness, his stats double, level included. In return, he steals the owner's sanity and keeps clawing on, fighting until the enemy finally drops dead. Now that elf is nothing but a roaring, berserk beast. The knight warns that losing your cool on the battlefield is a death sentence, yet her swings have turned dull and easy to spot because she can't hear him anymore. Amid the chaos, the knight calls out to her and says this isn't just a slaughter, begging her to stop the rampage right now. From above, the elf struck down on the knight, but the knight didn't budge, insisting that violence can be avoided. So the elf has to slam her emotions back into place, because the axe swings, flips her to the ground with a brutal thud. Gold snapped, this artifact will crank the elf's power up, so what's the point if she still can't get strong enough? Light snapped his orders to Elway to block anyone coming down, and May barked that the monsters nearby needed to be killed. Then Yudo erupted in rage, demanding why they called him weak. The elf screams at Light, furious that the cane-shaped artifact stopped his strike, and taunts him that he's still dead anyway. Then Yudo snaps his twin swords into a ready cross, staring him down. Yudo slammed his artifacts into action. Momo whimpered and snapped that she and her brother had to hide now, and as she said it, Light slammed his hand onto her head. With the mask gone, the girl finally exhaled, swearing he could beat Yudo, and made a promise that no one else would ever lay a hand on Momo. Light snapped his fingers at Yudo, beckoning him over as he bragged that he'd show the difference between their levels, right there, up close. The psychopath planted himself in front of the hero and raged that it was all for the best. Then the hero gave him no option but to face consequences. He says once he gets the info from him, he'll torture him over and over again. The psychopath leans in and tells him, in chilling certainty, that he'll crush the hero using every technique he's been saving for the White Knights. Then the hero just repeats his words right back. The enemy lunges at the hero with brutal force, then snarls the real truth of the fight. The Knights of Rado had to be wiped out before they could unleash a counterattack. The hero clocks how brutally fast his enemy has gotten pumped up by those artifacts, and the psychopath spits, "You're a fool." White lights blare around him, and the guy shuts his eyes tight. He thinks, if this is all they've got, then I still don't lose. The psychopath snarls at him to get ready, because death is coming right now. He tells her he's been training for years, honing his power just to bring down the strongest knights in the Elven Kingdom. The hero quietly snatches the psychopath's rapiers, and the psycho's eyes go wide in shock. The psychopath shrieks in pure shock, yelling that the guy smashed the rapiers with his bare hands. The hero lands a hit, and the guy erupts, hurling insults at him non-stop. Light blasts his enemy back, and the guy smashes into the floor, rolling hard before coughing up in panic. Light keeps it cool and tells us the psychopath swore he'd end everything with a single blow, but somehow that plan went up in smoke. Rage took over, and the psychopath couldn't even find the words to say to him. He snaps at him and screams that he doesn't need a single more word, because the moment he sees that guy, he's ready to rip him apart with his own hands. The psychopath yanked out a weapon, started bragging about the fantastic class he snagged in a dungeon, and then declared, "This blade can end you with one single strike." He swore it would snap after just a couple uses, but he shrugged, because in his mind, that price was worth every single risk. The guy just stared at the smiling psychopath in stunned silence as he started powering up his staff. Black fog creeps across everything, and the psychopath grins, promising to humiliate him, then leave him to rot and become cattle fodder after death. He vows he'll hunt down his whole family and wipe them out, then spills a cruel wish that he dies too, regretting the day he ever crossed paths with him. He cracks up nonstop, keeps firing the same horrible death wishes at that guy over and over. The psycho's laughing cuts off the moment the guy stands on a black magic staff with his eyes shut, Then the psychopath barks at him to die, suddenly breaks into sweat, and hesitantly blurts, "Die, please." The villain snaps, "Why didn't you die?" "Because the staff was supposed to kill you on the spot." Light fires back, "I'll explain everything," and he digs in with the assessment to prove it. After his strange new stare hits the staff, he blurts out that it wipes out anyone below level 3000 the instant it's used. Light says that with a level 9999 staff, this weapon is a joke. Its level can't even let the artifact finish the job and kill the guy. The psychopath, still reeling in shock, blurts his level again, and then the light snaps to Momo as he orders her to move because he's about to swing on the. The villain lunges to stop him, snarling that it's impossible and that he's probably just bluffing about his level. He claims that if it's anything like what that guy said, then even Hardy, the captain of the White Knights, would stand zero chance against him. He snaps his staff around and orders them to kill Light. The staff oozes black magic and the hero strides straight toward the guy, only for him to shriek in terror that the light won't come near him. Then he begs the staff to finish the guy off. The staff shatters into splinters in the guy's hands, and Light snaps that the artifact is done, outlived its purpose. The guy roars "monster" and begs him not to come any closer. The villain bolts from his seat and, like pure lightning, scrambles to escape the guy. He begs, "Save me, anyone," and right on cue, the light barrels in and slams into the guy. He smashes the villain right on the jaw. With that hit, the guy gets blasted into the air like a rocket. Momo stared at the villain fleeing, frozen in pure shock. Light locks eyes with the psychopath and says, "Don't panic, I won't kill you right away. First, I'll squeeze every bit of info you have." Momo cheers with pure joy, yelling that her little brother is the absolute best. He chokes out that he hates discrimination, his voice heavy with sadness, and then Momo wraps him up in a hug. Next thing he knows, he's grinning as he scoops her up like she weighs nothing. Light hypes his teammates. Yudo's an A-rank adventurer, and everyone out there is around level 1000, yet even after they maxed out, he still stayed stubbornly under level 2000. He admits that even with his stats turbocharged by artifacts, he's still nowhere near his goal. Light was buzzing with victory after crushing that guy, but the real nightmare hit next. He couldn't drag him into the abyss because teleportation was off-limits thanks to the other world's interference. Gold tells them, "Me and Nemumu will get you out," then we hit them with the teleportation card, and Lightu jumps in with, "No, let's dive straight into the dungeon's depths." Nemumu starts snapping at Gold, furious that she wanted the master to go alone, then pushes her to let him go with him. She snaps that she's done with his company and wants to be alone, but Gold refuses to let the master face that emptiness and demands to know if the girl finally understands why he won't step back. He says their plan was simple: reach the bottom floor and rip revenge out of every last one of them, and once Ellie slammed that door shut, they suddenly looked totally helpless. So he pushes the plan: split up and each handle your own tasks, and the girl snaps back, "Then you can go out alone, I'll stay with the master." Gold blurted that there's no way he can juggle 3 bodies and still fight off monsters at the same time, so when Mrs. May could take their place, he immediately begged Namuma to back him up. Besides, the guy Nemumu beat was drenched in the girl's poison, so he backed off. No way was he touching that. Nemumu seethes with rage, and Light snaps that they've got to come up with a plan fast. He calls out to May and Ellie, thanking them for wiping out those monsters and adventurers. The girls rush in to thank them for all the praise, and Ellie grins, saying that thanks to the magic of doubt, these adventurers won't step into that dungeon for a whole day. Light fires off a question, "Can you teleport us into the abyss?" And May just grins back, "Yeah, I can." In his head, Light smirks because of course she'd be able to. The hero declares that Namamu and Gold will haul the bodies into the abyss, while Ellie and May head deeper with him, and everyone nods and agrees. The girl snaps into Gold and asks if he's really going, and he grimly tells her that, sadly, their paths split right here. The girl asks if they'll ever meet again, and Gold grins back that they absolutely will, so they'll play all day, and the second she hears it, joy lights up her face. The guys split into 2 groups. The girl says goodbye to Gold, and the Namamu lights flicker. Then May turns to her and demands she start. The girl shuts her eyes tight, kicks her magic into gear, and the moment she spots the path ahead, she shoots forward a finger and declares, "We're here." The maid doesn't gesture toward the stairs. She points and declares they'll take them to the 4th floor, and the girl beams, thrilled they got there before her. Light showers May with praise, and Momo grins, saying she's going to be a maid when she grows up. They step into a long hallway and immediately feel it. This place hits different than every other floor. Me yells that there's a trap, but Ellie swears she feels nothing, so the boys shrug it off and they push forward straight for the door. They step into a dead quiet room and Light instantly blurts that it should *V been on the first floor, like he knew something was off, while Ellie figures the whole thing must have slid over to this spot. He tells them he senses something up ahead, like a guardian is posted right there to watch the path forward. He raves about May and tells her he'll get to see Xian soon, then he swears he'll cut down the guardian in a flash so they can move on. Ellie says she has no idea who's waiting for them, but she swears she'll make the person who gets in their way regret it. The moment they step into the room, a giant fallen sphinx crashes into their sight. He blurts that he's never seen anything like it, and May snaps back that those sphinx's powers were pure illusion, yet somehow they were still brutally strong. The sphinx thunders that he's the king of Raga, the guardian of the dragon of souls, and the keeper of the chambers. Light's eyes widen when he realizes the voice isn't out there, it's inside his own head, and the Sphinx promises that he's about to unleash the real power on them. He kicks his magic into gear, and the whole room erupts in blinding white light. Light blazes into his eyes, forces them shut, and once the glare finally fades, he cracks them open again. Suddenly, he's dropped into a strange village like the world just yanked him off the road. He suddenly realizes this wasn't just any place, it was his village, his home. He swore it was probably what May had been talking about, and when it hit him, he felt every bit of it like it was happening to him right there, right then. Light warns that if an ordinary person gets trapped in an illusion like that, there's no escape alive. He boasts that with his power this should be a piece of cake, then decides to shatter the illusion for good, right away, until someone suddenly calls out to him. His little sister darted over with wide, excited eyes, stared at the light and blurted, "What's wrong with you?" His mom and dad corner him and demand, "Are you done chopping wood yet? Because if he doesn't finish, there'll be no breakfast." The guy stared at them, stunned out of his mind, and his brother El stepped in, offering to help right away. He snaps that they're making him stare at his dead family, and then, thanks to his skill level, he realizes the whole thing was a fake, staged nightmare. El snaps, "What's wrong with you?" and Sis shoots back, "Where does it hurt?" His parents hover over him, panicked, demanding to know what's wrong, and checking like crazy to see if he has a fever. He plants the thought in his head this has to be an illusion, because they're all already dead, and he never even got the chance to save them. Light drops to tears. The Sphinx burst into laughter and declared they'd die inside their dreams, because his illusions couldn't be shaken off. Momo leans in and asks Light what's wrong, then questions whether he's even awake, begging him to snap out of it and wake up. The Sphinx snaps that there's no saving him, and then orders her not to even bother trying to wake him up. He swears the boys were plunged into the dream they'd begged for, and the Dragon of Souls answered, granting it to them. The Sphinx lifts its paw and declares it's been an honor for the boys to stand beside its king. Momo lunges in front of him, trying to stop him dead in his tracks. His father catches Light crying, asks what's wrong, and then tells him, "If you need to cry, go ahead, don't bottle it up." He tells him not to carry everything alone because no matter what, they'll be right there for him, ready to help. His mother nods and confirms it. She pulls him into a tight hug, tells him crying felt natural, and begs him not to bottle it all up inside, then promises she'll always be there for him, no matter what. His brother and sister back him up with full force, promising they'll do anything it takes to help him. Light says he once had a family, but now it's all gone. He's left with nothing but the weight of his past. His pregnant mother sat there smiling and said she didn't care if the baby was a boy or a girl, only that it came out healthy. He tells you he didn't even notice how beautiful that day was when he was little. Now he's stuck in the feeling and begging for it to never end. But they were gone for good and his dream died on the spot, so he snaps, "I don't want to live on illusions." He blurts out that he's got unfinished business, then yanks out a map like it's the key to everything. Light tells himself he has to push forward, bury the past behind him, and rise after sleep like it never happened. His illusion splinters and the guy blurts that he knew all along, then still dares to beg for their forgiveness. He barrels back into the room with the Sphinx in tow, right as the Sphinx is already winding up to smash them with a swinging paw. When the Sphinx realizes the light has snapped back to life, shock rips across its face. The light lashes out, blasting the Sphinx to pieces. May and Ellie burst up to him. May blurts that she thought he was about to get killed, while Ellie explains how she spotted the illusion and froze before moving. She blurts out that this Sphinx is a copy of Xian, then the monsters the Soul Dragon calls forth, one clean hit and they're gone. Girls spot something off with the Light and ask if he needs help, and Ellie jumps in, offering to cure him. Light insisted everything was fine and claimed he just slipped into a beautiful dream. May tells him, if you need anything, call me, and the guy nods, agreeing right then. Ellie begs Light not to forget her, and he nods, promising he'll reach out if things get messy. Momo beams with pure joy and tells him exactly how she protected him while he slept. Then he praises her to the sky and says he's ready to take things even further. He tells himself he can't save anyone, but one spark of hope refuses to die. Maybe his brother and sister are still alive. He vows he'll find them and drag them out no matter what. Then they march up to the door, and the guy yells for him to open it. Inside the room, an ice dragon blasted cold mist overhead. Then a girl on the platform snapped that outsiders weren't allowed to enter as soon as she spotted the guys. Light rips off his mask, grins like a villain, and says it's been forever, then drops the bomb that he's here to collect a debt that's been sitting for 3 whole years. Dark Elfshin has been devouring magic and science books since she was a kid, and by sheer brilliance she rockets past the adult researchers in no time. Her parents poured love into her gift, but then tragedy struck, an accident took them both, and Xian was left alone, standing among the graves. Cheyenne didn't feel crushed, she just wished her parents could finally witness who she was about to become. When I was 13, I stormed into the best magic academy, and then, in the same year I graduated, I smashed the record. By the time she hit 14, they yanked her into the lab, but she still kept herself on duty at the academy, ready for that long-awaited research. The girl stared at the gift the gods dropped into her hands, and all she could think was, I've got to unlock it and figure out exactly how to use it. She chased a one-of-a-kind gift, swore she'd grow stronger than any dragon or even a deity, and honestly, that hunger lit up her whole soul. For her research, they kicked her out cold, because torture and killing were absolutely off-limits. She begged the headmaster to stop wasting his energy on mere mortals. The headmaster leaned in and told her this. Within the Rasavovs, discrimination is a big no, because their academy keeps its doors wide open to every race. He leaned in and told her to shut down all her research, then promised her that if she switched to the legit kind, he'd finally give her a real chance. But the girl slammed the door on their demands, went back to her homeland, and fired off a request to the government, only for it to fail there. Cheyenne couldn't stand her pay, it didn't even scratch the surface of what her research needed, so she packed her life up and became an adventurer. She crushed every task and still came up short on cash, so she rushed to the pawnbroker, only for that to blow up in her face too. Right when she hit her breaking point, the government slipped her a secret mission, track down the master. The deal looked too good to refuse, so she nodded and agreed, then she stepped into the alliance of races. That's when she stumbled into the light, and everything changed. Later, she dragged him into the abyss and executed him to fuel her research. Light tells her 3 years have passed since the last time we saw each other. Jian stares at his face up close and it hits her. She swears she's seen it before. Choked with memories, she blurts that he made it out alive, then whips around at the girls behind him and demands, "Are you all his crew?" He clocks that she isn't shocked at all, and she tells him she had no reason to fear any of it, because she already found her destiny. She tells me her master was the soul dragon, she merged with it, and suddenly the knowledge started pouring between them, back and forth. She gushes that it's wonderful, now she can grab gifts for herself and whip up brand new ones. The soul dragon leans in and asks if Cheyenne wants a partner now, then grins like, "Yep, that fits me," and promises it'll be a wild, fun ride. Dragon tells him that according to everything she knows, there are countless souls out there who butcher each other on a whim, and somehow that twisted it in the best way because he actually liked it. Shin blurts out that she'll go collect souls for her lord, and she absolutely loves the idea. Then Light tells her, "You know there are other races out there too." He demands, "So you don't care about your own kind?" And she fires back, "What's wrong?" Shin shrugged and said she didn't care who got access to the research, because she already had a contract with the dragon and he didn't dare lay a finger on her. She claims she killed him for her own sake, but that hunger didn't stop there, so she went hunting for more souls to feed her thirst for exploration, and then the light itself starts to rage. Momo climbs onto his lap, settles in, and blurts that she despises this place, right there on him. The moment he locked eyes with her, he saw the gash on her body, and blood poured out. Ellie's face twisted as she screamed and sobbed in pure agony, then Light snapped into action and called out to her right away. Ellie snaps that because she's a ghost, it wasn't her body that hurt, it was her soul screaming through the pain, so they couldn't do a thing to help her. Light tells Shihin he's heard all about her research on kids, and Shihin watches as the girl nods and confirms it. Cheyenne snaps that kids and adults aren't the same, so she's turning her deadly research loose on everyone. Ellie blurts that as a researcher she despises Xian, then immediately echoes her message. Light snaps that Xian has hit rock bottom and he tells Dragon Shower and Xian point blank he's not letting them slip away. He declares it's over, right here, right now, he's going to cut them down. Shin shoots him a warning, don't get arrogant, and the dragon scoffs that they're nothing, then declares, for words like that, you'll pay with your souls. A shadowy dragon loomed, terrifying and still, then the girls burst into light, telling the enemies, stay here, he's got you, while they swore they'd go handle Momo. Xian snaps at the girls, telling them they don't have to stand there doing nothing, and then he demands they give up their souls. The dragon unleashes a thunderous roar, pouring out deadly magic that can wipe them out. And the guys immediately clamp their eyes shut tight. Mei snaps that an attack like that should have wiped them out, yet with their instant death spell cancellations up and running, they never even had a real shot at getting hurt. Light said it sounded to them like nothing but a brutal, nasty scream. Light made it crystal clear to the dragon, drop Shin, run back to your world and do it now, because Ella and everyone else know exactly how to bring him down. The dragon snaps at him for getting cocky, then summons every soul that shares his past and promises he'll make them all taste the same pain. The dragon unleashed its magic at the light, right as the guy slammed to a halt with nothing but a staff. Dragon shot him a puzzled look and Light grinned like, looks to me like you're winning. The dragon strikes again, taunting him as it practically dares him to underestimate its power. He swears he won't do it because he knows exactly how dangerous those attacks were for him, yet he can't see the point of striking if it doesn't actually land. The dragon snaps at him again, warning him not to get cocky, then loudly calls out to the ones who are just like him. Weird magic surged around the guy like a living storm. Shin rips the truth open, this magic was forged by the dragon with her knowledge, and they're never going to be able to wipe it away. Light shrugs it off and insists that once it touches the body, it should instantly melt everything in its path. The girl and the dragon stare at him, stunned by what they're seeing. The guy lunges and swings for the dragon with everything he's got. It's all about unleashing brutal attacks on the dragon. Then he stops dead in his tracks and declares, those attacks won't touch me, only if you can break through my magic resistance. Spells tore through the dragon, exploding in a burst of raw power and tearing it up. Ellie tells you before you build something brand new, you've got to dig into the old stuff first, and then level it up. Dragon twists into pure light and taunts him, saying he's been nothing but cheeky to his face. He tells the guy, no matter what level you're at, you've still only got one soul, so you're never going to stand a chance against me. After hearing the wishes about the knowledge of despair, the guy snaps back that he's known it forever, and for 3 straight years he's been plotting revenge. Shin snaps that it'll crush him even harder and then demands, just hand over your soul to us. The dragon snaps back to life, magic floods its power again. Out of nowhere, bizarre creatures started popping up everywhere. These monsters were forged by the dragon itself. They swear they're the dragon's servants, but people still call that guy arrogant, then monsters start tearing into them. Ellie can't believe it, she just faced a monster that nasty, and she lived to tell the tale. Mei says they've got no chance, because with her power, they'll never be able to touch a thing about her. The monster slams into the light, and the light snaps back, hitting him right in the face. Their fists slam together, and the monster vanishes into thin air. He taunts the dragon, claiming his monsters were weak, just like him. He says he wondered if he'd ever taste despair himself, but then Dragon and Shin just grinned back at him. He snaps, we're losing, and you can tell he can't wrap his head around why they're laughing. Dragon snarls that, just like before, this will crush his heart with despair. Right there, he rips right back into it and starts forging his magic all over again. And just like that, something starts blasting out of the sky, pouring straight into the monsters. The dragon shrugs and says his servants are nothing but souls, give them a pinch of mana, and their bodies will snap back to life. Shin swears these souls can't be killed. If the Lord still has mana, they'll keep dying and clawing their way back to life again and again. She claims the dragon's soul's mana never runs out, like it's an endless well. She tells him, your soul's packed with mana, and since that dragon has a ton of souls, it's overflowing with mana so massive it's almost unreal. She snaps, calls them ignoramuses, and demands how they could possibly miss it, like that confusion was their last, desperate excuse. Suddenly the light snaps to life and starts listening, taking in the monster's desperate cries for rescue. That monster kept begging him to save it, until the guy finally snapped back that every one of those screams was a soul trapped by the dragon. The dragon boasts that not a single soul can resist him, and he drinks in their screams like music, pure pleasure on his tongue. Jian says she's on the same page, because that voice of the soul begging for help hit her right in the heart too. She says 3 years ago Light's voice was unreal, and now I want to hear those screams again. Light snaps toward them in fury, but Momo suddenly breaks in crying hard, shouting for her mom and dad. She claims her parents got trapped inside monster bodies, and those things wouldn't stop begging to be saved. The dragon bursts into laughter and admits he even forgot he'd made the girl, set her loose, and somehow she still found her way back to him. Cheyenne says that when they sleep, their parents' souls try to drag their children's souls to safety, but in the end, it's all for nothing. The dragon admits he chose to let Momo escape by herself. He swears it's one of Cheyenne's funniest truths, that a tiny spark of hope can turn into deep, crushing suffering. The monsters were begging for mercy, and the dragon just flat-out declared they were all already in his hands. He vows he'll wipe them out one by one, and Momo's gut twists because something about it feels seriously wrong. The girl shrieks, "I don't want this," and the guy snaps back at the dragon, yelling at it to stop. Then the dragon only laughs at them like it's having the time of its life. The dragon grins as her screams fill the air, then summons everyone to lean in and listen, while he whispers for her to cry and shout even louder. The girl yells for him, begs him to save her, then vanishes into thin air, and he panics, shouting her name like his life depends on it. A gigantic monster starts to loom right in front of them. The boy and the girls stared at him in shock, like they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Voice the monster screams at full power, shaking everything. The raging monster crashes toward the lights, and the guy yells at him to quit calling the monster Momo, right now. But the monsters don't just attack, they beg the heroes to rescue their kids and break them free. The dragon grins, saying those screams hitting his ears was pure delight. The guy leans in and fires the question at Ellie, "So tell me, how do you win?" The girl blurts, "I'm so sorry," then explains the truth. Every soul was trapped under the dragon's control until he finally dies, and here's the shocker. The dragon itself was made out of souls. She starts to speak, but the guy slams the moment shut and tells her he's done. Then he turns to his enemies and starts talking like he owns the battlefield. He's flat out telling everyone, "I can't let them exist." Monsters keep clawing toward the guys, and Monster Momo lets out a deep, savage growl. He yanks out his cards and suddenly remembers little Momo. He was crushed with sadness, but he didn't slow down. He kept going and snapped the cards into action. Sacred Bouquet suddenly materializes out of thin air. The Holy Bouquet card snapped to life, and the next second it started blasting every monster into nothing. He claims this card wipes out every shred of evil. Once the monsters vanished, they turned back to him, bowed in gratitude, and declared, "We're finally free." The boy's eyes instantly brim with tears as Momo's voice cuts through the air. A little girl called his name and shoved her paw out toward him, like she was begging him to come closer. The monster vanished and Momo's little hand burst into view, stretching toward the glow, only the light just wouldn't budge. The girl vanished without a trace, and the guy swore the map would wipe out every undead, right as she stood there with her eyes shut. The dragon clocks that he's still convinced, right down to his choice, that smashing the body is pointless. Shin claims he used saint-type magic to cleanse his soul, but every single attempt crumbled into nothing. He tells him, "Now you finally know despair," and the moment it hits, he starts forging magic. He spits out yet another batch of the same monsters, then smirks that he's swimming in souls, so every one of those attempts of theirs is doomed to be pathetic. The dragon smugly reveals he's sitting on roughly 100 million souls in reserve. He boasts he's got as many souls as there are stars in the sky to crush, and then he tells you to wipe out every single one he's collected. The dragon demands a choice: bow down or wipe out every soul, and then hits him with the cruelest advice of all: just confess he's been defeated since the very beginning. He leans in and asks, "Do you feel desperate?" then bursts out laughing and says he can feel that guy's desperation pouring off him. The girl leans in and tells the guys to show real desperation, so her lord can get the fun he wants. Staring those guys down, she demands something even worse: absolute desperation. They start chanting the same word again and again, each time louder, faster, and more relentless. Then Xian and the dragon burst into laughter together. He blurts that he knows, and the enemy freezes mid-step, staring back at him like, "Wait, how?" Light says Eli spilled everything he knew about the soul dragons, and that's why he walked into the fight ready from the very first second. The enemy's masks flip in an instant, and the hero blurts out that he was terrified to watch the magic turn invincible, then insists he never needed to worry. He says the only real move they ever had was to lash out and hurt the very souls they'd absorbed. May nods along, even admitting the guy isn't wrong. They were absolutely unpleasant. Ellie shoots off an apology for not knowing the dragon had been acting up, and the guy shakes his head. Don't blame yourself, it's not on you. He swears he'll never let anyone else suffer again. Light leans in and declares it's time to part ways, then shoots his hands up to unleash the cards. He orders the map vault to unlock, and boom, map after map floods into existence. A giant swarm of cards ring that dragon, closing in from every side. The dragon stared in stunned disbelief. He insists it's impossible, and Xian just stares, stunned. He can't believe that this guy has managed to pull together so many maps. He spits out the card's magic word, and just like that, the dragon and Shin snap their attention onto him. He swears that with his magic he's been stacking cards for 3 solid years, and every single one is a purifying card. He claims there were exactly 99 of them. They're just staring at him, mouths hanging open. The dragon leans in and demands, "How do you have that kind of power when you're just human?" He cracks a joke and admits he's ridiculously weak, but then explains how he finally got stronger by stacking those cards. Turns out it was all because of his gift. He demands they witness the raw force of his infinite gacha. He yells for every purification card to come crashing into existence. The moment these cards get activated, they start ripping souls out of the dragon. The dragon roared at the top of its lungs, and Shin's face lit up as he stared at it, buzzing with excitement. The dragon raged, tossing and screaming that every soul inside it was being ripped clean. He grabs Light's ego and screams that he won't let him end his own life, then promises to tear Light down. The guy threw the first punch right at the dragon. The dragon crashes down from the impact of his strike. Every card keeps spilling souls, and the dragons howl like they're being ripped apart. He demands Light shut this down right now, and Light shoots back that once the card's activated, he's completely powerless. So he begs the dragon to bear with him and simply vanish from this world. Suddenly, the freed souls lifted into the air and flew up to him one after another, thanking him with all their hearts. He started to piece together the silhouettes of souls. He's so shocked when the souls start to form in front of him, because this phenomenon feels downright unreal. Eli figures it's all because the meta just got released, and he insists it can only happen here. The souls kept firing off their thanks, and Light just stared at them, broken with sadness. The dragon roars that he'll never go down here, not in this place, not ever. With wings unfurling, he vows he's heading to his own world. Then the other guy erupts, screaming that he won't let it happen. He lunges in and plunges the blade, then growls that he'll vanish right here and nowhere else. An explosion blasts through the air, and the dragon howls in agony. Then freed souls burst out and swarm the guy, thanking him like he just saved their lives. The dragon shouted no, and lashed out again, trying to break free and fly away one more time. The guy came for him again, smacking him down hard and trapping him right where he stood. A monstrous wave of souls burst out of the dragon and streaked through the air like a living storm. He asked Xian for help, and the moment he did, he swore he could see the light. Smoke choked the air so they saw nothing, then it finally cleared, and there they were, dragon and her sprawled on the ground, lying still. The dragon erupts in laughter and says, "Sure, my body's shrunk and I'm weak, but I still made it, and guess what? I've got a little more souls in me than you think." He says the dude burned through every card, and now he's going to make those lights pay for everything. The guy leans in and grills the dragon. Does he really believe it can only be killed by purification cards? The boy peels away the first seal from the soul, then calls forth the godslayer Gungnir. Light snarls at the dragon that he'll wipe it clean from the face of the earth. The dragon snaps into panic and blurts, "What was that terrifying aura?" He snaps that it doesn't belong in this world, then presses the guy, "Where did you get it from?" Light says that if the dragon's been reduced, all that's left is its core, still holding its own soul. He takes a step toward the dragon, and the beast instantly bolts, pleading with him not to come closer. But the guy swings at the dragon, and when it lands, he blurts out that he's lost. He declares the dragon is finished for good, no resurrection, no second chance, because he's about to erase it from existence itself. The dragon shrieked and begged him to stop, then swore he'd spare the guy and leave this world. He offers Xian a way out because she's the best there is, but he's ready to trade her to save his own life. He promises he'll make himself his servant, and if he feels like it, he'll slit Xian's throat himself. The boy snaps, demanding if the dragon's out here to get revenge for itself, then he hardens his resolve and says nobody's taking a shot at him. Dragon howled in rage, spitting out that he's sick of his ugly face, then basically tells him, just die already. Dragon unleashed a blood-curdling scream that ripped through the air. A blinding flash ripped through the air, and then boom, an explosion swallowed everything. Then the explosion finally died down, and out of the chaos, white smoke rolled in like a curtain. He lets out a heavy sigh, then his eyes snap to the soul that slipped up in front of him. As he stares at her, he watches the soul twist into the shape of a tiny baby. Parents cradle the baby, and billions of souls lock eyes with the light, smiling like it's fate. Momo's tiny hand snaps onto the guy's arm. He locks eyes with her and instantly spots that her smile is blazing bright, full of pure happiness. Momo gets called by her parents, rips her hand free from the guy, and sprints toward them. She launches into their arms like she can't bear the distance a second longer. With tears streaming down her face, she rushes up to her parents and begs for forgiveness, because during hide-and-seek, she got caught. Her parents beg her to stop crying and not apologize, because they admit it was their fault for failing to protect her. Momo blurts that he's done with hide-and-seek and just wants to be with his parents again. Her parents pull her clothes and promise they'll stick together from here on out, and the girl grins, saying it's all because of her brother. The girl's parents grab his hands, thank him for everything, and tell him, now we can finally leave safe. They tell the girl it's time to go, then force her to say goodbye to life. The girl beams at him, waves like crazy, and blurts out a loud, heartfelt goodbye. Every soul rockets toward heaven. He stared at it with pure awe, then his mind instantly spiraled. What if he died? Would he ever get to see the people he loves again? He swears that if he'd learned to use his gift sooner, he could have saved them all. He swears that if he hadn't been chosen with the gift and if he hadn't fled, he would have died alongside them. Right then, someone snaps at him, telling him, don't even try to think about the past. He whips around and there's his parents staring back at him. He stares at them, completely baffled, like he can't even begin to understand what's happening. 3 years since his parents died, and now he can't stop thinking, like fate just trapped him all over again. Suddenly his parents stride up and slam him into a huge, tear-jerking hug. They tell him, stop blaming yourself for what happened, then promise, we're watching you always. The boy clutched them in a tight hug and said nothing at all. He could almost feel his parents' warmth on his skin, and the thought hit him hard, how long had it really been since he'd last seen them? He finally gets it, this isn't some illusion, and he refuses to walk away from them, begging them to believe in the happiness he came for. So he ditched the village for the road, became an adventurer, and swore to fight for everyone's comfort, because that's all he wanted. He's claiming that because of him, their whole village got wiped out, and every last one of them was slaughtered. His father swears he remembers the exact day he was born, and his mother backs it up. Snow came down so hard it practically blanketed the world. She swears he was born at dawn when sunlight spilled over everything, and then his mother pulled him into a fierce hug. She says it, then her mind snaps to one thing, her son's happiness and the hope that it'll all turn out okay. My dad says those tiny fingers wrapped around his hand so tight in that moment, and no matter how life twisted afterward, they were still happy because of that. He swears the guy was born at dawn, and right then he was handed his blessing. The father swears he'll never stop wishing his son happiness again and again for as long as he breathes. People say as long as he's safe, we'll be happy because they love him more than anything. He clamps them in a tight hug like he'll never let go. Suddenly, the warmth they were giving him starts to vanish. His parents tell him it's time, and they just march straight through him like he's not even there. He tried to shout at them, but his voice died in his throat. He couldn't get a single word out. His parents squeeze his shoulders, bursting with love, promising him happiness, and swearing they'll always be by his side. He lunged to stop them, but they slipped right past him. He sprinted after them, but his feet couldn't close the gap, and when he finally understood, he knew they were already gone. He bursts into screaming, pleading for their forgiveness like his life depends on it. He sprinted after them and blurted out his gratitude for everything they'd done. He says he couldn't tell them back then, but deep down, he always felt their love burning bright. He sobs through his shouting, swearing, tears streaming, that he'll love them the same way forever. His parents beam and tell him, we always knew every bit of it. Suddenly, light flares to life. May blurts that Gungnir's blast wrecked him, sent him crashing down, and then demands, do you remember anything? He can't stop regretting it. Turns out the whole thing was a lie, but he somehow knew asterisk it was. Light suddenly screams in pain, and May rushes to Ellie for a cleansing, but Ellie panics, terrified that Light's already been hurt. May tells him she knows his pain better than anyone, then grabs his sleeve and demands he hurry and finish the cleansing. Ellie teamed up with May to unleash a powerful cleansing. She wrapped the guy's hands in bandages, then enchanted them so the seal couldn't be broken. The cuts looked brutal, way worse than before, and that creep wouldn't stop staring at the girls. It was brutal for the girls to finally drive Gungnir away, and Ellie begged May to hang in there just a little longer. Light decides to let the girls handle it. He whips around to Xian and hits her with a heartfelt thank you for hanging back and waiting. He tells them it's time to wrap up their meeting and get this done. Light tells her it's her turn, and the girl snaps back that he himself slew the Dragon of Souls. She told me she traded intel with him and that he was almost immortal, yet this guy somehow still managed to put him down. She couldn't help but admire him, and Shen swore that 3 years ago his gift only churned out trash. She leans in and asks how he learned to draw those killer cards, then begs him to teach her, because maybe there's one card out there that could supercharge her research. He cuts her off mid-sentence and blurts, "So what were you just talking about?" He claims she snatched countless people, tortured them with horrible experiments, and then stabbed him in the back, so he's done and he won't lift a finger to help her. He steps in, declares he's here for revenge, and vows to make her pay for every sin she's ever committed. The girl shrugged and said she didn't care about murder or revenge, because it didn't matter for the research. She swears her research will help everyone. Once she gets others to give their blessing, the humiliation will finally end. She says he didn't just care, he wanted racial discrimination gone, so he threw himself into the union. She snaps that a weak race doesn't need to throw themselves away like that. There's no point, not when their sacrifice could have been actually useful. The girl snaps, asking if she was wrong, and the guy fires back, saying he really joined the union for this exact reason. He admits it was brutal back then, but every single day he shared with them felt priceless to him. She admits that chapter of her life was just as unforgettable, then tells him they should hit the reset button and start fresh all over again. The guy snarls that Shin is the one person he'll never, ever forgive. He swears that inside the dragon's captured souls there were countless results of her experiments, and the agony was so real he could still feel it burning in his bones. Light says her filthy experiments didn't just hurt them, she ripped away the future those people were supposed to have. He swears he'll never believe her or forgive her for the rest of his life. He swears he'll kill her and make her pay in agony, yet Light snaps that her experiments are worthless. Xian jolts back, she lets out a scream, saying her experiments are almost there, then snaps at the other person like they're just a test rat and a total fool. Ellie whips around and demands what on earth she means, then hurls insults right back at her. Ellie snaps that Xian's research is just killing to win the game, and she makes it crystal clear you can't call that science. Ellie straight up doubts Cheyenne can pull it off and tells her, if you don't want to call this a failure, then go on, finish it. She blurts that she's close, and even with her research failing, she somehow cracks new methods anyway. She cries out that she needs justice, then starts reporting with a chilling calm about the happiness of people getting killed. He snaps, asking what she's carrying because her research only seemed to drag pain into the world. Light grins and promises he'll prove himself, then yanks out a map. He commands Hellgate to manifest right now. The massive gates of hell slam open, and the girl snaps her head up, stunned. Frozen in horror, she stares at the words carved above them. The gate snaps open, and the teeth shoot out like a trap, finally waking up. And then these monsters crowd in, swearing she bullied them. Then they lunge, jaws snapping shut as they start to devour her. She screams and stares in shock at his healed arm, then the monster tears into it from the other side and starts devouring it. She was writhing in pain, then her arm snapped back to normal in the blink of an eye. He leans in and tells her the monster count will rise the moment her sins do. She screams for help, but Light cuts in, demanding she finally taste the same depths of despair every one of her victims felt. He tells her not to panic, these wounds will heal, but those feelings, they won't ever fade. Monsters were closing in, devouring her world. She was on her knees, begging the guy to save her before it was too late. But he tells her straight to her face that all of this happened because of her research. He tells her this is all you've managed, and demands to see how deep her despair goes. 1,000 monsters tore into her, and the gate started shutting with a final, crushing snap. The gate shrinks down into a tiny cube, and the guy blurts out that this power only sticks around for a whole day. He swears that once they toss her out of hell, he'll drag her straight to Sasha and Gal, where a whole new wave of despair is waiting for her. He claims he's down to just 5 people left, 5 targets he plans to make pay for revenge. Maya whips the light on and blurts that the time seal is already sealed. Now it's time for her and Ellie to slam that gate shut. Light leans in and tells Ellie, "You've got a mountain of work ahead, but I'm counting on you." The girl shakes her head and tells her not to worry, then swears she'll handle everything the best way possible. He launches into spellwork and slams the gate shut. A few days later, he sat in his office in the abyss while Ellie leaned in and spilled the news. Shihin had been tossed out of hell. The girl blurts that Xian is stuck with Sasha and Gal on the lower floor of the abyss, then admits she's suffered the same kind of pain as Light. She says once the gate shuts, the space snaps into stability, and that's when the adventurer Dark stacks up the wins and starts racking achievements. She claims they didn't buy her story about the clear dungeon at first, but when that twisted image was gone, it finally hit them why she was telling the truth. Ellie tells us Yudo, his whole team, and Shin are gone dead and swallowed by monsters. Light says they dragged them downstairs, sifted through their memories, and then executed them, because the whole point was wiping out their comrades. Ellie explains that based on the Master's files and Yudo's own memories, he first showed up in the Kingdom of Races. She swears there really was a beast of a fighter up north, but then admits, deep down, it was probably just a rumor. When it hits him, he spirals into thoughts and blurts out, "What if I'm the one who destroyed my village?" He says if the Master was just human, then what's the point of wiping out a whole human village? Ellie leans in close, takes a breath, and apologizes, admitting she doesn't have enough info on the subject. Light snaps back, saying this isn't her fault, and begs her to stop blaming herself for the missing information. Still, he couldn't shake the guilt, because they really didn't have enough info, and he swore they pulled a ton of answers straight from Yudo's memory. Turns out that guy abused his rank to get classified info, because what he called work was really espionage. They discovered Yudo had been tipped off by Jiggaz, a dark elf. They also uncovered this bombshell. The Elven Queen knew something about the Master, and the truth was worse because the top had the info all along. Ellie sneers that she'll use this to blackmail her, forcing her to spill even more secrets. Light beams at her and says he wants to thank her, then the girl blushes hard and quickly refuses. She tells him, "My reward was simple, I got to work for you." The girl tells you if you want to thank him, make him swear his oath of allegiance again. His cheeks go red and he nervously asks for permission to kiss his feet. The worried Maid bursts into the room, breathless, and apologizes for interrupting me. The witch snapped at the interruption and launched into a furious scolding of May. He swallows his pride, rushes to apologize to her, and admits the whole situation was painfully urgent. Ellie tells you she was gathering every scrap of Shihin's memories, and that this wasn't just important, it was crucial. She tells her, "If my info matters more than yours, then I'll forgive your insolence, now let me speak." May blurts out that Mr. Light's sister is still alive, and Light and Ellie go rigid, like the whole world just jolted them. The guy blurted it out, then turned to Ellie and demanded they move their conversation to another time. May swears Yum was found inside the kingdom of Ross's palace, working there as an apprentice maid. The guy blurts out the question again, and you can see the shock hit him instantly. Ellie snaps that if they dragged their master's little sister into maid duty, then they're the ones who have to pay for it, no excuses. Light snaps at Ellie to be quiet, and May urges her to keep going with their conversation. May snaps to attention and reveals this. Princess Lilith spots Yume collapsed and unconscious, then presses a healing potion into her hands. Princess Lilith treated everyone with pure kindness, she even fed the poor, paying for every meal straight from her own pocket. May claims that the princess paid for the potion by forcing the girl to work as her maid, but honestly, it sounds like she was really trying to keep her safe. Light leans in and asks if she's really sure it was Yum, and May swears that every last detail matched. He couldn't stop wondering how in the world that girl was even supposed to reach the capital. May insists she knows nothing about it, and Light presses her for news about his brother, only for the girl to admit she doesn't have a clue either. He tells himself, "I knew it, my brother would rescue Yum, make it out alive, and still find a way to be with me." He shrugs it off and says, "Why waste time guessing what I don't know?" And he's convinced he'll have every answer the moment he meets Yum. She shot them a quick thank you, then demanded they send someone, anyone, to guide her straight into the abyss. Ellie instantly snatches the moment and demands that this task be handed to her. May snaps that the towers are already on her shoulders, and the moment she's gone, those monsters will tear through and wipe out everyone. May throws her hat into the ring for the candidacy, but Light shuts it down fast. He refuses to let Ellie get dragged into it. He begs May to rescue his sister, and the maid grins and promises she'll do whatever he demands. Light says the real problem wasn't anything else, it was figuring out how to get her back, because in the Kingdom of Races she'd been handed everything. Ellie pitches the idea of inviting the princess to the tower, and bam, that's the perfect excuse to finally meet up. Light speaks up once they land. He'll win the princess over and get Yum handed right to him. Ellie says they can build something even bigger, an honest, friendly bond with the Kingdom of Races. Light grins and backs the plan, urging everyone to start prepping right now. Ellie grins and shoots back that she'll go order the Queen of the Elves right away. May and Light get left alone, and Light tells the girl to figure out how to convince them to hand Yum over. A couple hours later, Light is finally left in peace, telling himself that Mi's report sounded believable, but it wasn't even worth clinging to hope. He tells everyone they've finally uncovered a new piece of him, and now he's ready to chase down his brother. Light says he won't even glance at anyone who blocks his path. He's going to save his brother and May. He still remembers meeting May the day death came for him, then they threw themselves into building their country side by side. He declares it's finally time to unleash the power he's been stockpiling for 3 whole years. 3 years back, Light was sprawled on someone's lap, then the second he felt that warmth he thought, I'm sleeping here forever. Then a sweet scent hit him and it punched him in the brain. Wait, where was that soft bed? He jolts awake and rips out a scream at full volume, and May chimes in with a bright good morning, because for her, waking up like that is straight up dangerous. Light snapped his eyes up in shock and the maid stepped forward, grinning as she introduced herself, right as his personal maid. He remembers being trapped in the abyss, watching them try to take down PGO, then he vanished in a flash of teleportation. And May burst in and saved him, and he swore, right there, that he'd get revenge on all of them. He first dreamed of building his own kingdom, but the moment he unleashed his gift, all his power snapped, then he crumpled to the ground, powerless. He drops to his knees and yells that someone betrayed him. May rushes over to him. Light can still feel the warmth of how they welcomed him, the lessons they shoved into his hands until the betrayal hit, and then they all explode into shouting. He's in total disbelief. How could they just take his life like that out of nowhere? May strides up to him. She wraps her arms around him, tries to pull the panic out of his chest, and tells him everything's okay now. She tells him, now you've got me, and anyone who tries to stand in your way, they'll find out I'm still yours, no matter what. The guy broke down in tears, thanking her over and over, and they clung together with arms locked around each other for what felt like forever. After a while, the guy cringes and blurts out an embarrassing apology to the girl for catching him like that. May shrugs it off, saying there's nothing wrong with it at all. Everybody's got their own weak spots and hidden strengths. His stomach growls non-stop from pure hunger, and the maid leans in, saying he should use her gift to fetch kitchen utensils. She admits that if things get really bad, she'll still cook the meat of that monster's corpse, even though she never wanted to feed Light with it. Light says he can make moldy bread on the surface, so that's basically his way of warning you something big is about to blow up today. The guy kicks off his magic, and after the meal, May steps in, ready to level him up. She tells him if you want to dodge instant death, you'd better power up to level 1000 now. The guy shoots the girl a shocked look the second those words hit the air. Light gleefully devours the bread May just baked. He's blown away. He swears he's never tasted anything this delicious, and he can't stop wondering how that girl pulled it all together. He blurts out that Mi is strong, sharp, and an unreal cook, straight up amazing. Then, right after they finish eating, Mi suggests they kick things off. She whips up a magic thread from Mana, then declares she can twist and transform it however she wants. Light spots the bed made from her mana, and the girl snaps that he's right, yelling that she caught the monsters. She tells him, grab that rock and hurl it at us. Light fires back, asking what's the point of his gift if he can't forge something deadlier than a stone weapon. She nods and flat out says she sees no point in it if the guy is still stuck at level 15. May shoots an apology at him, then admits he probably thinks she's way too protective of him. The guy knows he can't take on level 1000 monsters, so her worry hits like it's totally earned. Light thanks her, grins that all he has to do is throw a few stones, and the girl beams right back, thanking him for his kindness. She hands him one of the cocoons and orders him to begin with it. They stood before a colossal cocoon, and slowly it looked like it might open the monster's head. Then the guy leaned in and apologized straight to it. May swore it was a level 1000 serpentine hellhound. He was drenched in sweat from head to toe, and the thought of killing someone made it damn hard to move. May tells him it wasn't him, that the monsters attacked him. She tells him to stop pulling his punches, and when he hurls that stone, he realizes the damage will come out to nothing. You don't even have to land the damage, you just need to show up and help in a support role, and you'll still rack up experience from the fight. Experience points get handed out based on what each participant actually does, and it still counts even if they're from totally different groups in the same battle. That move is called a relief kick. May used it to rattle her opponents and hand her ally some much-needed experience. She begs for the go-ahead to end the monster, then unleashes her attacks to finish it. He's totally stunned. She wiped out a terrifying, power-packed monster with a single, unstoppable blow. The girl fires a question, "Did you raise your level?" And the guy just smirks, then stares at his own status screen. The guy grins and says he's finally at level 70 and he's over the moon, while May calls it a proud honor for her. She grins and tells you, "This is only the warm-up, we're just getting started." After piling up what feels like a mountain of cocoons, he steps in and offers to keep going. He remembers how he kept slicing into monsters, dealing damage again and again. Strength surged through him, and now he craved even more. Light warns that no matter how high May's stats climb, if he refuses to level up, he's basically begging to get wiped out fast. She didn't just save him, she stayed by his side nonstop, nursing him through everything. The girl dares the guy to take on the monster alone and promises she'll stand by him if anything goes wrong. With no other option left, he has to say yes. Light had to power up fast, so he jumped into the monster's fight and threw everything he had at it. After the brawl ends, the guy stares in shock because something unexpected just hit him. Turns out he'd already hit level 1000. He swears he's stronger than every race put together and claims that reaching that kind of power is nearly impossible. May shrugs and says it's normal, even though she totally expected something harder. Then she quickly apologizes for hunting those weak monsters. He insists it's some seriously high-tier stuff, especially for a human. He leans in and asks how he blew past the edge of his race, and then admits he only learned it from others, who all say every single person has a limit. He started laying out each race and blasting every limit they were stuck with. Light demands to know how he slipped past that limit, and May fires back, asking if he's really sure he had it in the first place. She says it's not as easy as they promise. Turns out pushing your level higher is just way harder than anyone admits. She leans in and says maybe there never was a level limit in the first place. He shrugs and admits she's probably right, then he can't stop thinking about how those local monsters were more than enough to earn him that promotion. Light jolts her back to reality. This is the very bottom of the toughest dungeon, and she decides, "That's enough for today, I'm finishing now." She lets him crash and get some rest, and he jumps at the chance. The girl tells him, "Before you even eat, go wash up first." He shoots her another surprised look about the bath, and May grins, saying she's great at wiping fatigue clean away. Light snaps back that it's unrealistic, then lays out every single thing needed for this bath like it's a case file. On the surface, things looked messy and the abyss was worse, but May swore they had zero problems with the bathroom. In the blink of an eye, the tub pops right in front of her and he leans in, eyes wide, asking the girl how she pulled that off. The girl launched into a quick rundown of how she'd set everything up step by step, then urged him to stop overthinking and just take a bath. May, wrapped in nothing but a towel, shoots him a look and says they've gotta wash first, then she'll jump in and help. Light leans in and demands why she's with him, and the girl just bites back by asking what's wrong. The girl blurts out to him that she used to be a servant, her job was to tend the light, and honestly, that was something everyone just accepted. She says it was just natural, tells him not to feel awkward, and reminds him, this is literally what she's paid to do. Light leans into his thoughts and figures this is probably just how high society rolls, then straight up asks her out loud. The girl nods and backs it up, swearing on her own maid status. She reaches for the guy's clothes, but he slams the moment to a halt and demands she undress him herself. But she shuts him down because every bit of this mess is her handiwork. She pulls him onto her lap and promises, right there, that she'll keep him warm while they bathe. She started bathing him and the hot water ran over his skin, warmth flooding in as his heart pounded, making him feel unbelievably good. May tells me to shut my eyes, then she goes, he's cute, but the guy doesn't even hear her, so he turns and asks what she said. May promises she'll scrub his head and body, then grins and thanks him for finally getting it all out. She tells him to flop down the other way so the shampoo won't splash into his eyes. She lathers his hair with shampoo, then leans in and demands he tell her the second anything starts itching. After washing his hair, the guy finally feels relaxed, then May grabs his plan and says she'll wash his body, and he immediately refuses. She said it was her job and told him to lift his hands. He didn't fight it, but shame still burned on him. And the maid shoves him toward the tub and tells him, count to 100, straight-faced. They sat there in the tub together, shoulders tense and hearts sinking, and Light finally blurted out, "Do we really have to be in this thing together?" He could feel May's warmth, and when he finally admitted he'd been ashamed at first, the truth soothed him and settled his nerves. May tells him that when she hugs him, it instantly settles her nerves too, because she was summoned to protect him. She tells him, "You're the reason I exist, my whole life is yours." May offers him food and promises to keep an eagle eye on his health, then she pushes the idea, "We bathe every single day." He shrugs it off like it's no big deal, and the girl squeezes his hand right then. Light blamed the monster for everything because who could think clearly in that kind of nightmare, so they sank into a monthly routine, one bath together every single day for a month. And somehow, Light pushed his power up to level 4000 in just 1 month. Light says the local monsters have been leveling up like crazy, up to 4000 now, and his own growth is basically grinding to a halt. May offers to conjure weapons and armor with her gift, and the guy freezes in shock at how flawlessly it all works. He blurts out, "How do I level up to 99.99 now?" And she grins, "I've got an idea." She claims his gift lured her in, and when she checked his deck, she found it packed with monsters so powerful they could change everything. She offers to call them in, and then she gets cut down before she can. If anyone tries to stop her, they'd better be ready to defeat and kill her. Light's blood goes cold, and he screams the moment he hears it. He roars that he'll never, ever betray his loved ones, unlike his comrades who did. May drops to her knees before him and blurts out an apology, begging him to forgive her. Light says that if the girl vanishes, he won't survive the loss. With tears spilling down her face, she vows she'll always stand by him, and then she turns to the guy and asks for his permission. Light insists he wants to level up fast, then he offers to take down the monster cowering in the corner. It was a dungeon boss, and Light came in like he meant to end it. He's convinced it's a level 5000 monster, and he pushes May to admit she'll lose, but she shuts that nightmare down hard. As soon as they shove into him, the guy panics, "Don't tear me apart yet, let me handle this myself." She tells him plain as day if danger hits him, she's jumping in to stop it. He claims she was way too protective, and she shoots back that it was her duty to do exactly that. They step into the room and bam, a monster snaps into view and the guy's jaw drops in pure shock. May starts spilling everything she knows about Orochi straight into the spotlight. Light snaps, saying that in a fair, normal brawl, he'd get crushed by him. Just when he tries to focus, the monster lunges out of nowhere and smashes his concentration to pieces. He calls himself a fool because he completely forgot monsters don't waste time, they hit you with their strongest attacks the second you blink. With that artifact boosting his master's power, he slipped away at the last second and dodged the blow. Light has no choice, he cranks the stakes higher and decides it's time to unleash his infinite Gacha. He whips up a roaring blast of flame and slams it straight into the monster. But when the flames finally died down, the monster was still standing, untouched, its 7 heads glaring at them all. The monster lashes out with a mouthful of acid, but the guy snaps out of the way at the last second. That monster's defenses felt unbreakable, and it regenerated like nothing happened, because the second he got caught, he wouldn't just be hurt, he'd be dead. May steps up to jump in, but the guy snaps, "Don't, I'm sure I can take him out myself." He refused to bank on May, he had to level up himself because the traitors were still out there, and he wasn't done with revenge yet. He tears open the sky, whips a full-on hurricane into existence, and barrels it straight at the monster. A raging hurricane blasts through, and one of the monster's heads gets shattered. Light grins and says his gear will let him take that monster down for sure. The monster's head regrew in a sickening snap, and then insects started crawling out of its flesh and blood. Monster bugs swarmed the place like they owned it. He figured out it was a summoning ability, so he offered to step in, then the Light flat-out refused him. He yells for a blue rose card. Blue Rose unleashed chaos, wiping out a massive horde of bugs. The monster stayed planted, unmoving, and snarled at the boy like it had all the time in the world. The monster lunges at Light and he darts aside, but dread hits him instantly when he realizes the spell didn't do a thing. He also clocked it, those 4 monster heads were locked on me like they were drinking in every move. The monster didn't fear him at all, it feared May, and that shakes him to the core, so he decides to take it down all by himself, with zero help from her. He couldn't believe it, this monster's regeneration was unreal, so he gritted his teeth and decided, destroy every head in one brutal shot. He slams down the wind and dust card, makes the ultimate wish, and demands the monster be gone for good. The card hit perfectly, and the guy swears he'll scorch it from the inside out. He conjures a raging thunder field and shoves every ounce of his power into it. Where the monster once stood, only charred, smoking remains were left behind. Caught in the chaos from the back of the thunderstorm field, the guy snapped back to reality and carefully chose to use this map like it was his last lifeline. From the wreckage, a low growl rips through the silence. He freezes, utterly shocked. Suddenly, swarms of bugs poured in, and Orochi started crawling back to life, regenerating before their eyes. Orochi was back at full power, and boom, 2 fresh heads snapped into the fight. Their heads sucked in the air, then blasted it back out, whoosh after whoosh, until a full-on hurricane roared into existence. And the monster whips a blade of wind and lightning straight at the guy. Light says that the monster went for him, using the same ruthless tactics Light himself used to attack. That blue rose spell backfires, and Light slams himself inside an ice prison. May swears that the monster shrugs off fire, wind, and lightning, and then it evolves the second the fight starts. Guy growls that if he doesn't kill him right now, he'll never get the chance again, then he spirals into his thoughts. He says he wants to wipe everyone out with one single hit, just like May. Right now, he can't pull that off, so he's already plotting a summon, reaching for a force powerful enough to make it happen. He tore through every option until, boom, an idea hit him and May called out to him. She tells him, "Give me the go-ahead to step in, this enemy is too strong to handle alone." Light tells her everything's fine, then begs her to trust him, just stay out of it. The girl nods and obeys, no questions, just a quick willing yes. He yells for a hurricane on the spot, demanding someone forge a deadly wall of wind. He calls an explosive burst of flame into existence, then charges straight into the swarm of insects. He claims that chunk of ice was meant to smash him, and that's exactly how Light wanted it to play out. He yanks an explosive bullet into existence and aims it straight at the monster. Light realizes the physical hits are crushing him, then he snaps his hand up and summons deadly steel spikes. He slams the cards down one by one and unleashes them on the monster, beat by beat. The room was packed wall-to-wall with bugs and insects, crawling everywhere like they owned the place. Light says he thought he had the guy cornered, but it wasn't really that simple. He swears it was never about revenge or glory, every move was made just to kill Orochi. He yanks out a card, swears it's the only truly powerful one he'll ever manage to get. The monster's instincts scream danger, and a burst of light flashes a map into existence. Turns out that guy didn't just show up, he summoned Venom. Venom bursts in and starts tearing the monster apart, bite by bite. Light claims the slime is what's chewing up the body, and it's not some poison he can just cure. He swears the more bugs he summons, the faster he'll end up dying. The sick way he regenerates and spawns those bugs ends up turning into his own worst weapon. He pleads with the monster, begging it to drop the grudge, and admits the truth. Revenge only meant he needed its death. To wipe out Venom, the monster ripped its own flesh apart and forged it into familiars, then that choice sealed its fate for good. He swings in with the final strike, then grins and declares, "I won." Light stared down the monster's wreckage, grabbed his map to wipe the mess away, then the moment he tried, he realized he'd been outpaced because everything vanished in a single second. May wipes the guy's face clean, warns him not to pull that stunt again, and the guy shoots back that he was already sure he'd win. He insists everything's okay, then urges us to leave it behind and move on. The guys fling the door open, rush into the next room, and freeze when they realize the guy is staring at a dungeon core. The guy stared in shock at the core's massive size. The light hits it and right away he catches that tiny glow, plus the temperature that's stuck in between, neither warm nor cold. Maya shouts for him and the guy fires back that he won't lay a finger on him, then admits he needed the core for revenge. Light claims the Abyss is the toughest dungeon of them all, and its lower floors feel like a perfect hideout just waiting for him. He tried to open the Abyss and forge a power of his own, one that could finally crush the persecution and spare innocent people. His gift unleashes a heavy card like a cannon when the air is packed with mana. So yeah, down at the very bottom, cards like May should rake in a ton, because that's exactly what she needs to build the core. Once the core was alive, monsters ran wild too, and with that kind of chaos, there was no way a real state could ever be built. And if you smash it, the monsters and traps stop, but when that light is gone, the whole meaning of everything vanishes too. Once the last man drops to zero, there's no one left to trust, so he decides to take matters into his own hands and manage the kernel himself. May claims he can't even crack the core secrets, and there's no way he's controlling it either. She tells him to call in someone who can finally bring him under control, and Light instantly nods, backing her plan. Light offers to settle it right then because the monsters never showed up there, and then he pitches training right after. He asks her like, "Did you teach me before?" She tells him she was locked in on the monsters, so she couldn't really handle his training. She says the Corps wouldn't let any monsters slip in, so the place was perfectly safe for him to train. Light keeps grinding, and now he's finally able to write his own name, so those merchants can't pull the wool over his eyes anymore. May talks him into it, and the guy nods along, admitting that up to now, yeah, he's been pretty uneducated. He stares at me like I'm supposed to know the answer, then fires the question, "When do we finally start?" May said she'd kick things off the moment she had everything ready, and Light dove into his training the instant the light hit. 2 months after he took in May, he called forth a level 9999 genius monster tamer. The map flared with bright light, and then, out of nowhere, a figure stepped into the scene. A blue-haired girl bursts in, wraps her arms around Light, and hugs him tight. He blurts out a desperate apology for bothering her, then pleads for her help. The guy demands if she can control the Corps, and the girl immediately shakes her head no. Light says he's pretty sure the Corps is a monster too, because it keeps spitting out monsters, and then he thanks Ayuki for the feedback. 2 months later, this dude finally rips open the spell and summons the forbidden witch, Ellie. Ellie grins and says snagging the dungeon core is the easiest job in the world for her. Light grins, saying he finally found her, and Ellie snaps at him to trust her. A month later, Ellie crumpled in defeat, staring at the core like it betrayed her, and she couldn't wrap her head around why it refused to break. The girl sneaks up behind the witch, tells her not to give up, and begs her to call if the spell doesn't work. Ellie tells that girl flat out she can't help her in a single way. Vampire Knight Nazuna kept their squad's spirits high even after it shrank down. It's been about a year since they tossed him into the abyss, and Nazuna's been teaching me how to hurl spears ever since. Mizuna didn't stop at the sword, she knew how to swing plenty of other weapons too, and she drilled the boy in all of them, even when he couldn't always follow her lesson. He was deadly with a spear than a bow, but that sword, it just wouldn't come to him. Even though he craved those swords, he couldn't get them, so all he could do was watch Ellie rip through the air toward them. Ellie grins and says she managed to snatch part of the dungeon for herself. Now the core and everything around it are finally under their control. Light beams at Ellie and tells her they're finally cleared to start transforming the abyss. May and the others throw their cheers at Light, and Ellie begs for more time so she can study everything properly. Then the guy nods and agrees. So yeah, he tumbles into the abyss, and right there he clings to his loyal crew, the ones who stand beside him and help him survive. He tells them that revenge won't happen until he learns every secret about his enemies, then he promises to level up his combat power to make it happen. Light tells Ellie he has to boost the level first, so he demands she hand it over, and then Ellie shoots back, warning him to be careful. A huge, terrifying monster crashes onto the scene, and the guy grins like, "Alright, it's time I go grab level 9999. The summon nightmare spell ripped open a door to the forbidden world and unleashed terrifying monsters. Ellie could only call them up once a day, and every monster that showed up was so brutal her stats might as well have been a mystery. Nightmare monsters weren't just terrifying, they were at least level 9000. Light hunted him every single day. Until one crazy day, he finally hit his target. The guy stood there, grinning at that 9999 sign like he'd just won something huge. May flashes him a congratulations, and the guy grins back, thanking her with real joy. 2 long years have slammed by since the betrayal shattered him. Light slumps into his office chair and quizzes May about every summoner's living area, and she calmly hands him the report. He tells them, yeah, our strength kept climbing, but we still couldn't find a way out. May says Gold dropped a report in her lap. He claimed their road had hit a dead end. Light freaks out because he never imagined the dungeon was this huge, thinking the spot where he nearly got killed was right in the center. Light warns them that if they can't crack a way out, everything's going to be pointless. Then Ella bursts through the door. She announces she now fully controls the dungeon, and Light immediately breaks into delighted praise, thanking her with pure joy. She rushes out an apology for taking nearly a year, and the guy just grins, because she's the only one who actually made it. Ella tells him, I'm thrilled to serve you, truly, I'm overjoyed. Light says they're finally ready to crack the teleport problem, and step outside at last. May says she can use the merchant's map to uncover what's happening in the cities, but the guy snaps back that he just wants to be selfish. Light says he's itching to head back to his native village to check on his family and find out what's really going on there. May insists it wasn't selfishness at all. She says it was his real human heart, his true wants, laid bare. Ellie admits she's dying to meet the master's parents too. She wants to sit down with them and talk all about Light. Light says he won't bring her along this time, because if they reveal themselves, their revenge plan could collapse. May snaps back that keeping things under wraps isn't a problem at all, and no matter what, they'll still roll with him. Ellie has May's back. Light bows in gratitude and tells us, "Come on, let's head outside right now." Ellie snaps that she's ashamed to be seen in a dress like this, and May grins, saying they'll go invisible. The girl behind May insists she's right, but she admits she dressed herself, and May's cheeks instantly ignite with a blush. May says it's just in case, then winks and tells Alyuki she dressed up even prettier than usual. The vampire blurts that she wants to meet the master's family, and Light immediately agrees. He'll call up the teleport card. Light says you can only use it if you slap on a label so nobody can ever spot it. They picked the very spot where nightmares got summoned, and set the exit right where they planned to end the master's life. May blurted out excitedly to her master, but he steadied her with a calm voice and told her everything was okay. They blast up to the surface, and the guys stare at the bright blue sky like it's the most beautiful thing they've ever seen. Every time they teleport, their invisibility starts slipping away, so the guys fire up their flight and rush to the destination as fast as they can. Light grins because they're finally so close, like we're almost there. Suddenly the smile vanishes from his face and terror floods his eyes. He yells that he can't believe it and bolts back to his village like a bullet. On the road, he keeps shouting that this can't be true, swearing up and down that this is, no question, his village. He stood in front of the shattered gate of his ruined village and demanded to know who tore it all down. He sprinted through the neighborhood, darting to every house he knew, stopping at each one like he couldn't afford to miss a single face. At last, he slammed to a stop right where his house was supposed to be. He spotted a corpse and a woman locked together in death's embrace, and he erupted into a full-throttle scream. Turns out it wasn't some mystery at all, it was his parents. He roared that he couldn't believe a word of it, insisting it was nothing but a terrible dream. May calls out to him and begs him to be careful. He stares at May super slowly, and all his companions fade into a blurry blur. He suddenly gets sick and then just starts burping like crazy. May grabbed him and held him steady as he kept belching again and again. The boys stared at their master with raw regret and bitter dread, and he snapped that he couldn't believe any of it was happening. He erupts in screams, begging, Why would you do this to my parents?" He kept firing question after question without stopping, then broke down in frustrated tears. He spun toward God and demanded to know why he was being made to go through all of this. Light couldn't shake the feeling that his village was wiped out, because the world had labeled him a master candidate. He swears he'll wipe out everyone, every single person tied to their deaths. He kept roaring that he'd track them down and tear them apart. Rage tore through his voice as he screamed for ages, then he snapped back to calm and vanished into the abyss using the teleportation card. Now he's on a relentless hunt to track down the ones who wrecked his village, and there's no forgiveness in him, only revenge for every last ruined thing. When he finally made it back, he crumpled onto the ground, utterly drained, and the moment his eyes closed, grief wrecked him until he was out cold. Light has been out cold for 3 straight days, burning up with a brutal fever, and nothing's gotten better. Ellie tells them it's pure shock, so all they can do is sit tight and pray for his awakening. Then Light erupted as if it had a million questions and rushed straight at him, so fast, like it was betting everything he'd wake up. He screamed for them not to go, begging them to stay, then confessed it was all his fault. He broke down, begged everyone for forgiveness through tears, and May snapped her hand onto his arm. With a heart heavy with pain, she tells him, "No matter how the whole world turns against us, I'll stand with you, and I'll never walk away." She grabs him, begs him not to cry, and promises, straight to the core of her heart, that she'll stay loyal to him for the rest of her life. He finally started to ease up just a little. A couple days later, the moment Light opened his eyes, he got hit with a detailed report about what went down in that village. May claims it got obliterated a couple years back, like someone went out of their way to erase it from the world. He asks could it be monsters, and he admits through a shaky breath that he's relieved they never found his brother and sister's bodies. May backs it up, and Light snaps that they could have been gobbled up by monsters. Light tells the adventurers and merchants he's dispatched to dig up every scrap of information about them. And before anything else, he demands they track down even the smallest clue about the master. He thinks, let's kick off the search with my brother and sister, but then reality hits, our resources are too limited. He couldn't shake the thought that maybe the ruin of his village happened because he was a master candidate. Once he finally cracked the master's secret, he'd uncover the truth about all his siblings. He wouldn't let revenge slip for a second. He was hunting it down, and he swore he'd make his parents' killers pay. 6 months later, Light finally struck back at Gal, and then leaned in and told him with total confidence that Light's power would be more than enough to conquer the entire world. Light sat at his parents' grave, staring into the silence, while May stood over him and declared that the preparations for his sister's return were finally done. Light flashes a grateful smile at the girl and declares, "All right, time to go." They launch off, the lights flicker toward his parents, and he shouts, "I found you." In the human kingdom's capital, right inside the castle walls, a storm of events is about to explode. Inside the main office, the princess whipped around to her father and demanded he think it through. No shortcuts, no guessing. Princess Lilith begged her father for permission to head to the tower, but he slammed the door on her request and refused. He warns that the other races might start thinking they're teaming up with the tower. Her dad tells her, "Slow down, think it through first, then move." Lilith snaps, furious that she doesn't give a damn what other races think, because in her eyes, they treat people like trash and insects. She tells them, "The only thing I'll show you is your strength." To pull it off, they had to take the invitation, so she leaned in and said, "Every slave in this kingdom is already free." She warns that those other races will keep them chained as slaves, and that's why they have to rise up in battle, fighting for glory and pride. She declares she'll wager her life on it, then looks him dead in the eyes and demands permission to go. Lilith tells him, "Don't play this like a father-daughter thing, stand as a king and grant me the chance to learn it all." Her father speaks to her in a calm, steady voice. The king declares that the weak can't stand up to the strong, so all they can do is lower their heads and swallow the silence. The girl flat out says she won't lift a finger for herself, she just wants to join with the right kind of strong support. The king demanded she leave, he couldn't stand talking about it anymore. The girl stormed down the corridor, frustration burning in her chest, and then, bam, she ran straight into her brother. She asks, "Got a minute for me?" and he snaps back that he's swamped. Then, right away, he caves, ready to make it happen just for her. Lilith grabs her brother and demands he go talk to the king, get him to join the tower. Her brother tells her that she already knows what her father thinks, then he even admits he's on the same page, convinced it's all just a rumor. He warns them that even if they pull it off, the Elven Kingdom could ignite into war, and when that hits, the tower won't be something they can handle. The girl blurts out that they've got a whole army of dragons, so many they swallowed the sky itself. The prince refused to believe it. He snapped that even if they pull this off, they'll still hit trouble when the salt runs out. Because they're getting their salt from neighboring countries, without it they'll collapse, and if you shut off that supply, they'll crumble before the war even ends. The guy says they've got to negotiate with other states first, but the girl cuts him off fast and snaps that he's talking pure nonsense. The girl snaps that nobody's ever put a price on salt, then glares at him and asks if he really wants to keep being trash. She leans in and dares him, would he rather live like a slave or like cattle marching straight to the slaughter? Her brother speaks in a calm voice, says he gets exactly how she feels, then makes it clear they can't take on this fight by themselves. He spits that he hates being a slave, yet he'll swallow that truth and do it, just to stay alive. He says that's just the king's fate, tough choices, made anyway, even if they end with his life. My brother storms out. The girl stood there, furious and trembling, then stormed straight to her room. The princess is met at the door by her maid, and with a bright smile she greets her. The princess stares at her through tears and begs her to make some tea. Lilith drops into the chair the other maid dragged out for her and starts working her magic with a soothing massage. The princess thanks her, and the girl reveals herself as Yum. She tells the princess, "I've already learned so much," and her gratitude spills out like it can't wait any longer. Even the princess clocked it, and the girl grinned, saying it was all because of her. Then boom, a messenger arrived with a letter for the princess. Lilith can't believe her eyes when that letter lands in her hands, then she blurts out in pure shock. After reading the letter, Lilith erupts in gratitude toward the goddess, then Nano barrels in, stunned, and shouts the princess's name. Lilith says the tower's owner just sent her a letter, and now he's demanding her presence. The tower's lady couldn't stop thinking, why were the elves turning people into tortured slaves? So she didn't wait, she invited the princess herself to find out. Because the invitation comes from the Elven Kingdom, her father and brother have no choice but to accept, so she turns around and races back to her dad. She's grinning like the universe just handed her destiny. We can't let this chance slip. This is for our people and our kingdom. Lilith grabs the moment and declares that for the future of their entire nation, she's marching straight to the tower.